Game Like Jam number 3, it just got started. And the theme game is Puyo Puyo. What is Puyo Puyo? To that end, what is the Game Like Jam? Well, I'm going to tell you about that, and I'm also going to start breaking down this game. Welcome on in. This is Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lise. I am so glad to be doing this awesome thing. We make a game like another game. And from that, we get to learn a lot, because otherwise, we don't have known scope. We just have our big ideas that we get lost in, which at least I do. So for me, this is an opportunity to have known scope, so I can make sure that I know exactly what the size of the game is gonna be, what the mechanics are gonna be, and all I gotta do is build the actual thing. So I'm super excited about that. I'm gonna make sure you know all about what Puyo Puyo is, and not only that, but I am going to be making a Puyo Puyo-like game in 1 month, right here, live on Hyper Game Dev. Yeah, it'll be fine, right? I mean, it went fine before. So before the Puyo Puyo, we did balloons, tower defense. That also had some super awesome results. There are winning entries. It's a ranked jam. So if you want to get involved and show off your skills, this is a chance to do it. My entry won't be submitted for ranking because I'm the host and that feels tacky, but that's okay. Before balloons, we did Frogger. And we also had some awesome games that came out of that. So I can't wait to see what you all come up with for this one, of course. You would never have expected this? Hey, what's up, Mindswept? Yeah, one of you guys in the community suggested this game, actually. I can't quite remember who. I think I remember who, but I don't quite remember who. And I just was like, yes, this game is perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming myself, working on it throughout this following month. You can keep track of all those streams on the jam page itself. So I'm gonna make sure you guys have a link for that in the chat, so that way you can join up on the jam, check out all the schedule and things like that. At the end of it, we're gonna play all the games and show them off and stuff. Now, there are some streams that are not gonna be public that I'm gonna work on this. Those are for members only. Every Monday on this channel, I do an exclusive 8 to 12 hour live stream for members only. So for that, I'm gonna work on like assets, like visual stuff, planning out the game and things like that. But all of the like real building stuff will be done right here publicly. So hit that join button below the video or on the channel page to learn more about the membership and its perks. Yummy jams, yes! Alright, so what the heck? What in the friggin' world is Puyo Puyo? Okay, so Puyo Puyo is a game that came out in 1992. There were actually a couple versions before that, but this one is nice because it has like a little story implemented in it, which is really nice. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, I've never heard of this game. Maybe you have, though. You actually maybe have heard of it in the form of Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Maybe that rings a bell. It's bundled with a lot of Sonic games. It is actually the exact same game. It's not different other than the story. The gameplay is otherwise identical. You may also have heard of it in the form of Kirby's Avalanche, also known as Kirby's Ghost Trap in the EU. So there were some like localized versions that have like a lot of flavor and character, but I decided to go with Puyo Puyo because it's just like the original, and you know, it doesn't have like these, I don't know, Sonic characters that maybe feel a little more infringy. All right, so what is Puyo Puyo? What is this game? How do you play it? Let's do it. Let's play it. I'm gonna play it badly. I do want to let you know that I am not going to excel at this. I'm quite bad at it. But it's a lot of fun. Okay, so we've got like a little story mode here, right? So you're this girl character over there, and then there are these like challengers that you're going up against. Hey, what's up, Bart? Welcome. And you have to flip these little pieces, Puyos, around, and then stack them up in lines of four lines of four. I know this game, I've played it before. You might kind of feel that it's similar to like Dr. Mario. That was a huge inspiration for this game. Maybe some Tetris vibes as well. So you line 4 of these up, and then when you clear that, you will get some points. And then what it does is it sends garbage to your opponent. Now the best way to get that garbage to your opponent is to actually make combos, which I am quite bad at doing. You can see I am currently being beaten. But you know, I can come in here and I can stack these nicely, maybe. Maybe, if I'm lucky. You gotta get some good Puyos. Now, there are some advanced strategies that I'll like briefly kind of talk about, but at the end of the day, you know, I'm pretty bad at it. The opponent's actually doing a pretty good job compared to me. So this is an interesting challenge that making this game is going to introduce, which is creating an AI. Having like an opponent that can play the game as well as you, if not actually probably better than you. I'm a little afraid of this aspect.
Oh, no.
I lost. But look, it's super like rewarding to get like a good strategy and get better at it. But man, it's not as easy as it looks. Something I love about this is that it also is very similar to a lot of popular games that, well, you might have played before. It kind of is giving Candy Crush a little bit. Obviously, it's different, but it's got that matching grid sort of concept, right? And so I think that it teaches us a lot of good like skills that are applicable to many different game types. So hopefully we'll get something from that. I am a little nervous and excited about doing the grid situation. I mean, I've done grid like games before. Even the Frogger like was like based on a grid, but you know, they have to like know the relationship to each other when you put these pieces down, right? So you'll notice that the Puyos, they kind of like stick to each other whenever they're touching. And that gives you this sort of effect where, or this it implies this underlying system that has to recognize what is around it, and if what's around it is going to be able to oh gosh, I'm getting destroyed again. If it is supposed to stick to it, then sometimes they look at each other, right? Either they look directly at each other from above and below, or they look left and right. If there's something above and below it and they match, like the one in the middle, like it's cross-eyed. So I think that's gonna be like really challenging. When I saw AI enemies, I was like, yeah, right? I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to do that part, right? Like, I think if it feels like a Puyo Puyo-like, it's good enough. As a matter of fact, a part of me kind of wants to not do the AI part myself, not because I think it's too hard, but, you know, maybe I will do it. Maybe I will do it because I was planning on leaning into the creative twist aspect. There's 2 different categories you can vie for. Oh yeah, we're doing it now. Get down, buddy. Sit down and be lost. Be lost at this game. Victory is mine. But this is it. But here's the thing. This is it. Like, we basically just played the entire game, right? So it's just that over and over and over and over again. So you have a different, like, character sprite. They have some dialogue between each other, and then the game starts. And it's literally the same thing over and over again. Where it changes is you can see that this opponent is certainly faster, and I'm certainly going to lose this one. So again, the combos thing I was talking about, I don't think I'm gonna, no, that wasn't a good setup. Let's see if I can actually try to do a proper combo. I think you have to get like 3, oh dear. Okay, I might be able to do it with those reds if I'm lucky. But I'm still really bad at this. Okay, so if I put that here, oh, we're done for. We're done for. Pros, like if you watch people who are pros, which we'll study that because there's no way I can analyze this whole game without doing that. But if you do study like people who are pros, you'll see that they're able to quickly chain together multiple combos. Okay, oh man, nope. That's not. I think what makes it so difficult too is that your opponent keeps like throwing garbage on top of you, right? And then that leads to it being harder to build the combos that you are going for. So it's quite difficult. As gameplay, I think making it, I really think it's going to be quite doable. The base is good enough. The AI can just randomize all moves. Totally, right, exactly. Like what your AI is going to do is really up to you. Oh, I had a perfect opportunity to, oh, I did a combo on accident. But I died. Hey, welcome, Kai. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev and being a member. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. It's doable. All right, so that's that's a little bit of the base game, right? Yeah, I got this. Y'all got this. Y'all got this. So there's 2 different categories that you can vie for as far as ranking goes. There's most like the original, and there's best twist on the original. Both are super valid, and the idea is that when you're doing the twist, it's still reminiscent of the theme game. The difference is that you have started to implement your own concepts into it. You've maybe, I mean, you can look at the past ones to see like how people have twisted it. They've turned Frogger into an adventure game. We had an example of that. And then in another jam, let's see, the Bloons one, we had someone turn Bloons into a, like a, I don't even know what you call it. Like an RPG, not an RPG, what was it? What do you even call that kind of game? They added in new mechanics, we'll say. The Slime Fest one. There's like a certain word for the genre. Anyway, you should check it out. It's really fun. There's a lot of really creative things that people do with these games. And you can do that too. But those games still ultimately feel like the original, right? And that's what makes it still similar. Now, by doing the most like the original, I think you're probably getting one of the most values out of this jam because you are keeping yourself from going too far out of scope. Yeah, so it had these like elements where you could like lock down these towers, and then when you rolled around the next time, it would still be there. I don't really know. It has like a whole name for this type of game, but I don't know what it is. Some of you might know what type it is. But the original Bloons doesn't have that concept, and it adds something extra, a little extra something to it. So that would be a creative twist, right? As opposed to somebody who did a straight Bloons-like, right? Where it's just like as much like the original as you can imagine. That would be an example of most like the original. I'll put a link to that in the chat too. So you can just kind of see what that would look like. Very, very similar to the original. Even kind of hard to determine the difference. Okay. So then also just to like punctuate how similar these other games are, I think it's really funny like how this game, I don't know, how it's like identical in these different versions. And yet by the names you would think they were like completely different games. Look at that. It's the same one. These are Puyo Puyo likes. These definitely win most like the original. But don't make yours too similar. This might be too similar. I mean, to be fair, they do call it something else. They're not called Puyos. I don't think this actually breaks any of the rules that we have. So this would be a valid reimagining of Puyo Puyo. So as you can see, exact same game. Kirby's Avalanche, same thing, not different. You know, but I also encourage you to do something a little different. You know, I think that even if you make it most like the original, you can still do a bit of a twist on it. I think what we had as the most like the original in the first Game Like Jam still had a bit of a twist on it. Oh, this is giving us at least a different like border. So it's got a vibe change a little bit. It's doing something different. Puyo Puyo, the MMORPG. I mean, literally, look, the modern Puyo Puyo games often do have online components, right? Because it's, I mean, look at it. It's already set up to be one side versus the other. Honestly, like, that is a viable twist on the original. Honestly, you could even have it be most like the original and add in a multiplayer aspect, you know? So the other, I want to show you the other Frogger like too. The one that won most like the original. Cause I mean, even the Bloons like, it still had some art that was a little different, even though the gameplay was the same. I think this is Pico Froge from the Frogger like Jam. This one turned out quite different, right? It doesn't look exactly like Frogger, and yet it really does capture the exact essence of the original Frogger. But it still has a lot of variety to it, which is nice, right? All right. So now that we kind of get a little bit of ideas about that, I think I'm going to start breaking down this game. So that way I can know where I'm going to move forward. I'm going to make a big ol' breakdown mind map kind of situation to help me understand what the mechanics are, how I might approach making them, and maybe by the end of the stream, I'll have a little quick and dirty prototype. It won't really be a prototype, but kind of explore how some of the basic components might be put together. Wouldn't be too hard to make peer-to-peer multiplayer with the same exact UI layout. I'm going to take your word for it on that one. I've not made a single multiplayer experience. At least not on a PC game. Okay. So here's something I did put into the Jam page, which is a community resource, which I will update probably during this stream, because it will help, I think, us make our games. But in here, there's a full playthrough video. And what's nice about this is you don't have to actually play the game, but you can at least go and see what the full gameplay is like from start to finish. And you'll see what makes this player so good. So this is what someone who's great at Puyo Puyo looks like. So they're gonna make sure that they are stacking these Puyos in a way that they cascade down and gather lots of combos. So you'll see that when those reds get cleared, this yellow will fall down and clear those yellows. When these blues get cleared, that red will fall down and clear those blues. When the purples get cleared, see, it's just like one after the other clears them. And so being able to like stack all of those in a way makes all this like garbage on the opponent's side fall down, and you just can win really easily. But I can't do that. So I do love the characters in these. That's a foot. That is a foot with a face, and a hat, mind you, and bug eyes. I love like the personality in these characters so much, and I'm really hoping that folks can come up with some goofy characters of their own to put in here. I mean, and then looking at like the variety, right? The Kirby version, the Sonic version, there's so much opportunity to just swap in whatever story that you want, which I think is really exciting. Look at those chains! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't do it. It's because to me, like, you're not only recognizing how to build the patterns, but you're also taking in random pieces and making them work for those patterns every time. Every time. I don't know how your brain can work that fast. I mean, essentially, it's a puzzle. It's like a puzzle game where you have to think very quickly. Like, the puzzle is dynamic every single time. Even though you're looking for a similar solution, the way you get to that solution is super unique and different every time. Welcome, Rorik. You thought it was tomorrow. It's today! Glad you made it in. Rewatching in 2x speed. Good to have you here, Rorik. Thank you for supporting the channel as well. I appreciate it. Ooh. See, oh, I was gonna say, like, I want to see how they deal with the garbage, right? Because that's like hard to deal with. Is you're trying to build these patterns and then you get garbage thrown on top of you, right? And so, how the heck are you supposed to build your patterns if the garbage is getting in the way? That's right, you don't need to be good at the game to code it, exactly. And you don't even have to make yours as hard as this, right? I found that this was a big challenge for me because basically my limitation for this jam was a game released in the 1990s. For the first game like Jam, it was a game released in the 1980s. For the second game like Jam, it was a game released in the 2000s. This time I did in the 90s. And let me tell you, I did not enjoy it. It turns out that there are a few categories of games in the 1990s. There are ones that are incredibly difficult to beat, like this. There are ones that have tons and tons of levels, right? That would just be way out of scope. And then there are ones that are just too difficult. Either they were too difficult to make or they had too many levels. Like, there were some that were like small. There were some that were too simple. I guess like the 90s, they had a lot of shareware games, right? And so the shareware games often would give you like 10 levels up front, like Doom, right? Doom would give you 10 levels right away. Right, but see, Snake is too simple, in my opinion. Snake's a good one, but it is so simple, right? So it's like either they were too simple, they were too complex, or the games were really difficult to play. Those were pretty much the three categories. Like, so Doom, you get if Doom had like 1 or 2 levels, 3 levels even, I think it would be totally doable for this game jam. But even the like shareware version of Doom had 10 levels. And they just got bigger and bigger with each level, which is way too much. Something like Snake, it's so simple that I don't know that we learn that much from that. And I think a month is too long for something like Snake. So then the only thing I had left that was within like the scope time frame is a game that you don't need to be good at to code. Something that is really hard to play, but is definitely an achievable game to make within a month time. And this one seemed to fit that bill. Snake can be coded to 80 lines in 15 minutes, right? It's like super simple. And I think we deserve a bit more of a challenge than that. You've made Snake? Nice. Right, you've already made it too, and so I feel like pushing us to make something we've not made before at least for me, it's something that I value. And I hope you guys can find value in that as well. Alright, well, I'm gonna start breaking this game down. Look how they spelled witch like that. This English translation is weird. Okay. So, I'm gonna let's put this. Can we get this picture in picture? Yeah, we can. I'm gonna keep this up. The Danny Game Jam. Yeah, I think we got a couple people in the community doing that one. I think we got a couple people doing that one. Alright, so Puyo Puyo. I can see that for you, Mindswept. Puyo Puyo is all about matching 4 colors together. Now, it's important to keep in mind how many colors there are. I believe there's 5, right? Red, blue, yellow, purple, green. So I'm just gonna sketch out what the base game is. Oops. Which is match 4 colors. Maybe I'll make it like a list. Let's do this. Whoa. I'm gonna say objective. Match 4 colors. But that's not the only objective. We also want to create combos. Or I guess chain combos. Yeah. So like what is that? What does that even mean? Right?
You got me.
You got me. Chaining combos means
You got me. Fire. Ice storm.
4 pieces cleared. 4 pieces really this is match 4 colors minimum, right?
Hey.
So our code is going to have to keep in mind that it could be more than 4 pieces. It's looking for minimum 4 pieces. 4 pieces. We'll say on match. More matches made without another move would be a combo chain, I would say. So that's pretty much the objective of the game. But then in addition to that, opponent's board fills up. Or really, I don't think that's quite what it is. I think it's that
You got me.
opponent places a piece that reaches above the playing field.
Fire. Ice storm.
Force the opponent to place a piece above the playing field. I think that's most specifically what the objective is. So match 4 colors minimum,
Hey.
chain combos, and not only that, I think there's even more specificity here. Because by chaining combos, so actually let's drag this out a bit. Here, I'm gonna shrink this down. What I want that to lead to, or what the game has that lead to, is more, or garbage. let's make a thing for I feel like garbage deserves its own special notation. All right. So something that I would want to study is how much garbage gets sent out by just a basic match.
Hey!
Garbage sent to opponent. Okay, pull this over here. Garbage sent to opponent. Can I add like a label in here? I don't think I can. Oh, I can. Nice. Yeah, let me find out exactly how much garbage. Sends 1. That's not that much. That's not a whole lot. Let's play it. Let's play the game. It does. The more combos I mean, very drastically. Like, it will just dump a huge pile of trash on the opponent. Okay. We're gonna do the training level since he's here. Okay, so I'm just gonna get 1 match just to see what it sends over. Okay, 1 match. Okay, so then we get 1 little, yep, you're right, 1 garbage. Good call, Bartz. Totally. I gotta give you a credit for that one. Yeah, we gotta get the credits list booted up. So in my final game, I'm gonna make sure to have a credits list honoring everybody who contributed to the game that I'm trying to make. And I consider this part of that. I do. I actually did set up a plugin. I finished it in the member stream this past week on Monday. Okay, we're gonna say that's Bart's. I don't know that I even have a let's call this game research. Game research. That goes to you, Bart's. I guess I give it to myself too. Okay, it's not tallying it up. I noticed it wasn't tallying it up, which is interesting. I don't know what that's about. We'll fix that later. I don't know why I minimized that. I need that. So, if you get more, I don't know. I guess, you know what I'll try to do? Let me see. I think I can manage at least matching 2. Let me actually restart this. I think I can match 2 together, right? I can probably figure that one out. And you know, at the end of the day, like, you should do what you want, right? And your Puyo Puyo, like, it doesn't have to match exactly the scaling that it uses here. But I'm curious to just understand at least what the original does. I don't know if I'm gonna get lucky enough to study this here. Well, I will say, so this is 5 matched. Let's see if that does. That sent 2. 5 sent 2. Now that was 4, but it didn't send any that time. So I wonder if there isn't some kind of like countering system. Okay, there's 4. 1 got sent over here. I just got 1 because they sent 1. Okay, so they just sent 1, and I just sent 1. Yes, it cancels it out, and it still sends 1 over. So not only will you, so if there's, okay, whoa. Okay, so if you match 4, send 1. I'm not even gonna let's just say, let's just do it like this. 1 to opponent. I'm not sure exactly how much garbage that's going to send. I mean, I would even... Actually, you know what? We should have a special thing, because this is going to be a little bit more complicated than it seems. Well, it's kind of tough. Let's say... Let's keep 1 to opponent on here. And I'll just have this for now say multiple to opponent. And then for the garbage, we can start specifying a little bit more about it. Although I'm not sure exactly. Let's see, maybe we could just do like a list for now. Garbage behavior, garbage sending behavior. Just some extra notes about that. So if, and I only know this for 1, but I assume this is true for many. But for now, if 1 is queued some garbage sending behavior, it might be, you might fairly argue that it's some garbage sending behavior. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Thanks for being a great mod and for supporting the channel. I appreciate you for that. Welcome on in. I'm breaking down Puyo Puyo, trying to understand how it works, so that way I can kind of zoom out and say, okay, that's what the game is. Got it. Now, how do I want to make mine? And so I'm studying the garbage sending stuff. I got a jam rat. It's the only thing I know is jam ratting. If 1 garbage is queued on the player's side, I don't like just typing this out like this. I'd rather have like more of a flow chart, but maybe typing it out will just help me get to that point of making it all make a little bit more sense. You have an important question? Okay, all right. Milanote? Oh yeah, Milanote is free. Milanote is free. Not only is it free, but you can help me have it be even freer for myself. Because I am not paying anything for it. So it's called Milanote. I just put a link in the chat. Basically, it's free as long as you don't exceed the maximum number of notes that it gives you. So you only have like so many, it's pretty arbitrary, but you only have so many. For example, if I create, that, now that's going to go down. So that's at 76 right now. I'm going to create another one. Now it's at 77. However, if you guys use this link that I just put in the chat, it will give me 20 more cards that I can use. Sorry, they're called cards, not notes. Cards. It'll give me 20 more cards, but I can only get up to 100 extra. So we're not quite there yet, but yeah, it's Milanote. It's super awesome. I love it. 20 more? Thank you! Let's go! Yes! 180! Thank you, Kai! And you guys just have to join for free. You don't have to pay anything. I love it. It's honestly, I haven't found anything that's better than it. Like, well, let me rephrase that. I haven't found anything that's similar to it. I use Notion. I like Notion. I've tried Obsidian. I've tried a lot of these note-taking apps, Evernote. But what I love, love, love about this... Thank you, JJ! Let's go! Thank you, thank you, thank you. What I love about this app is it has this sort of like abstracted like thinking. I can just like put stuff anywhere, and it's got a bunch of different things. It's got tables, right? Like full on tables. Well, not full. I mean, it's not like Google Sheets, but you can add rows and add columns and stuff like that. Put a header, change the colors, all kinds of stuff. and then you can just nest things, right? I could put a table right in here. It all just like works with each other really well. Put images, video, maps, draw lines. You can draw in here, right? Just like so many. You don't even have to do a drawing. You can just like start writing directly onto here. And now I've just added that. So it's just, it allows me to just like kind of be free thinking without it being like a piece of paper, right? There's still some structure to it. I can still make little folders. I can still have, you know, these blocks. And then what I also love is that I can export it. You can export it. It'll turn it into like, it can make it into plain text, right? Like it's not awesome in plain text, but it gave me all of that stuff. You can get it in a PNG image just right away, PDF, all that stuff. So it's just like super nice. I love it so much. So yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for helping me out. I've used this for the past game like jams as well, and I've been like, I had to delete my previous ones that I made because I didn't have enough space. But I do always make a PNG and then save that, so it's not totally gone. Easy, what, 40 more pages? Let's see how many we got. 200! I think that's it. I don't think they'll let me get any more. They said a maximum of 100. So now if you use that link, all you're doing is just helping Millinote, which honestly, spread the good word of Millinote. It's a wonderful thing. Y'all deserve to use it. Thank you, JJ. No, I think you did it. You helped me. We got there. Thank you. Now I'm going to be maybe actually saving one of these and I don't have to delete it. You're on the fence about your involvement, but it's definitely enticing. Yeah, right? It is an enticing one. I'm enticed. That's why I chose it. New game, that's not the only reason I chose it. New game like jam is going to be so cool. I know, right? I'm really excited to see what people come up with. I mean, Jonas, so to be fair, right? Jonas had the highest ranked entry in our last game like jam, and it was like a very, very good entry. Jonas and Jonas's team made Ghost Buskers, which was like Bloons, the tower defense game that I was showing you the game-like versions of earlier. So Jonas did have a team that they were working with, and yeah, it's so good. It's so good. It's like a musical take on Bloons. Super creative twist, and the highest ranked from that jam. So you've been working hard. You deserve a break. I don't think any of the winners from the first game like jam participated in the second one, which makes sense. I mean, it's a lot of work, and it's only like what, a month apart. Like, it's not a lot of time to recuperate. Hey, what's up, Sable? Welcome. Good to see you. The funny thing about Bloons, Tower Defense, and Puyo Puyo is that they both are spin-offs, which are more popular than their mainline games. That's true. That's so true. I love that. Yes, finding the connections. Okay, let me just show you a little bit of how cute this is. This Bloons-like game. It's so cute. Okay, so then when you start it, it plays music as it attacks them, and it's got like all these fun musical components that you add in. Yeah, the animations are great. It's such a good Bloons-like, and it's such a great game just unto itself. I would say it even takes Bloons a little further, right? Because it has more levels. It's a really good game. I recommend you guys check it. I recognize that it's something you guys should check out. What am I doing? I'm like all the way over here. Okay. Yeah, so I won't spoil the whole game, but you guys should definitely go play it. So that was from Jonas. Jonas, you deserve a break. Double time is, yeah, it goes faster. Where's that double time? I lost it. There it is. It's cool, right? It's so good. You are, at the end of the day, you probably are like me, a jam rat. So you may well still participate in this one, and that's fair. Such a good one, guys. Go check it out. It's really fun. So yeah, that's something I love about this is we get yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for participating. Like we get so many awesome new games, and even though they're like imitations of another game, they're still good in their own right. And at the end of the day, I mean, most games are imitations of another game. like rarely do we enjoy a game that is never ever been played before, you know? This just allows us to have a little more structure when we're making it. All right. Right. Back to work. If one garbage is queued on the player side, speaking of play, I'm just gonna put some arbitrary motivator music in the background here. If one garbage is queued on the player side, there's got to be a better way. This is, I feel like the way I need to start breaking this down is like what happens when you get a match, right? Like I feel like matches are their own special thing. Like, okay, we've got the objective, great. I feel like making a match is kind of its own category. Okay, let me do it this way. Am I doing a garbage theme game or just talking about garbage collector like? So that's just like technically. Oh yeah, there is like a Puyo Puyo wiki, like one that is actually nice, like not like ridden with ads and whatnot. Yeah, there is a lot going on to this game, right? Here, this one. So that's like that wiki page. But this just kind of gives you more of like a background of it. It doesn't really tell you much about the gameplay. It's just kind of like the history of the game more than anything. Which I like history. I like history. I like live streams. Do you like live streams? If you like live streams, don't forget to like this live stream. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. I just thought I should mention that it helps this channel grow and more people find out about these streams. If you hyper smash that thumbs up button, if you haven't pressed it yet, I hope you'll consider doing so. Thank you for hitting that like button. By the way, scoring 2 and nuisance calculations. And is that, now are we, you hate live streams, only psychos do them, says the live streamer. A live streamer would say that. Yeah, but you know, I'd be curious like what you're finding exactly. And you can post links in the Discord in the live text channel if you want. But I'd be curious to see that because there are more modern Puyo Puyo games that add in new mechanics. So I think trying to make sure we're focusing on the 1992 version will be important. Welcome, Geodasher. Can you join? Of course you can join. I think you know you can join. Link is in the chat, pinned at the top. It's all over the place. Get on in there, hit that join button. It'll be right there. I already joined, so I can't do it. Here, I'll leave, and then I'll join again. Join. I joined! Okay. And you know, at the end of the day, like, you're not required to make sure that it's perfectly like the original. Oh, and so then Sable, as far as the garbage stuff goes, the tool aspect of it is frightening. Yeah, right. Because you basically have to make an entire AI that can not only play the game, but play the game well. That's going to be hard. But the reality is, you don't have to make yours even have the AI. You don't have to make your AI good. You know? It's sort of just up to you. Right, exactly. You can fake it. It's all about how are you going to try to approach solving those problems. You know, not it has to be exactly what Puyo Puyo is. It just has to be a Puyo Puyo like. That's why it's the game like jam. Okay, group bonus. The bonus for each group of Puyo is calculated from the following table by how many Puyo are in the group. These values are all added together for the group bonus. Note that the values used are different for classic scoring and fever scoring. Classic scoring, Puyo in group 4, bonus 0. 5, bonus 2. So this is literally for points. The points that add up. Which, you know, as far as I've seen, the points are kind of pointless. I mean, seriously, like, the object of the game, I'm glad you shared that, because as far as I've seen, the object of the game isn't to get points. Although there is a scoreboard at the end, right? So the high score, which I feel like is more relevant for like an arcade concept, that's where the high score, that's really where the high score comes into play, is the arcade concept, which again is not something you're required to include in there. But it doesn't feel like really a primary part of the game, the score, at the end of the day. I'd be like choosing its blocks rather than having random ones. Yeah, I mean, well, so the other thing that is worth keeping in mind, and not, again, you're free to do with yours what you want. That's part of the point of the game like jam. You're free to modify it. But something to keep in mind is that the original serves the same pieces to each player. And the player, so the AI creating its own pieces would very much be kind of going against that. But Puyo Puyo likes that I've seen, and I did find a decent one on at least the Google Play Store. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a decent one on there, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't necessarily have the same pieces as the player. I can't really remember, but of the couple that are there, at least one of them does that. So that is like a choice that people who are imitating these games often make, is having the AI make their own pieces. But I think part of like the spirit of Puyo Puyo often is about two players get the same pieces. But here's the thing, like I really don't think you even need to have the AI in yours, honestly. I don't think you have to have it. Lowers the trash. Nuisance formula. Oh, is that what we call it? Nuisance? The formula that the game uses to calculate the amount of nuisance to send to the opponent is as follows. Interesting. Hey Derek, welcome. We're breaking down the Game Like Jam 3 game. Puyo Puyo. NP calculated nuisance points. SC current chain score. Those are some score chain. Okay, so those are some interesting acronyms. Yeah, it is giving Tetris, right? I mean, actually, I think the most recent, or one of the most recent, I think the most recent Puyo Puyo game that came out was Puyo Puyo Champions, I think. And then before that, Puyo Puyo Tetris. So it was inspired by Tetris, and then it later like became bundled with Tetris, which is kind of interesting. Target points or score nuisance Puyo. Default is 70. Leftover nuisance points. A decimal between 0 and 1. Number of nuisance points to send, rounded down. I hate formulas. I'm just like, huh. Any nuisance lost in the rounding process is carried over to the next opportunity to send nuisance. If nuisance points comes out to 1.7, then 1 nuisance Puyo will be sent, and 0.7 nuisance would be added to the next chain. What? That's why it said none the other time, because it rounds the number down. Oh, so it wasn't because the opponent canceled it out. That wasn't why. I'm confused. Score chain divided by target points. So, okay. Yeah, this is like not something I'm able to wrap my head around right now. Yeah, we can make up our own system. But that's interesting that it's not. So I guess there is no interaction between the player's Puyos and the enemy's Puyos. Seems to be what I'm getting here.
Pew, pew.
Okay, let's try this again. It's really interesting, Bartz, that they have like that much complexity. You're right, it's quite complex. Okay, as for it. Now it said 40. It said I got a score of 40 there. When I cleared that, I got another score of 40. It didn't send 2 garbage. I've only got 1 built up. I just got another score, and no nuisance got sent. So I've made 3 matches. It did not send any garbage whatsoever. Now it sent garbage. Like, look, I am not the person to crack a formula. It just ain't me. But I will stare at something for a long time and try to understand it. All games look simple because they do not have the full game and documentation like modern games do. Alright. That's fair. That is totally fair. It's interesting that I like that they show you the score that you get, especially for trying to figure this out. That's really helpful. I'm gonna see if I can make that a bigger number this time. Okay, so I'm gonna do a double clear. 40, 50 times 10. And now you see we get, oh, you can't see. That sent a bunch over. It does use a score to calculate trash, so higher combos send way more. That's really helpful. I gotta give you another credit, Bartz.
Oh no!
These credits are not tabulating at all, by the way. Oh, I know why. It's because I created that new column. That's why. We gotta create the column this way. Game research. There we go. And we're gonna give you an extra one there.
Pew pew.
Oh, I lost. I'm really glad that... Thank you for finding that out. Because I'm really glad to see that they show you exactly what points you're getting. Right there. Because it makes understanding that a lot easier. Okay, I'm gonna try to get another 2 for... Okay, that could work. Okay, so I'm about to get a 2 for here. 40, and then 50 times 10. That made one big, like, giant rock, and then it made 2 small ones. Alright, thank you, Sable. So let me write that down a little bit, because that's kind of useful. It's kind of useful information to have, I think. I would say. Okay, so this doesn't actually send 1 to the opponent. That's not true. Let me build out this making a match thing. I'm gonna call this making a match. And we'll say if you match 4 colors, then let's say match 4 equals 40 points. It seems like a 2 chain of 4 2 chain of 4 equals, what did it say? Oh, I already forgot. 50 times 10, so 500. And then using that page that we had over here, calculated nuisance point, current chain score. So we divide, what is target points? Default is 70. I guess we can try to deduce if that's true. All right, maybe I will get into the math here. So if we got a current chain score of 500, I think it's time to break out a calculator. $500 divided by 70 equals 7. Leftover nuisance points, a decimal between 0 and 1. Any nuisance lost in the rounding process is carried over to the next opportunity to send nuisance. If nuisance points comes out to 1.7, then 1 nuisance Puyo would be sent and 0.7 nuisance would be added. Oh, okay. This actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, I see. You know what? Maybe I can do this. So what would happen is our calculated nuisance points would be 7 in this instance. You make that bigger, or is that as big as it gets? Okay. Our calculated nuisance points would be 7. So, yeah, well, I could write that down. Equals 7 garbage points. Nuisance. I guess we'll call it nuisance. I guess I'll change it from garbage to nuisance. Although colloquially, I hear folks refer to it as garbage. We'll call it nuisance. So that equals 7 nuisance, 1 0.14 left over. Number of Puyo to send rounded down. Okay. So that would be, yeah, it would be 7 Puyo to sound. NL is leftover nuisance points, which is nuisance points minus the nuisance sent. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, so I think we've got this figured out. So now I gotta see, did that send 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I do see 8, but that might be because of something else. We had set 1 before, right? This is pretty cool. So that was 40 points. So if we got a change score of 40, and that was divided by 70, that would equal 0.57. If that was added to 0.14, it still wouldn't be a full point. So something, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I'm gonna restart it and see if I can puzzle this out here. But it's starting to make sense. What would I do without you guys? Okay. Well, I don't think I'm gonna get a chain there. That's okay. So in theory, okay, pause it. So in theory, now I do have a score of 75, which is interesting. Even though it said that I got 40, I have a score of 75. So, I mean, if I did 75 divided by 70, yeah, well, then we would have gotten a garbage. So it wasn't that. We definitely didn't get that. So it's literally that first score that shows is the one. So in theory, I should now have 0.57. Oh, you can't click on, okay. Can't drag it while it's open. 0.57 is how much I should have in my leftover space. It's worth keeping in mind. Okay. I mean, what the heck? Let's do it again. So that should mean I should get 1 garbage, right? So I just did another round of 40, which should mean that we got 0.57 plus 0.57, right? 0.57 times 2, which is going to be 1.14. So that means we got 1 garbage, and there's 0.14 left over, 1 nuisance, and there's 0.14 left over. So that's our new reservoir, or whatever we want to call it. I'm going to try to get a double. Emphasis on the try. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'm not upset. Oh gosh, this stuff breaks my brain. Okay, we do have a double red here, which is a good opportunity. Okay, here we go. I'm about to get a double. Actually, we might get more than a double. I might have a 3-chain here.
Fire!
Okay, I didn't. Okay, I didn't really see what those numbers were. Let me look at the replay. Oh, it was like 40 times 3 or something. Okay, let me rewind it just a bit. 40 times 8. 40 times 8 is what we got, which is something obvious. But I'm not going to sit here and guess it and pretend I'm a math genius. This calculator is too small. 40 times 8, 320. So 320 divided by 70 is 4.57. There's that 57 again. That's weird. 4.57. We had a leftover of 0.14. So that means we should get 4 Puyo that drop down, I think, for nuisance. Nuisance means that on the opponent side, let me move this a little bit. Nuisance means that on the opponent side, a little blob. So we should define what these are. So normally these pieces have 1 of 5 colors. And the pieces, when they're aligned with a minimum of 4 of a similar color, they get cleared, and that's points or whatever. However, these don't match with any colors. These like clear or black or whatever, garbage, nuisance ones, those do not match with anything. And so what happens is it can mess up whatever, matching you were trying to do as you were building up your side. Now, they do get destroyed if you make a match that is touching one of these nuisance Puyos. So if you get 4 purple in a row and there was a nuisance underneath one of those, then when that 4 clears, that nuisance will also clear. So that's what that is. And the objective of the game is for the opponent to have all of their Puyos, to basically when they try to place a Puyo, all of the Puyos that are on their board prevent them from placing a new one down. Similar to like Tetris or something. Once you get fully to the top and you can't place anymore, your opponent loses. Well, not you. Not if yours is at the top, then you lose. So really the whole game comes down to trying to get as many nuisances onto your opponent's side as possible. Becomes the main objective of the game. So this may not be what happens, but if any of this calculation is correct, in theory, we should get 4 Puyos, unless I'm missing something, which is possible. But we should get 4 Puyos nuisance that drop down on the opponent, and then we have a leftover of 0.57 plus 0.14, so 0.71. You understand? New level unlocked. Let's go. All right, so let's see if that's what actually happens. Do we get 4 Puyo that fall down for nuisance on the opponent? That's a little more than 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh. So I'm going to see if I can try to make that make sense. So let me rewind it to before. So it said 40 times 8. That's what it looked like. But before I made that combo, I had a score of 140. Let's see. 147. 149. I had 149, and then that went up to 509. I think that's 509. Whoops. 509 minus, what did I say? 149 is 360. That doesn't really seem like that's going to make up for it. 360 divided by 70 is 5. and then there's 0.14 left over, which wouldn't add on to that other 0.14, unless it's just if it maybe it's not matches that make that score go up. Maybe it's just like your score in general, right? Because if it's your score in general, and I had 149 points, so maybe every time your score goes up, it starts to calculate it again. If I were to generally say 149 divided by 70, which doesn't quite make sense, that would be 2.12, which then with the 360 that we got, well, that would be 7. So it's somewhere in between there. Now, it also does say that the default is 70. So we don't know that it is exactly 70 for this particular Puyo Puyo game. Puyo Puyo 1992. Target points 70. I don't know how we're gonna find that though. Like if the default is 7, I mean, we could maybe try to calculate what it is and guess. You know what it kind of makes me want to do? It kind of makes me want to like start like building out like a version of this. And like I'm not like I can't do that. There's no way I can build this in a certain amount of time by the end of this stream. But it would be kind of nice, you know, if I could just start calculating the nuisance like right now, you know, and like run like a test. You know what else could be interesting? Although, you know, it might be different. Puyo Puyo, there is like chain tester. There is like a chain simulator. So this might actually be valuable here, potentially. Oh, see, they call it garbage there. Okay. Now, let's try to make it, let's actually do it 1-to-1, right? Because this might confirm, and are there like values we can change? That would be sick if we could. Settings, board style standard or basic. I guess we want basic. Board background, Puyo skin. Looks good. Looks fine. Yeah, there's not really much we can do here. Garbage rate. Oh, there you go. Oh, nice. Oh, okay. This is very useful. So here we can actually set the garbage rate. We can say how many points something is. A pop limit? I don't know what these things mean. What is a pop limit? Attack power, classic Puyo Puyo 2. Attack power, Puyo Puyo. Seems like we would want that setting. Board size, I believe this is 6x12. The question is what the rate is based on. Okay. I might understand what you're saying. I don't know what any of these things mean, but let's see if we can at least replicate it. So I'm going to actually start yet another game, and I'm going to try to simulate it in real time to see if I can make it make sense. This is kind of fun. Arguably a diversion or a distraction, but I don't think so. I think it's quite valuable. Because again, you know, we don't have to make it... Oh, let's not do this one. This one's too hard. We don't have to make a game that's exactly the same, but I think understanding what the base game does helps in designing what ours is going to be. At least I think so. Okay. So I'm just going to keep going until I can get it about the same. Sorry, right before I'm going to like make a clear. Okay, let's see if I can get a combo. Don't accidentally get it. We ain't ready for that yet. Okay, right here, I've got a combo ready to go. Oh my god, I can't pause it. Okay, I paused it. That was close. Okay, so I'm gonna literally build up this exact scenario. Put a green there. Get a yellow here. Thank goodness for these tools. And the reason why these tools exist is because this is a game that is played competitively. And so that motivates people to design things like this, which happens to help us quite a bit. All right, so now I've got the board set up just the same. I don't know, I'm gonna set the speed to slowest. I'm not really sure what that means in this context, but it's what I'm gonna do. Oh, it's gonna, when I click away, it does that. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Oh well. Alright, so I'm gonna add that purple one in there. So that's a chain. Now it hasn't actually cleared it yet. Oh, nice. So we can set that up and it won't just like automatically clear it. All right, let's just put this at normal then. So if I step forward, oh, cool. Wow, this is awesome. 40 times 1, it says. So we should just see, that seems correct. We should just see 40 appear over here. Chains 1, garbage 0. Okay. So then, if we step forward... Wait, why did I think this was gonna make a chain? Oh. It's not a chain. Oh, my bad. Okay. Alright. Keep playing! See, this is why I'm not good at this game. I can't even tell if there's 4 in a row. That's, you know what? That's alright. That's alright. We'll just try it again. Okay, great. This is perfect. Alright, so right here, we've got, this'll work. This is good enough. That's still kind of a chain. So, I'm gonna put a red one. Oh, wait, I can't place any more right now? Why not? Why are you not letting me place any more? Interesting. Insert? Oh dear. So I guess once you run it, we have to like build it out again. So it's this is okay, so this isn't like a full game simulator. It's just literally trying like one chain at a time. So we're gonna have to, unfortunately, kind of calculate it all ourselves, which is kind of sad. All right. Well, let's start a new one. I was hoping we can like build it on top of it itself, but we can't. All right, very well. So be it. Let's get another chain. And this time I'm gonna actually get a chain. I can't believe I thought that was gonna be 4 and 4. Okay, drop this down. That one. Okay, we don't want to send that through yet. But I do want to try to get 4 reds. Would be nice. On top of each other. No, not yet. Okay, I'm gonna start over because I don't want anything. I don't want anything built up yet. I want a pure chain after not having scored any matches. That's what I want to study. Oops. Do over. Well, we're gonna be doing this a lot.
Okay.
Jesus. Okay, this looks promising. But I just need some yellows. Okay, we got it. But it has the greens. Dang. Dang, this game is so hard. How do people do this? Just like know how to like plan it out? I don't know. It's actually kind of a good like training ground just to like keep starting over like this. Okay, put this like that. Move these out of the way. Move those out of the way. It's interesting to see like how the score goes up as well. It goes up quite frequently. Okay, we're so close. Okay, finally. Okay, for real, I actually got a true chain here. Okay, right there. This is actually an actual chain. So let's rebuild it. Purple over here. Yellow. Purples. And that in there. We have a yellow coming in. Yellow is there. And then we got a bunch of others. Oh wait, this is not correct. Get rid of, whoa. Get rid of that. Put this here. Drop the reds down and the green. Is that, do we simulate it? I think we simulated it. Okay. Now, if I run it, we get that time it was a 50 times 2. Why was that not a 40 times 2? I wonder what was so different about it. And then we get one garbage from that one. What was different about that one than the previous one? I don't even know. Okay. And then we pop the next one. That's 40 times 8, which is going to give us 6 garbage. Okay, let's see if that is what happens. So we should get a 50 times 2 first. 50 times 2. And there's actually 2 garbage that showed up. Whereas this is saying 1 garbage. Something is definitely different here. That's very interesting. I can't change these in the middle of it. Okay, so we already have a bit of a discrepancy here. So the next thing we should get should be 40 times 8. Indeed, it says 40 times 8, so that's the same. And that's supposed to give us 6 garbage. So we have that extra one. So it's one more, it looks like. So let's see if there's 6 or 7. My guess is we're going to see 7. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if this calculation is a little different, that would mean that the dividing number would be higher or lower. Oh God, my math failures. I'm gonna do an embarrassing little calculation to figure that out, because I don't know. So for example, if we had 500 points and divided that by 70, that would give us 7. If we had 500 points and divided it by, yeah, less is gonna be a bigger number, by 60, that'll give you more. That makes sense. So let's come over here and let's start this over. And I'm going to now set it to 60 garbage rate. See if that equals our result. Now, it could be something else. It could be like not garbage rate. Maybe it's the score. I don't know. Okay, now step through it. 50 times 2. See, it's still not the same because it should be giving us 2, not 1. But it did ultimately equal an extra one. Interesting. Assuming everything here is quite correct. Okay, there we got 2. But that gives us 2 extra. So unless the... Oh dear. Unless the garbage rate is between 50 and 60, changing the garbage rate is not the full picture here. Which is kind of surprising. What is pop limit? I don't even understand. Puyo Puyo pop limit. I think this is going to be hard to figure out. That's what I think. What is a pop limit? Let's just try it. I'm just going to change it and see what happens. If I set that to 3, and we step through it. Oh, I see. So that's how many it takes before they get cleared. It's interesting because this gives you like an idea of ways you could play around with it with your own iteration too. Okay, let's try point Puyo 100. We definitely don't want to change pop limit. Okay. That did not give us 2, and ultimately it didn't seem to make any difference whatsoever. If we bring this down to 60 with the point at that, yeah, I don't think we have an exact one-to-one version of this. Which is kind of interesting. We do this classic Puyo Puyo. What if, just out of curiosity, we set it to classic Puyo Puyo? Or Puyo Puyo 2? Like, what happens? Welcome, Raphael. It said the stream will start tomorrow. Someone else said they thought the stream was starting tomorrow, too. Surely I didn't set it to start tomorrow, did I? I hope I didn't. I might have, but I hope I didn't. Scheduled for May 2nd. Oh, that was me! I did that! Wait, today's Thursday? Today's not Friday? Did I start the stream a day early? What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, you guys. Am I just like, do I just like not know how to like keep advice? All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up the stream. Wait. Did I accidentally start the stream on the wrong day? The jam started on the right day, but I streamed on the wrong day. I thought today was Friday, you guys. Does that mean I'm gonna stream twice? Oh no! I don't know what day it is. I don't know what day it is. Yeah, right. You're right. It's totally what I meant to do. It's totally what I meant. I meant to stream today. I just scheduled it wrong. That was the issue. All right. So we're here anyway. Who does that? Why start a day early? I want to apologize on behalf of myself. It's Thursday, the 2nd of May, 2065. In 2065, it would be right. I do apologize for anyone who was planning on being here on Friday. Dang, I guess I should update it on the jam page, huh? Oh dear. Oh man. I tried. You know, I try to be like correct about things, but it's hard. It's hard. It's hard to be like super correct. Okay, now I've changed the history of the universe. I guess I'm not streaming tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream today and tomorrow. Shoot. New devlog tomorrow. Oh man. All right. We'll see. All right. I'm just gonna take this new information in stride and just keep going. Wow, how did that happen? It's hard. Look, and just to punctuate everything, a crunch time devlog tomorrow. I mean, maybe I will. By the way, there is a cat. I forgot to point out. There's a wonderful cat here with us. I there he is. All right. No, it's totally fine. Everything is good. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the fact that this happened. The name of the channel is Hyper Game Dev. As most of you know, the reason why it's called Hyper Game Dev is because I have ADHD. That H stands for hyper, as in hyperactive. And so my ADHD means that sometimes I don't keep track of time good. And here you go. Enjoy the reality of, behold, I should say, the reality of my poor timekeeping skills. I tell you what, I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well. We're gonna do 2 streams. Because I'm not going to have misled anybody. All right? We're going to do 2 streams in a row. I might as well at this point. If I was up for streaming today, like I might as well just stream tomorrow too, right? So you understand the scoring. You do. You get it? I'm glad I'm able to know the Puyo Puyo game. I could become a Puyo. You can become a Puyo. Do a double stream. I think I'm gonna have to do a double streamo, you guys. We're streaming tomorrow as well. I can't not stream when I said I was going to. That would be a fundamental breaking of trust, right? Today is for everyone being vigilant. That's correct. I'm from the future. Wait, no, I'm not. Wait, I am? Nah, come on. Maybe today try to keep it casual, or more like extra. Yeah, maybe. I'll be driving out of town tomorrow, but I'm able to listen as I drive. So it kind of worked out, right? You were able to be here because I did it on the wrong day. See, a blessing in disguise. All right, now look. Can I square the in-game scoring precisely to the simulator? No, I cannot. But it's pretty darn close. It's awfully close. I feel like the closest... I wish I could set this to be like... Cause to me, it's feeling like it's more... like 65. Or 55. If I set this... Because what ended up happening was we got 7 nuisance, or 7 garbage on the other side. 7 garbage when I set it to, or just in the normal game. In here on the simulator, when I set it to 50, the end result is 8. So it gives you an extra one. Now I will say, I do want to, no, is 7. Nope, there's 7. Nope, I won't say anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's all there is to that. So, and then when I ran it in here, on the first clear, there were 2 at the top. And then after that, there were 7, ultimately. If I set the garbage rate to 50, we see there's 2. But by the time we get to the next clear, it's too many. It's 1 too many. If I set this to 60 and we step through, there's only 1, where there should be 2. And then if I skip to here, now it's what, oh, you can't see it. Now it's what it ultimately was. Yeah. No, I'm glad. You know what? I'm glad it worked out this way. Game like Jam is like the opportunity to hit the ground running and like, let's go, let's do stuff, let's be here, let's hang out, let's make games. So I'm strapped in for extra streams this month. It's totally fine. I think it's for the best. Thanks, Kai. Yeah. So this makes me think that, like, I mean, I guess I could calculate it. This makes me think that it's actually somewhere between that, potentially. So if I were to do, okay, the score, but what is the score? I don't actually know what the score is. Let's see, it was 40, okay, let me check it out again. 50 times 2, so 100, right? Let's do the math. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's good to know in general. So 100, if I do that divided by 65, that's still not 2. That's still not 2. But if I do 100 divided by, oh, sorry, 55, not 65. 100 divided by 55 is what we're checking. That's 1.8. Dang, that's still not enough. 100 divided by 50, however, is 2. Crazy. You're doing a different game jam? Procrastinating on a different game jam? Alright, that's fair. I mean, look, Danny is the most popular game dev content creator to ever exist. So, it's understandable that his game jam would take precedence over Hyper Game Dev. Who's Hyper Game Dev? No one knows who that is. It makes sense. It's only fair that the most popular game dev YouTuber ever would pull from every other community. It just makes sense. How could it not happen? Ends on Saturday. Well, you know, and that's kind of why I want the Game Like Jam to be so long. Sunday. Because if people have other obligations, you know, there's a whole month to potentially work it out. All right, so that gives us the 2 if we're, but it has to be, right, 100 divided by 50. Only 100 divided by 50 can equal 2. 50 can't be adjusted. So that's kind of crazy, right? It kind of doesn't make any sense anymore. If I got 2 Puyo or 2 garbage after that first one, there has to be something else at play. And it makes me wonder if my score, I'm going to rewind again. It makes me wonder if my score prior to clearing that, let me see what my score was prior to clearing it. If that didn't factor into it somehow. There has to be something else going on here. Okay, so that's like what it looks like. Okay, actually I have to fast forward a bunch. Okay, I got it. So my score was 69 before the Puyos popped. And then it went up to 99 on the first one. Okay. So if we were to do that, but that's less than 100 also. Wait, it only sent one garbage. It didn't send two garbage. I seem to have misremembered the reality. Oh, so I cleared one first. That's why there was one Puyo ahead of time. Wait. Okay, I actually misremembered history. Wait, no, that was a previous one. All right. Just don't listen to me. Let's just do another one. You know what? I'm bored with this. Let's do another test. This isn't going well. I'm just gonna do another run because I've completely lost meaning of what these numbers are. We're just gonna do it again. No, not this one, because I'm gonna get destroyed. I need training, alright? I have my Puyo Puyo training wheels on right now. Okay, drop this down. So I'm hoping to get, like, a proper chain, ideally. Don't really care how that chain happens, as long as it happens. Alright, so this is something right here. It's about to be two chains together. So I'm gonna recreate this. Two reds. A few reds over here. Some greens over there. What I'm kind of hoping for is just to find that, like, base formula that we can just share. Because I think that's gonna help folks making their games, is just to know what those values are. Okay, here we go. I've got this set to 70 and 50. We're gonna put this on Puyo Puyo. And then we're gonna step through it and see what happens. So we get 80 times 3 and 3 garbage as a result. Wow, that's so much less than the other one. Actually, Timeless, so, funny thing, I actually confused the days. I thought today was the live stream day. It actually was scheduled for tomorrow. Believe it or not, you're early. We're both early. Glad to have you here, Timeless. I made a terrible error. And I thought today was Friday. I guess I was just anxious for the week to be over. But I'm going to still stream tomorrow anyway. We're going to do 2 stream days in a row to make up for it. Time is crazy, man. Everyone, all of you guys are too early, which honestly for ADHD, like, that's a pat on the back. It's funny, like, how ADHD can lead to being late, right? I feel like we notice that more because there's so many bad consequences. But ADHD can also lead to us being too early. Right, exactly. Like, the month started and I'm like, okay, that must mean it's time to stream. Pat yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. I saw the notification today and was confused because I thought the stream is tomorrow, but I ain't complaining. Okay. I mean, a couple of you said that at the beginning. You were like, oh, I thought this was tomorrow. And I was like, nope, it's today. Oh, man. Oh, man. You don't have ADHD or you don't have time? Okay. All right, that's fair. I wish I didn't have time. Wait. Okay, so 80 times 3. Now that's a lot less Puyo, which is kind of interesting if that happened. At least it wasn't yet. That's true. That's right. It's better than it having been yesterday. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I need to move that chat. I can't even get anything fit in on the screen. It like just doesn't fit. Like I could zoom it. Yeah, maybe I'll zoom it. Right, not have time. If there was no time, there would be no us. At least it wasn't on Frogger like stream. Yeah. That I didn't do the Frogger like stream. You still don't get this game? I mean, the game basically is about matching 4 colors together. And then when you match 4 colors, depending on how many combos you get, especially, yeah, it's difficult. It's really hard. Depending on how many combos you get, you'll send more nuisance or garbage to the opponent. And the more garbage you send, the more difficult it is for the opponent to succeed, and therefore they'll stack up and lose. There is like some, I found some like guides for the game being like easier. Puyo Puyo, I'm all in. Let's go. I love to hear it. Can't wait to see what you come up with, Joshua. Yeah, GTR. That's exactly what I was about to pull out. You already know. You already know. So I was going to add this to the community resources here. But I found this image, which is pretty useful. And it explains... You played this competitively? Are you serious? I mean, yeah, this game is, like, played competitively. Yeah, dude, garbage management is so hard. I agree. Yeah, so this is the GTR, essentially. And so what you're supposed to do is kind of create, like, an L shape. Can we, yeah, just give me, thank you. Create this like L shape right here. And then in theory, what you would do is keep stacking it up, whoops, to the point where here's another L shape, right? If you clear that yellow, that green is gonna fall on top and clear those greens. And then that red is gonna fall down here and it's gonna clear those reds. So it's kind of like getting like this L shape and then wrapping the other color around it. Not only that, but when that red clears, those blues are gonna collapse down and clear. And not only that, but then that green is gonna come down and clear. You said that in the present tense. You play Puyo Puyo Tetris competitively. It's a game where both games swap randomly while you're playing. I've seen that. I've not played it myself. Wow. I didn't know it was random, that it was between Tetris and Puyo Puyo. That's crazy. I assumed that like the players would choose, oh yeah, I main Tetris or I main Puyo. Like you like pick your character or something. But really you just pick like whether you want to do Tetris or Puyo Puyo. That's wild. That it's like random. That's kind of cool though. I could see that like really adding to like the competitiveness or the challenge. That's so cool. Cause like, man, I suck at this game. So like Rolric, I'm right there with you. I also have a resource that I want to add. Here, let me make sure I do add these resources for you guys. You can do that too. It's been years though. Wow. Hey Pawn. Thank you Josh and Pawn and Rolric for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. I appreciate you all so very much. Please do not be a WebP image. Thank you. That doesn't help me. Even though it's a great file format, it's just not very well supported. So Puyo Puyo will be a big challenge. I think it can be, but remember, you can. The idea of the game jam is to make something like Puyo Puyo. So if you, for example, don't want to do the AI stuff, just cut it out, right? I feel like the essence of the game is the matching 4, and yeah, like just matching 4 and clearing lines. You know, there's some other extra things, right? The combos. The garbage, but I think you can come up with other ways to implement that kind of stuff. You're gonna try coming after that most like the original award again. Nice, nice. I love that. Yeah, so Joshua, by the way, earlier we looked at one of the Frogger likes before you got here, Josh. And the Frogger like that we looked at was made by Joshua, in fact. The Pico Froge game. That was by Joshua. Got that first place in that category. So this is what Joshua made using Pico 8, mind you, which was incredibly suitable or fitting for Frogger because it kept Josh in that like kind of classic limitation, which worked really well for this 80s style game. So yeah, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see what you come up with for this time around. That's awesome. Yes, let's go. And it was, you learned Pico 8 using this. That's so cool. Yeah, watch out. If you guys are trying to compete in this game jam, watch out. Joshua's a fierce competitor. That's awesome. Rolrick, I don't know how helpful this will be. Oh, here, yeah, this is the one. But I do have this link about countering garbage. There's a big garbage drop every 70 points. Oh, interesting. I'm trying to figure out if this one actually does have 70 points. So this page outlines some ways to like manage garbage. So it might be a helpful one. I'm gonna make sure these links are in the let me put them in there now. Are on the community resources page. You don't know how this game works? Yeah, I'll play it again. Here, I'll just play it again in a second. Let me add some more stuff. So this community post is just on the jam page. Gameplay techniques. And I'm actually gonna make this a list. This game is 4 in a row cleaner, but every 70 points need to manage garbage. Yes. That your opponent gets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it. You pretty much got it. It's helpful because when you guys explain it too, it helps me even see like how it is. Okay, so this is chain making technique. Match chain making technique GTR. Okay, and then for that, I just want to add an image. I mean, maybe it's possible. Maybe Itch will upload a web p. We'll see. I'll try. Yeah, of course. Got to. I got to. Oh, but if I just put the image in here, that probably won't be good either. Each multiple of 70 points is one drop. Oh, maybe actually if I upload it and then I can link it after uploading it will probably be good. Let's do that. Hopefully Itch doesn't remove it. Oh yeah, it doesn't seem to like WebP. Yeah, Itch doesn't like WebP. Well, that's inconvenient. Alright, let me try and convert it. 1500 by 1200. Alright, I'm gonna make a new thing here. $1,500 by 1200. True, that's true. Yeah, you're right. There are format converters. Yeah, I could also use that. We'll just use this. Okay, download it. And then I'll upload it. We'll just convert it by hand. Okay. Now I don't really want that big ol' image on there. So now that I've put it on the itch server, I'll paste just the URL, please. Just the URL. Here, let's do it like this. Okay. And then garbage/nuisance management. Okay, let's also do that simulator. Chain simulator. Where did that go? I got so many windows open. Okay, let's close some. Not that one. Alright. I know, I'm deep in it. Set up example boards and run them, step through them, etc. Can adjust formula settings as well to see how scoring works. And then I think we should put that link that we got from Bart's on here. Scoring formula, scoring/garbage formula. I'll definitely give a shout out to Bart's for that. That was... Did I lose that window? I think I did lose that window. I thought I put it on the clipboard. No, it's here. There it is. I don't know if you have an itch account, Bart's, but I'd be happy to link it on here if you, at any point, want me to. Might even add the, like... Is there a way just to link directly to the nuisance formula, I wonder? I feel like that's probably the most useful part of this. Let's see if we can. nuisance formula. Yeah, give me that one. I'm gonna do that one. Nice. What's your itch name? See exactly how garbage / nuisance is calculated. Oh, it's just Bart's. It's literally your name. I'm like, what is it? Is it complicated? Nope. Credit where credit is due. Okay. Alright. Think we got everything on here. Great. So hopefully that helps y'all out a bit. Awesome. Alright, so there's... Let me make sure we have the cleanest version of the link. Yep. And there you go. There's the link to the community page if you want to keep track of these things as we add them on here. All right. Well, Bart's is like, it's 70. So I'm inclined to trust you, but let's play it a little more. I want to confirm it. I want to understand it. You know what I really want to do? I want to start building it. Like, that's what I'm most compelled to do. Because, like, yes, I want to break it down and have a great mind map and everything, but sometimes I get a little bored with the breaking it down. And I just want to, like, I want to have something to test, you know? That's just me.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. Trying to get a little twofer combo. That is not what that's gonna be. Okay, this is promising. This is promising. Give me some purple. Come on, give me that purple. Okay, we got purple. Alright, so it actually is already telling me that that was 40. So when this purple clears, those greens are going to fall down. And those greens are going to clear. And actually, we're going to get a whole nother chain because that yellow is going to fall down. And it's going to clear that as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, it feels good. Okay. And then... where's the calculator? Or the simulator? Here it is. Oh, it's gonna do this again? I don't know why this emulator does that, but I despise it. It makes this a lot harder. I think I'll just screenshot it. And then open it. Okay, so that's what I have to recreate. Just to see if everything lines up. And I think I have my settings correct here. I'm pretty sure. 7050 classic Puyo Puyo. It looks... now this is if 70 is true. Okay, let's start it over. Add a yellow down here. Get some reds. Add up the perps. Drop in the greens. Missed a perp. Oh, uh-oh. That's too much. Okay, purple down here, Mr. Red. and then the yellows. Okay, so I think that's our board. Now the prediction that it's making is at first we'll get 40 times 1, which we already see here. I've got 40, which is 40 times red. 40 times 1. Oh, I'm missing a red. Am I? Maybe it was... Oh, you're right. I am. Oh, I put a purple. Thank you. We gotta be exact. How did I do that? Nice catch, Rorik. Okay. So we step through it. It's gonna say 40 times 1. Which indeed, we see we have 40 here from that first purple clear. So far, so good. Step through it again. The next one's going to be 70 times 12. Wow. Because there's so many of them. So the number of Puyo. So before we only got 4. I mean, it's giving 10, right? Because we cleared 4. 4 times 10 is 40. So it seems like there's that, which may already be, I mean, maybe we already know this somehow, somewhere. I'm still not sure I quite understand what is going on up here. Score equals 10 times number of Puyo cleared in the chain. Okay, yeah, this is pretty useful, actually. Oops. Plus point Puyo bonus. When Puyo are involved in the chain, the scoring formula changes slightly to include the addition of a point Puyo bonus. What? There's also scoring for how fast you get to the bottom. Oh, man. Oh, you mean like if you get all clear? I've seen that, if that's what you mean. Like when there's nothing left on the board. I don't know. I still don't really understand what the point Puyo bonus is. This is pretty complicated. I guess we should put the group scoring on the other thing. It's pretty important. Okay. Well, let me count. How many do we have over here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that at least makes sense, right? Times 10. When you want to get faster, it will score 1 point for each time you hold down. Hold down to the button faster. You know, I've noticed that the points increase when you move. I hadn't figured that out yet. Is that what that is? So the faster you play, you get more points. That's crazy. I gotta give you a credit for that one. That is an important discovery. This is good learning, man. This is such good learning. Thank you for helping that come together. I'm just gonna remove this for now. We don't need those. Okay. So indeed, once we get that next step, it's 70. But it's 70 times 12. Where does this times come from? Times number of Puyo cleared in the chain. Times CP plus CB plus GB. Color bonus. Plus group bonus. Plus chain power. Oh my god. Okay, so this isn't actually relevant, I don't think, for our game. I think chain power was introduced later on. It says in all of the Puyo Puyo games, but then it only lists... Oh wait, classic? That says Puyo Puyo 2, which is the second one. I don't know what this is with the little squiggly and the N. What does that mean? No, that's not it. So I don't think any of these are ours, the one that we're playing. These are all different. So it makes me think that that doesn't exist in this one. I could be wrong, but I think maybe that scoring, there is no chain power. So then, if that's true, it would just be color bonus plus group bonus. Color bonus is calculated how many different color Puyo were cleared in the chain. Oh. So we're already on the second color. Right? First I cleared the purples. Yeah, first we cleared the purples. So that's one color. So really it's not just colors, it's just literally a chain tracker. If I'm understanding that correctly. Right? Wouldn't that be just like a chain bonus, essentially? I guess not, because I guess if you cleared the same color twice, it wouldn't increase the color bonus, because it's the same color. The values used are different for classic scoring and fever scoring. Okay, we're probably in classic scoring, I would guess. Wow. So then we should get a bonus of 3. Okay, so far, because there's 2 colors in it so far. The purple. And then the green. So that's 2 colors. So that means we get 3 extra little bonus. Whoops. That it's multiplier, really. And then there's the group bonus. Okay, this was the other thing that Bartz was talking about. How many Puyo are in the group? What is a group? Is a group like if I do 2 chains, one, and let's say both of those chains have 4, would the group be 8? Or, I don't even know what the alternative, I mean, it has to be what that means, right? Because that's not like the number of Puyos. I'm guessing that's what that means, but correct me if I'm wrong. So if that's true, we've got 4 and then 7, which is going to then equal 11. The group is just the amount of Puyos pooped. I said pooped. How can you not? Puyo popped, pooped. It's pooped. Pooped. They do kind of look like little poops, though. Little magical jelly poops. Yes. The number... So, okay. Well, that's interesting, because then it's differentiating the number of Puyos cleared in the chain. Although, is that... Okay, so is that what I thought group was? So if 4 get cleared, that kind of maybe makes... I don't know, but wait, it doesn't seem that different. I guess I'm trying to understand the difference between those two. I bet it won't do it, but I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I bet it can't figure it out. What's the difference between... I'm gonna say PC and GB. I'm gonna test it. See if it can actually... Nice. It can study some documentation. PC stands for Puyo cleared, which represents the number of Puyo eliminated in a chain. GB, or group bonus, is a multiplier based on the size of individual groups of Puyo cleared within that chain. Why did that not help me? They sound the same to me. Help me understand why they're different. Counts how many Puyo disappear from the board when a chain happens. Instead of counting every Puyo individually, it looks at how many were connected together before they disappear. What? Imagine clearing 10 Puyo in 2 separate groups. One with 6 connected Puyo and another with 4. The Puyo cleared would be 10. But the group bonus... Oh, if that's correct, assuming that what it's saying is correct, and it's ChatGPT, so it makes stuff up all the time. But assuming it's correct, for this, let me move over here. For these greens right here, here's a group of 3. Here's a group of 3. Here's a group of 1. Right? And so when those 3, these 3, and that one all clear together, it's keeping track. It's not just that they don't all become. It's not like this is now a group of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This isn't a group of 7. It's 3 groups. 3 groups. 2 of them have 3 in it, and 1 of them have 1 in it. Is that what I'm understanding correctly? And so when this clears, the group bonus is 3. Because that was the biggest number in that clear. So then my question is it like the overall chain? I mean, if here, I mean, this kind of doesn't make sense. Like if I have 1 that descended upon it, right? Would that be a group of 3 and a group of 1? Or does this become a group of 4 at that moment? I don't know. And even if this was a group of 4, and then we came over here, did that group bonus of 4 apply separately? Or does this group bonus of 3 not matter because 4 was bigger anyway? Or does it add the 3 onto the 4? I don't know. How do you get a group with more than 4 since they clear when there's 4 connected? Maybe they add together? That's a great question, ChatGPT. Can you answer it? Excellent question. That is, I'm gonna word for word put that in there, Bartz. Normally, Puyo clears when there are 4 or more connected, but that doesn't mean you can't have larger groups before they disappear. If a Puyo group is already connected with more than 4 before the chain starts, it counts as a bigger group. Imagine stacking Puyo vertically so that when they fall, they immediately connect into an even bigger group. So then I guess that would mean that this becomes a group of 7. If what ChatGPT is saying is true, then before, 4 was the biggest group. And then once these connected, now 7 is the biggest group. Now that's different than what ChatGPT was saying before, so I'm very confused, and I think it doesn't understand, and it's not actually helping us. Let's say that 2 chains are scored. Okay. For example, chain 1, red and green both clear. Score 80 times 3. Then chain 2, blue of 4 cleared. You cleared and then you cleared and score an extra bonus of 8. Or 4 by 8 for the blue. 40 by 8 for the blue. 240 for the red and green. Then for the blue, 40 times 8 equals 560. What? Huh? What did you just say? So then what would the group bonus be? 2 changes scored. Okay, let's build it. Let's simulate it. We can simulate it. Chain 1, red and green both clear. Actually, let's move this over here. Wait, do I know how to do this? Yeah, I guess we could do this. Okay, there we go. 2 changes scored. Chain 1, red and green both clear. And you're saying that's going to be 80 by 3. Okay, so first... Let me put the chat up top so it's not blocking. Window management. Okay, so that gave us 40 times 1. But then if we step through here, it's saying it's 40 times 8. So I must not be doing exactly what you're saying. Then chain 2, blue of 4 cleared. Okay, so you're adding on top of that. You had 4 red and 4 yellow. Okay. Instead of green. And 4 blue. Okay. Now I gotta figure this out. Okay, if those clear, like this. Okay, that could work. Okay, so there's 40 times 1. 40 times 8. 40 times 16. You were actually seeming like correct there. You said 40 times 8 for the blue? 240 for the red. Red and yellow scored the same. I don't understand. It's confusing. I'm sure what you're saying makes some kind of sense. Okay, so if the group, I'm just gonna suppose, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I'm just gonna suppose that this is a group bonus of 7, because that's the most we're ever gonna have at once here. So if that group bonus is 7, our color bonus at the end of this whole thing should be 3, because I started with purple. That's 1 color. Then green, and then we're gonna get yellow. So that's 3 colors. 3 colors. Color bonus of 3. 6, which gives us 6. I gotta write this stuff down. I can't just hold this in my little head. And then, if indeed our group bonus is 7, then we're going to get plus 4, which is going to equal 10. And then that should be multiplied by our score. But I don't think it is 10. If I step through this, it's 12, and then it's 16. Puyo cleared is the number of Puyos, but group bonus gives points based on the Puyos cleared. Maybe the plus 2 is... Yeah, it could be that. It's definitely a function. It could be the chain power, which I can't seem to find any chain power stuff that specifically relates to this version that we're playing. Oh, it's right here. Why did I not see that? It literally says it. It's like literally the exact thing right there. You're right. Okay, maybe it is that. It would be 8? How do you know? Is this like the number of chains? If there's 1 chain, 2 chain, 3 chain. So if you just get 1, you get no bonus. If you get 2 linked together, you get 8 bonus. 3 linked together is 16 bonus. That must be what that means. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I see. It wasn't there. I didn't see it. People are updating the wiki as the stream goes. No, I'm just kidding. So that's 16. I got 10. So if it was adding 8, well, I actually got 3 in that chain, right? So if that was accurate, we would be adding 16 onto that, which would be 26, which is not at all what's happening here. So I remain confused. I'd have to subtract 10 for this to make sense. And look, at the end of the day, like our games don't have to imitate this formula perfectly. It just doesn't. But it's interesting to pick it apart and just to see like the components that it uses to determine, right? We could assign whatever values we want, wherever we want. This just helps us kind of see like the things that the game itself values. And even then, it changes from game to game. All right, well, I think without further ado, I'm curious what this actually scores out to be, because we haven't actually played this version, which... did not produce as many at all. It produced 1, 2, 3, 4 garbage. Whereas my simulation predicted 12 garbage. But wait, why does it look so different? Wait, why is this a completely different setup? I guess I'm bugging. Okay, I guess these aren't the same. Oh man, what happened?
Pew pew.
I thought I was imitating that. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what chain I'm following. I don't know anything. It's fine. I'm not gonna obsess over the formulas much longer. Incidentally, I do feel like I'm getting better at like chaining things, which is nice. Okay, nice. A chain is incoming. Let's see if I can actually track it correctly. My gosh. Green. Green. Yellows. Yellow. 2 yellows. Purples. Purple, purple. Reds. And reds. Okay, good. So this is the same thing on each side. If I clear it over here, whoops, we step through, we get 50 times 2 first. Step through it again, we then get 90 times 3, which should give us 18 garbage. Let's see if that happens. So the first thing that should hit is 50 times 2. Indeed, it's 50 times 2. Now, why is that 50 times 2? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Puyo in that chain. So the Puyo chain should be 5 out of those purples. And we want to do 5 or 10 times 5, which equals 50. Which makes sense because we got 50 times 2. So that much works out. We don't get a Puyo point bonus as far as we know. Not that I understand what that is, but it doesn't seem to be there. Then we need to multiply that by chain power plus color bonus plus group bonus. Okay. Puyo chain is 5. Our chain power, well, that's only one chain, so that should give us 0. Right. Chain power is 0. Color bonus is 0 because there's only one color. Nice. And the group bonus, you say, is 2. Because there are 5 Puyos in the group. So if we add all those together, that equals 2 and gives us 50 times 2, which is indeed what that says. 50 times 2. So far, so good. Now, if I look over on the right, on the opponent's side, that's 2 nuisance, it looks like so far, that have been generated. Now, this simulator says it should only generate 1. What is that? I don't know. I'm not sure where that extra nuisance is coming from. You know, unless the garbage rate is different somehow. Oh, so the points do factor in. I wasn't sure. I didn't understand if the points only count towards garbage if they're in a chain. But you're saying that the points that already existed calculate in. Okay, let me rewind it. My other screen here. And see what my points were. Oh, nice, Bart. That's awesome. I find it so hard sometimes to research for this. So I really appreciate that you did that. I'm rewinding on my other screen. I should really just show you guys the rewind at this point. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what? We're just gonna put it up here, cause okay. It's basically every 70 points, unless you hold down, then you need to pop first to get the remaining nuisance. Every 70 points. That's a really helpful way to think about it. You may have said that, but I still wasn't sure if that was like with regards to like chains or what. But just in general, every 70 points. This will be so nice if we can just walk out of this with like a perfect formula to share with everybody. That's gonna be so nice. Okay, this is the one. Okay, so before it hit, I had 58 points. Is that what that says? 58, yeah, it says 58. So I had 58 points, and then it connected. So if I had 58, and once it cleared, we got 50 times 2, which is 100, plus 58, that's 158. 158 divided by 70 gives us 2 with 0.25 left over. There it is. Okay, you're right. That score beforehand fits into it. Okay, that is super helpful. Thank you, Bart. Okay, so this is the link that Bart's found. I've occasionally seen in a game where two chains that are the same, say a one chain of 4 Puyo, will send different amounts of garbage. One will send, say, 2 nuisance Puyo, and the other will send 3, or maybe one will send nothing and the other 4. This can be seen especially when 2 players set off chains at once, and one player ends up with 1 or 2 Puyo dropping on the side of their field. I'm not sure what causes this, and the wiki pages on the Puyo Nexus regarding scoring a nuisance Puyo didn't help me either. Can someone explain it to me? Additional bonus factored when you push it down. So you get it at 70, 140. Oh! So if you just think about it like that, that's really cool. Additional damage gets stored for your next attack depending on how many points you've traced by soft dropping your pieces. Wow. Garbage calculated by the amount of points you've gained in total, with each garbage piece worth 70 points. So does that get like used up? Like, is it how many points you've gathered since the last time? So like if I send that garbage over from this last clear, and I start playing more, and I get a higher score. Well, no, because it is being cleared, because it's that remainder that gets saved. So in this case, the remainder that gets saved would be 0.25. And that's what it hangs on to. So it's not, so if you have like a high score and you clear another chain, it isn't going to calculate based on that score over again. It's just going to add to that reservoir of stuff that the remainders. The remainder is going to keep going up, and then it's going to get drained whenever it sends garbage. Basically, sending garbage reduces that remainder. Wow. Okay, this is making a lot more sense. So now I'm thinking how I want to like write this out. For the purpose of like sharing and designing our own calculations. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. And then the freaking speed. Okay, I just need to write this out fresh. Every 70 points scored adds, well, that's not really true, right? When a match is made, garbage, here, let me actually, this is tricky. When a match is made, every 70 points scored equals 1 garbage. So there's also this like remainder reservoir kind of concept. Garbage counter, garbage potential, garbage tracker, potential garbage earned or something. Oh, this is so confusing. If you, okay. If you, I don't know. I don't even know how to like write this. My brain can't handle it. Decimal part added, just make sure that you don't get additional garbage at higher scores. Right, right. Exactly. Exactly. If you used up the one for 70 points. Right, I'm trying to figure out like how to write that in like a succinct way. I mean, obviously there's the formulas, but I feel like there's still something that those kind of like leave out a little bit. So really, it's like everything between the 70s. But it's only when you make a match. So when a match is made, every 70 points scored equals a garbage. Not only that, but every color in the chain score equals 10 times point Puyo's cleared times I forgot what CP is. I forgot. Chain power. Okay. Ten times points cleared times chain power plus color bonus plus group bonus. Yeah, that's a nice, like, clean way of putting it. It's tough because, like, there's no way to, like, reference it without just, like, explaining everything at once. Which is just kind of nuts. Ten times Puyo's cleared, which we'll call PC. I guess I just say Puyo's cleared. 10 times Puyo's cleared times oh, you're gonna bold it automatically? Please don't do that. Times chain points plus color bonus plus group bonus. And then that's for my specific one. So I'm actually going to make a separate section for this. This is nuts. I'm going to put this on a label. Oh, the label can't get longer? Okay. Okay, then I'm going to call this Puyo's cleared. I'm gonna add another one, chain points. Oh, this is kind of tough. I'm just trying to think like how I demonstrate this. If I want to show someone or myself how this works, I kind of want to put that table in there, like with all the chain points listed out. My god, that's a lot of copying and pasting. It only does 24. I can do 24. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alt 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh my god. Dude, that's a lot of cells. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm doing it. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I want the definitive guide on making this game. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Caps at 999, so you need just 10 columns. Wait, really? I was gonna like find that out, but I'm glad that you got there ahead of time. I see, the other ones are there for Puyo Puyo too. Well, it seems to stop there too, but okay. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm glad I found it out sooner. I gotta give both Derek and Bart some credits. Y'all are really helping me today. Alright, so if you get one clear, that gives you nothing. Okay, this is the clown song. It's not supposed to be in there. 8, 16, 32. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's easy. 8, 16, 32. It's like bits. Or bytes. It's crazy. I bet that's not a coincidence. Oh, we don't even need 10 columns. It just jumps from 512 to 999. Which is crazy. Okay. Great. Okay, then I'm gonna make another section over here for chain points. Drag the table in. And then point this to that. Let me get all this crap out of the way. Okay, when a match is made, every 70 points equals 1 garbage. The scoring is score equals, you could even just do 10 Puyos cleared times chain points plus color bonus plus group bonus. Puyos cleared is just Puyos cleared. There's chain points. Add a new one on here for color bonus. Now color bonus I think is... Actually, I don't think it's that obvious. Oh, I had the wrong game open last time. That's why I couldn't find it. I was like, where is my game? I had the wrong version open. Okay, only have one game open at a time to prevent Lise from getting confused. She doesn't deserve that. She doesn't even know what day it is. Hey, what's up, Gab Games? Welcome back. Thanks for supporting the channel. I missed y'all. Hope we're doing well today. I'm breaking down Puyo Puyo. That is this month's Game Like Jam game. Link is in the chat if you want to join up. It helps a lot. Even if you don't plan on making a game, it helps a lot if you just come through here and press that join button, because it means it ranks higher on itch. More people find out about the jam, they find out about this community, and that is always good. So, yeah, Puyo Puyo. Puyo Puyo. It is a game from 1992. You might recognize it by its other names: Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Kirby's Avalanche, and then in the EU, it was Kirby's Ghost Trap. So it goes by many names, but we're doing the Puyo Puyo one. And it's like a match 4 game. It's about matching colors together. And then as you match those colors, it sends garbage over to the opponent that makes it harder for them to match colors. And it just goes back and forth like that until someone can't stack anymore, kind of like Tetris. And then you lose or win. Someone loses. And so I'm just trying to figure out, along with some of y'all, Derek and Bart's are helping me so much, trying to figure out the formula for the points, which is mathy, but really helpful just to really understand like the basics of how the game actually works. So we've got, for every 70 points scored, when a match of at least 4 are made, we're going to get 1 garbage sent over to the enemy, which I'm currently calling potential garbage earned to send over to your opponent. And the scoring works like 10 times the Puyo's cleared. I think we could probably bring this back down to the letters, or the acronyms, since I have it over here on the right. Thank you, Gab. Appreciate it. It helps. It helps a lot. Thank you. Okay. 10 times Puyo's cleared times chain points. I kind of would love, you know what would be nice? What if we did like 10? It's kind of crazy, but, and then we did times Puyo's cleared. Your favorite game developer! That's so nice of you. Maybe I'll, it's kind of hard to use like math notation and then like stop using math notation and it still makes sense. What, am I gonna add the parenthesis up here? This is getting a little messy. I think the readability has been compromised. Just a little bit there. Alright, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. I could also do like 10 times Puyo's cleared. And then we could say that times. That kind of groups it a little bit. Multiply that by chain points plus this and this and this. You play this on an arcade machine? I mean, so again, it did come by other names. It did go by other names. Now, I don't know if arcade machines actually came out in the United States for this game. I'm not sure that that happened. But certainly in Japan, there were arcade machines. In the United States, specifically, it was known as either, or North America, I should say, it was known as either Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine or Kirby's Avalanche. In the EU, it was known as either Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine or Kirby's Ghost Trap. One of those two. So it's possible you played one of those other ones, but I don't know if they had arcade versions. So I don't know if you did play it. If you did play it on an arcade cabinet, it could have been Dr. Mario, because Dr. Mario also has a lot of similarity. If you did play the arcade cabinet, it was probably like a Japanese arcade cabinet. I don't know. This game also came out on Game Gear. If you had 6 blues, it would be... Yeah, back to the math stuff. Also, Cam, thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate you for that. If you have 6 blues, it would be 10 times 6, 60 times. If you got 1 color bonus, 3, plus 1 group bonus of 5 times 2. It looked completely different. It had like knockoff Yoshis as mascots. Whoa. Wait, there was like another one.
Oh no!
What was it called? Like Quirk? Quirks? I forgot. I didn't include that one. Let's see if there's like a version of it. No, not Quirks. Quirks. I have a feeling that one's not gonna be around. But I could be wrong. It was the same game, placing pairs of color blocks in a versus format. Wow. Dude, what did Quirks look like? I don't even know what it looks like. But those aren't knockoff Yoshis. Oh, there's a YouTube video, at least. And, yeah, that's not an arcade machine, and there's not knockoff Yoshis. This is hilarious. This is awesome. This is also a very cool Puyo-like. I mean, it looks like the same thing, though. That's awesome, Cam. I'd love to track down whatever it is that you played. It sounds fascinating. Okay, 10 times Puyo cleared times chain points plus color bonus plus... I know it's a little chaotic. Plus group bonus. Okay. And put all this out of the way. Chain points are that. Color bonus is this. All right, I'll make another table. Link that up. So we only need 2 columns here. But we need a bunch of rows. Oh, you can do multiple. Oh. We need 5. 3, 4, 5. I guess we'll make one extra one. I'm gonna say colors in chain. Now is that in the whole chain? We'll see. I see that Bart's or Derek also has given us some like examples, but I'm still not sure. Oh, this looks ridiculous. It has some weird sizing, you know? Okay, we'll make a fresh one. Millinote does its best. One chain can have 2 or more colors if they cleared at the same time. Wow. Man, that is tricky. Colors in chain cleared at once. Maybe that's how we should word it. Wild. And then bonus. Okay. Whew. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0, 3, 6, 12, 24. Okay. Finally, the group bonus. And the group bonus... Okay. I already forgot what this is. I totally forgot what this is. So, is this like... Oh, man. Where's my simulation? There it is. Just bonus points based on chain power. Based on Puyo's cleared. A group of the same color, for example. If you have 5 blues in the group, it is added to. So here there's 4. Well, we have 4 yellows. So our group bonus is 4 on this first part. For group would be 0. Oh, right. I have to, let me make the chart. I should do that. Okay. But yeah, 0 is 4. Okay. +11, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 2 columns. I might reword that, Puyo's in group, to like make more sense to me, but we'll leave it for now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11 plus. Sure, yeah, why not align it differently? Bonus 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 10. Wow, it really jumps there. Okay. So that's the group bonus, but I would love to just have a better understanding what a group bonus means. Okay, so right now it's 4, which means my bonus is 0. It's kind of obvious now that you understand it better. Nice. I want that. I want that wisdom. Okay, so now there's 4 more. We're still in the same chain, all right? Does this have a separate 4 group bonus? Or is my group bonus now 8 because 4 more are in there? My guess is that, okay, I don't even know what my guess is, because I'm assuming that's wrong, that my group bonus is not 8. However, if I got 4 here, and then this is 4, does that mean I get 2 0 group bonuses? It'll be the second chain where red is cleared in the chain, then third would be blue. Right, so that would be a 3 color bonus, but group bonus wise, is that just 0 across the board? Like, so 3 zeros, right? 1 set of 4, 0 bonus. 2 sets of 4, 0 bonus. 3 sets of 4, 0 bonus. So we got no group bonus. Okay, so Puyo's in group per match set. Per matching set. Okay, so then my question would be, let's say we have this extra blue here, right? Once we get to those blues, that would be 5. So that means our bonus would become 2. Oh look, and this went up to 18 from 16. So that kind of makes sense. It was 16 before, when there were only 4 blues, but now it's 18. Well, to that end, let's add an extra one on here. So now it's going to be 6. So is that going to say 19? It does say 19. Okay, all right. Let's say I add on an extra red. Is it going to stay 19 unless something else affects it? Because what I would think this means is, oh, I don't know. Is our group bonus, I guess at this moment, is our group bonus +2? Do we get +2 right here? And then right here, do we get +3, equaling +5? Or do we only get +3 because the biggest group was 6? It's only times 19, but we have more points. But we didn't get more bonus. So indeed, they don't stack. The blues, it's so whatever is the highest group in a chain is your bonus. One chain is +0. 2 chain is +2. 3 chain is +3. Oh yeah, just like in general. If 2 groups pop at the same time, it's at least 5 points. Right, so these didn't pop at the same time. But I think I'm understanding that correctly, right? That like, even though we had 5 Puyos in a group per match, it's not really per matching set. It's Puyos in largest group of full chain. Seems like what it is. But that's not even true, because Bart's is saying, I think, that if they pop at the same time, then they stack. So let's try to simulate that. Right here. So I'll put the red on, or we'll put, well, but then that's not gonna come down as a chain, is it? I don't even know how to I don't even know how to do this. I don't think there's any way to just like only increase how many pop at once without increasing anything else. Without breaking the whole chain situation. I guess if I put a blue here. Nah. Oh, we can put them up in the air. It'll be the largest group of color that scores. Oh, so even if they pop at the same time? Whoa, what have I done? So like right here on that run, it's 90 times 5. Oh no, that added, wait, what? Oh, but that's different. Oh man, this is hard. Make 3 separate groups that come into contact when the green pops. 3 separate groups that come into contact when the green pops? I didn't see a green in that last one, but I feel like you just said the wrong color or something. Oops. Okay, 3 different groups. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that is one thing about this game, right? It relies too much on color. Now, the Puyos do have like a slightly different shape between the colors, but I don't think it's enough. I feel like this game is really colorblind unfriendly. Okay, now I'm trying to remember what I had it set up as. I think I had it something like this, basically, more or less, with different colors. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe, so then, if I have same color with 2 groups of the same color, you can tell the difference, right, but doesn't mean you can identify them. Right, so you can still play. It's just like you can't describe it. If I have same color with two groups of the same color, then the largest group is taken for group bonus. Okay. That's pretty much all I needed to know, though. Right, so if we've got this happening, the group bonus here would be 5, which means we would get ×2, not including all the other bonuses. So that says ×5. The reason why it says ×5, we have 2 colors, which means we get 3. So we get a color bonus of 3. The chain bonus is nothing, because there's only, well, I guess that's 2 chains. So wait, why didn't we get 8 extra? Something doesn't seem right there. If that's ×5, actually, I'll move this over here. What am I missing here? They all popped. Oh, you're right. That wasn't a chain. So it wouldn't even be right to call that a chain. Right? There's like chains, and then there's just like multi-matching or something. Got it. Okay. Alright, so then if we were to test that further, if I add an extra red on here, the same chain point. Right, they popped at the same chain point. So it's not, so with chain points, so, whoa, so it's really just like chain point. It's kind of interesting, like the point that it is a chain, like it's a chain at the first point, it's 0. If it's a chain at the second point in the chain, then it's 8. That's crazy. Chain is one check of all poppable at one moment. Then they fall and there's a chain again. That is a great little definition right there. I love that. Oh, chain power. My bad. Chain power. I just made it up. I hallucinated. A chain, I love that, is one check of all poppable Puyos. A chain is one check of all poppable Puyos at a single moment. Plus one chain equals all popped Puyos. All popped Puyos at a single moment. Wow. Wow. Okay. It's so hard to figure out how to like organize this information in like an intuitive way. All right, but we're really getting to the logic of it, like generally speaking. I gotta give you guys more credits. Y'all are just like, y'all are making this possible. Okay, so then this is going to be, since there's 6, Puyos is the largest group in this full chain. The bonus is going to be 3 plus the number of colors bonus, which is going to be also 3. So that means this should be 6 is what we ultimately get when I step through it. Indeed, 100 times 6. Wow. Okay. Now that's just for the multiplier. When a match is made, I'm even just gonna, well, we can keep that. Okay, let's say this is well, I think maybe I'll do it like this. Let's say base points scored. Oh, and let's actually make that a column. I'm trying to just get it intuitively displayed, but we pretty much got the logic of it. Big thanks to Bartz and Derek for that. My god. I don't think I could do it without them. Basically certain I couldn't. Okay, base points scored is 10 times Puyo's matched per, I'm trying to think of like a word for it. So it's like, let's say per Puyo's cleared per match. That's the base score. And then we have the multiplier. Which is chain points plus color bonus plus group bonus. So really we would call that, so it's a chain all Puyos popped at a single moment. All clear Puyos in a single match. Plus one chain equals a new match Yeah, I feel like that kind of makes sense now. So when a match is made, we get plus one chain per per new match. Okay. This is about as logical as I think that's going to get. So then as far as the garbage calculation goes, right, we still got to get that right, which I think we kind of do. So that produced 8 garbage. This right here produced 8 garbage. So if we think about 100 times 6, that's 600. Divided by 70. Equals 8.57. So really we'd want this like after the score is completed. When a match is made, it does all this stuff. It calculates it based on all of this. Trying to think how to like make this flow. And it's kind of hard though. There is a particularly elegant way to do that. I guess I could put it over here. There's also the thing about getting points for making it go faster. You're right. You're right. Oh my god. Alright, I gotta remember that. I'm not even ready for that yet. Holy crap. So actually, we are kind of ready for that, because what I'm trying to figure out is how many... Because those points, even though it goes to your overall number, what it's really benefiting is... how much garbage you get to send over. So you're right, there's one extra component. So it's not just when a match is made. So scoring should really be its own entire thing. I even think we could put the chain thing. Each new non-simultaneous match equals +1 chain. Or maybe I'll just say +1 chain equals each new non-simultaneous match. That kind of makes sense, actually. Taking out the trash to the neighbor's yard. That is a hilarious iteration for this game. Oh my gosh. Someone please make that for the Game Like Jam. What? Throwing trash in your neighbor's yard. Chef's kiss. Fantastic. Derek says, I will. I have accepted this as my mission. I will not let you down. Dude, that's so good. Try not to steal that idea, everybody. Okay, so scoring is kind of its own unit that happens. Because it's not just... I would even say... we could say there's like match points. Right? Match-based points that happen versus movement-based points. It makes you realize how much of this game comes down to the scoring. According to the Reddit comment, you can get the trash only at the moments of popping. So if you hold down and get enough points for a trash, you need to pop something for it to send over. You can get the trash only at the moment of popping. So if you hold down and get enough points for a trash, 70 at a time. So the hold down method is only beneficial if you're doing it on a match. Otherwise, you have to wait until the next match for that remainder to do something, is it? And then you don't, because here's the other thing about this game, right? It's not just about how many garbages can you send over to your opponent, but how many at once can you send? Because if you send like one here, one there, one here, one there, two here, three there, that's not a big deal. But if you send stacks of them, now you're punishing your opponent. So I think maybe that's what that's implying, is that you can only really punish your opponent with stacks or punish your opponent with stacks and get a bonus from moving down in a meaningful way, moving down quickly, if you're moving down quickly into a match amidst matches. Oh, I gotta try this. That was typing. I don't know if you're typing to play this game. Good luck. Okay, so we have scoring. And from scoring, we have not only match-based points, but movement-based points. And so the garbage is calculated based on the score that you have at the moment of a match. Well, that's not quite true. It's the score you have at the moment of a match. It's like the score that hasn't been calculated into your potential garbage earned. Or something. Oh, Travis is being so cute. Oh, boy, is so cute. Wanna rub that belly? Rub, 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 rub. He was like, no. Movement-based points. Okay. So we're still gonna figure that out. And once you have your score, and this is all what happens when a match is made, but actually it's before a match being made. Truth be told, that's all before a match is made, the movement points. Or in the middle of making matches. They call it a drop bonus. I don't like that. Maybe it's my hubris to want to rename things. But my ambition, I appreciate that record. That's important to have on record. Maybe I'll call it drop bonus in parentheses. Drop bonus. Let's call it that. But like drop bonus, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? Oh, no, that's not what drop bonus is. I see what you're saying. Drop bonus is like the movement-based points. Ah, gotcha. That actually is more intuitive. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right. So the scoring adds to the potential garbage earned. No. New arrow. Listen to me. Thank you. Every 70 points equals 1 garbage. I feel like that is a helpful way to think about it. So you want to say score divided by 70 equals garbage earned. Garbage. I'm gonna say potential garbage to send over. Score divided by 70 equals garbage to send over. I.e. every 70 points scored equals 1 garbage. But that's only on a match. But it's actually through a chain. I don't even know how to hook this up. I guess I'll put a label. When chain is complete, potential garbage to send over is calculated. Yes, garbage can be dropped over on the next match. Although, the next chain. The next chain. Because it's going to go through... So if you get... So I put 3 here, put that there. When we get this, it's not going to send the garbage yet. It's calculated 8 garbage, but it's not going to send the garbage until that chain is done. Now it's going to send 13 garbage. Now, whatever is left over when you divide the score by 70, so in this case, if we divide 920 by 70, that equals 13.14. So you can see that has a garbage of 13, but there's 0.14 left over. So now on the next chain, which is kicked off by the next match, in that, at the end of that next chain, 0.14 would be added on to whatever your score is after the next chain. And then that's how much garbage you would send. Remainder is used after next chain. Remainder is combined into the next chain's garbage calculation. So it's keeping track of a remainder. So this would be stored in like a garbage remainder variable, or potential garbage to send over variable, which would be calculated by score divided by 70. No, it has to be new score. Right? So if your score is already 920, and you get another 920 on top of that, does that mean it's 1840 divided by 70? I don't think so. I think it's just the score that you get during or since the last chain? I actually have no idea. You subtract what you already used. Okay. So it is how much you've gained since the last chain. So that means the game has to keep track of... It basically is going to be... Okay, wow. There's different variables. I don't even know where to put this. Variable current score since the last drop. Since the last drop? Or full chain? No? Variable current score. Variable score since last drop. Since last chain. No? I see what you're saying, because, well, yeah, well, no. You could still drop stuff, but like once you send a chain and then the garbage goes over, I would guess it starts calculating the score again. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. For sure. So the score since last chain, in theory, is really what gets calculated into the garbage. Jesus. Okay, so if I drop this in here, another variable, score since last chain. When chain is complete, I guess I should make this its own thing. When chain is complete, so movement and or matches leads to scoring. Movement that you make and or matches that you make leads to scoring. When a chain, and that calculates these things separately. It calculates your current score based on the movement base points, the drop bonus, and the match base points. When the chain is complete, it's going to start calculating the new score, which starts doing that again. Which is, you know, just this, it's just the same thing again. When a chain is complete. So then your score since the last chain, or the beginning, obviously. Score since, I guess I should clarify that. Score since last chain, unless first chain. Then this leads to calculating the potential garbage to send over. Wow. That's kind of a lot. So let me see how this flow is going. Movement and or match made leads to scoring, which should create a variable based on movement base points and match base points. Whenever that chain is complete, it's going to calculate the score since the last chain, unless it's the first chain. Then it's the score since you started. It's going to look at movement base points, drop bonus, or match base points, and then it's going to give you potential garbage to send over. Wasn't scoring the whole point of arcade machines? People love high numbers. Definitely. Well, I think the whole point of arcade machines was being so punishingly difficult. And yes, trying to get high scores, that you would keep putting quarters into the machine so that way they could make more money. But yeah, then the high scores would give you that, in theory, motivation to try to have your name up on the scoreboard, for sure. It's interesting, you know, it's like this game where you're competing against players in the game, so you can be the best at beating players to beat the other players who beat other players. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Alright, I don't know if this all really makes the most sense, if I'm being honest. Because this is just like displayed, right? So like displayed 2-player, and the other one is just tracked. Unless first chain not displayed to player. That's why they use points in hundreds, so the number looks higher and more addictive. That makes sense. It's also worth considering that this game wasn't first an arcade game. And I wonder how different... I mean, look, they don't even consider it. If you know, look, if you come on here, it's not even like... I don't even think it's in the list of games. Oh, it is! There's one. There's this one. Which I kind of thought was even like too simple for our jam, so that's why I didn't pick it. And it actually removes the whole AI component. Which kind of feels like, I don't know, the game? But I do wonder if the scoring isn't quite different. They have a gray color, mystifyingly enough. Well, there's certainly no down bonus on this. 40 times 1. You know, it just might have been more that, like, the game already was well suited for an arcade game. So it still kind of has that vibe, but you know, again, this is coming off of the 80s, where like video games were arcade games, pretty much, besides ones that are on like the computer. But I feel like most of the access people probably had to games was arcades, so it makes sense that it would have been inspired by that anyway. But already, I mean, I feel like you can get better scores. I don't know what... I can try to get a chain. Oh god, it's so much harder to control. These controls are terrible. What in the world? It still goes up pretty high. Anyway. Hey, what's up, Nantabi? Yeah, so this is not the version that we're making for the Game Like Jam, but it is very similar to Tetris, and it was inspired by Tetris. Although it is quite different, but it does look Tetris-y, right? So this is for our Game Like Jam this time around, and Puyo Puyo is the game. Puyo Puyo, the 1992 version, which has a nice little story to it. You might recognize it by its other names. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, same game, different characters. Also Kirby's Avalanche, or alternatively, Kirby's Ghost Trap. This particular version is a little more than that one we were just looking at. It's got a few more complexities to it, but it has like this kind of like not story built into it. And Yeah, so it's kind of actually more like Dr. Mario if you've played that one, where you match these colors based on these two single pieces, or these, you know, where Tetris has like the Tetraminos, this has two pieces together. And then you just match 4 in a row and it clears. And ideally, you set up these like chains. So like I might be able to set up a chain here. If I break those yellows, the reds will fall. I just have to be a little careful I don't mess it up for the sake of example. Okay, here we go. So if I drop that yellow down, then the red breaks down, and then you get these extra little garbages that come over onto the opponent, which makes it harder for the opponent to succeed. And then, similar to Tetris, once it stacks up to the top, and the opponent can't drop anymore, or you can't drop anymore, then that player loses. And it just goes on like that. So that's the game, Puyo Puyo. I'll put the link in the chat. Join up, guys, if you can. If you haven't joined up, even if you don't think you're going to make a game, hit that join, because it means more people are going to find out about this jam. It ranks higher on itch.io, so appreciate it if you're willing to hit the join button. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're trying to break it down. We've got a pretty good hold on the math, and at this point, big thanks to Bartz and Derek for that. And at this point, I'm just trying to explain it with a chart as good as possible. +1. Thank you for joining it. Appreciate it, Kai. It helps a lot. So yeah, I'm just trying to break it down and understand how it all works so we can make it. Score divided by 70 equals garbage to send over. Right. Remainder is combined into the next chain's garbage calculation. I mean, I think this is pretty straightforward. I almost feel like I don't need this. I feel like we could just say just trying to think of the nicest way to represent this. If I say scoring, as we're clicking on buttons, remember to click that like. That's true. That's true. You know, I've heard that you shouldn't ask too many asks at once, because otherwise it overwhelms folks and they're more likely to do neither. So I tend to try to keep my asks minimal. But since you said it, yeah, press that like button. It helps a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna put in here current score, cumulative score. I don't even know if I want to do that. Spin your monitor by 180 and dislike. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, I should say that. I'll try to remember that. Score since last chain, unless it's the first chain. Not shown to player. And then maybe we can just have this all come from here. Just to minimize this a little bit. But the movement base points are calculated all along the way. That's the thing. That's what kind of complicates it a little bit. So I guess the chain complete goes to the match base points. Oh geez. Oh yeah, here, let's separate these out then. Delete that. The chain is complete. That goes to the match base points. And then the movement base points are just kind of their own things. So I guess I'd... This is so confusing. I don't need to put this much effort into it. But I'm doing what I have to do. Even though I don't need to. Movement base points adds to the scoring. Wait. I guess it would make more sense to say that when a chain is complete, that's when it calculates all this other stuff. But really, it's like when a match is made. Right? I'm getting a little frustrated with this. I don't know how to draw this. I think it's as good as it's gonna get. I could make like, we could like break this down and just call this like match score calculation. And then I could put all this inside of there. That's its own like folder with stuff. Oh, come on, you gotta make that a calculator. So when you get match base points, and when a chain is complete, you get these match score calculations. And the match score calculation feeds into the overall score, just like the movement does. We could even say match and chain base points goes into the match score calculation. Movement base points goes into the scoring. And then the scoring, when a chain is complete, finally then decides on the potential garbage to send over. So at least that looks a little bit less overwhelming. And then if you want to dig into the calculation of the score, this is where that would be done. I feel like this is slightly more comprehensible. Alright, I'm done with the math for now. I'm done with the math for now. Let's get some of the more basic elements in here. So way back, hours and hours and hours ago, we had like the basic concept coming together. That's not the right logo. You gotta get the right one. I do have it somewhere else, but we'll just do this one. Copy image. Paste it in. We might as well get a nice image. So the objective of Puyo Puyo is to not just chain combos, but to force the opponent to place a piece above the playing field. Like, at the end of the day, that's how you win. The way you do that is by scoring points. Well, specifically, it's by completing chains. When you complete a chain, that's when a chain slash match is complete. Really, it's when a chain is complete. Because a chain can be one as well. So the objective is to force the opponent to place a piece above the playing field. You achieve that objective by making chains. Now, there's more than that to this, right? There's the story. There's also what the garbage does. If we're making this game, we gotta think about that. So garbage appears on opponent's board. Now, one thing that I've noticed is that, I'm sure you've noticed it too, that they group them in this kind of interesting way. So like here, you can see there's two big ones and then a little one. There's also like the ones that kind of look like stones. There's also a hidden 13th row that acts a bit differently. Dude, I've noticed that. What is that? What is that? Oh, you know what? I do kind of know what you're talking about. I have seen that. Like when I'm playing. I don't know. I guess I think that's what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. So like, for example, up at the top, I still have a little room to survive. Right?
Oh,
Is that what you mean? Like there's like a hidden one behind it? It can't be popped, but it's there and it can drop. So it's not the top level? It's not like behind the top bar or whatever? Like I guess if I wanted to try to orchestrate it. It is the top level. Okay.
Oh no!
So I'm trying to see if I can like set up a match up there. So I'll just drop them kind of randomly here. Okay, I'm gonna be a little more intentional now. It's not the perfect setup. Or maybe I'd want like a green... Okay, so what if I try to get a green? Oh, dang, that was hard. That didn't go like I'd hoped it would go.
Oh no!
I don't even know that I fully understand why I failed right there. Because I didn't go above it. Okay, so there's...
Oh no!
Wait, why was that a fail?
Oh yeah.
It's like sometimes getting to the top does cause a fail. Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, dang it. Okay. It's like right there. No fail. Oh, so I guess that's because
Oh no!
the pieces come out. Oh, it's gone. The pieces come out. Okay. Alright. Yeah. The pieces come out right there. So if this slot gets blocked, then you lose. So in theory, I could like just build up everywhere except for right there, and I wouldn't lose. So there's a specific fail point, which is kind of interesting. I feel like such a pro just like slapping them down, but really I'm just randomly doing it. I'm actually gonna try to not complete them on purpose. The least amount of chains. What if this is like a strat, and it turns out that this makes you better at the game to just like randomly stack them so they don't clear? It just automatically creates chains. It won't. Whoops. Oh my god, no, stop. I guess like eventually they have to line up. That's actually the slot I'd want to keep clear right there. So I just want to see if I can fill it up all the way. No! Okay, that's fine. Put it there. You can! No! No! Why am I doing so well? I'm sorry for yelling. I just couldn't believe it. I guess I can believe it. Okay, I'm just trying to get it so there's one block left. Okay, that's about as good as I can get. So then that's gonna fail.
Oh no!
Because we got that one slot. So it's actually the 1, 2, 3 third column from the top row. But you said there's a hidden 13th row. Alright, we gotta build this out. Now I gotta build this out. I'm actually still confused what that top row is. But you can still like kind of like rotate them around there. So you can sort of maneuver. I mean, I guess, okay, wait. Now I'm thinking, if we climb up there, could we set up a piece without clearing them as long as we're not hitting that one, like, death point? There's a death point. Which is not what I thought it was, but it is what it is. So in theory, I should be able to stack one more on top of there. Somehow. How do I get it up there? It's kind of difficult, though.
Fire!
Stop! Stop! Oh my gosh, I'm such a pro. Okay. I'm not. Oh, but there's the other rock I was talking about. So I wanted to figure out what those mean. Dude, is this legit a strat? Just like stack them without matching them? Okay, so that would be the death point right there. Oh, I died.
No!
I don't know how to get to that top row. I guess it makes sense. Also interesting to note is that they don't move an entire grid point at a time. You see that? They go like to the half grid. Which is interesting. The rock is just a visual representation of like 5. I think it has to be more than 5, right? I think rock is like more than 5. But yeah, you're right. It is like just a visual representation. What I was trying to figure out, what is it representing? I'm so bewitched by this hidden row. Maybe the simulator could be helpful too. Because it had an accounting for that extra row on it. Dude, this is a legit strategy. Just like slap pieces down and make sure they never match. No one talks about it, but this is how you win. Not really. I'm trying to get up top. Maybe the trash can go. Oh, look, I was kind of on top. Oh, look. Pause it, pause it, pause it, pause it, pause it, pause it. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to pull it off. Maybe if I get that neck. No, because they're about to lose. I do actually have an extra one right up here. Because I'm pretty sure that on top of this green one is another one right up here. So technically, if I were to get this cleared down, I'm pretty sure that we'd have another piece that would fall with it. I'm pretty sure. I don't think we're gonna get to prove it out because I think I'm about to die. But oh, okay, all right. Oh no, I'm not gonna get to prove it. Oh, maybe I will. Oh, and I'm not gonna.
Oh no!
Oh, on the left too? Oh, I didn't. Did I see it? I don't know. Did we get to see it? No, I don't think we did. Okay, so that's what the hidden row holds onto extra pieces, but nothing pops there. All right, so actually, you know what? Let's sketch that out. Let's just make a whole grid. So it's what? It's 6 by 12 plus the hidden 13th. So really, we need like a board. I know, just the thing. It's called a table. So that needs to be 12 high. And 6 across. Doesn't look like the board. But it is. It is. So this is the death point. That's wild. Why does it not look like the center? Wait, I'm lost in my windows.
Pew, pew.
I don't know why I restarted. Oh, it's 7 across. Wait, no, it's 6. It is the center. I don't know why I don't think it looks like the center. It is the center, though. Maybe it's just like the way they have like the little highlight in the corner. No, but it's not the center. Right, it's an even number. There is no center. Duh. Okay, leave me alone, alright? Okay, yeah, so this is the death point. I just needed to see it with my eyes. So this place, piece here equals lose. Piece placed here equals lose. But we also have the hidden row. Oh, my bad. This goes here. Hidden, no place, no matching. And I would think that there actually isn't a hidden one there, technically, because if you put a piece here, you're gonna die. But that's basically all the playable spaces, plus the one death space. Pieces fall, and it has to be at the half points, right? It must be. Hold on, let me clear this. It's kind of hard to count. Let me start over.
Pew, pew.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, so it's kind of interesting. They don't move a full grid point down. Okay. Now yours doesn't have to follow all of these. I don't know if mine will, but I at least want to know how the original works. Pieces fall on a 24 cell grid. Maybe I'll make a group for this and call it like grid falling mechanic. Pieces fall along a 24 by, oh yeah, and what about moving the other way? How do they go? But they move left to right by a full grid amount. So it's only 6 wide, but it's actually 24 tall, which is kind of interesting. Pieces fall vertically along a 24 cell grid. But move horizontally by across 6 cells. Movement equals 6 by 24 grid. Placement is a 6 by 12 grid, but it's actually by 13. So then I guess that would make this not 24, but I don't think... Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, I guess there are a couple at the top. In theory. So I guess it would be 26. I don't know if it's worth calculating those in here, though. Pieces lock in when collided with the ground or a grounded piece. If one half of the pair is not grounded, it will fall. It will split and fall until it is grounded. I don't like all these words, but just kind of the way I think it has to be for now. It takes 2 steps for a cell. Yeah, I guess that's what I mean, but I mean, if I were making it, I don't know, maybe I would do like 2 different, like I'd have a 26 by grid. But yeah, 2 steps per cell. Like to me, I guess I'm imagining it. What would be the easiest way to draw this? I guess paint. One, two, three. Yeah, exactly. It moves in between. Right? It's kind of crazy. Oh gosh, this is miserable. Okay, there's 6. And so if there's like... Oh god. Oh god, paint. I hate you, you know that, right? If there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so if there's 12, then technically the Puyos actually move on a grid like this, like those reds. It hits those reds, but you can only place on those blue lines. You can't actually place something on the red lines. Placement happens on blue. But movement can happen on either blue or red. Not counting the secret row, which I guess I should consider. Try to add an extra row on here. Get the blue. Okay. Although I would even say that maybe that should be like a different color actually, because it's a secret row and you can't really technically like place things there. I hate to use color, but here we are. Okay, so then if I say that, let's make a key. Movable column, horizontal. And I guess I mean technically, right? this would be, maybe I fill these in a little bit here. Could do alternating colors. To represent the different cells. It's a little hard to see, isn't it? Oh, you can't undo that far. Love you, paint. Just love ya. So not the most optimally designed chart. And then up, okay, so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This doesn't make sense. I've messed something up. I've made some kind of error here. I'd really like to start building it. If I'm being honest, like, I know I'm still breaking it down, but I kind of want to just start building it. Like, is that bad? I drew 12 lines. Ugh, this is boring. I don't want to draw anymore. I don't want to draw anymore. Like, there's a point where I just don't want to draw anymore. This is not complicated to make. I know there's still so much more planning out to do. But I just feel like, making it. All right, hold on. I'm going to let that load. I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll be super right back. I will show some ads during this time. If you could like watch them, it would help the channel so much. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. I'll play the music. Give me 2 minutes. I'll come right back. And I'm going to start building this. I'm just going to start building it because I feel like it. All right, hold on. I'll be super right back. 3 minutes tops. I'm gonna build it. So I'm gonna build it. my head in a document all day. I can't keep my head in a document all day. There is only so much documenting I can do. Games are made. Games are made. Not planned. Okay, they're both. But you know, I'm like drawing this grid. What if I didn't draw the grid? What if I just like made a game with a grid? Because that should be very easy to make a falling thing. I can do that. I am gonna make my game in 3D because I have no chill. And it's when I did my Frogger like, I made a 3D grid and it worked out really well. So I'm gonna do it again. Okay. So we need a camera, of course. I actually want my game to be vertical, which is kind of insane, but... And as far as making an AI goes, yeah, this is gonna be rough. So look, the game that I was planning on making actually wasn't gonna have an AI in it, which is kind of crazy. But... And I hate to do that because, you know, so many of y'all are probably going to be like, well, I want to make it most like the original, so I want to make an AI. I kind of like don't want to make an AI though. Not because I think it's going to be hard, but because I just think it's like, if you want my opinion, which nobody asked, but like my opinion is that it's like not necessary. Like it makes sense from like if you're playing against a person, you know, but if you're not playing against a person, like I can't watch the other player while I'm doing this. I'm concentrating on my own board. I'm not looking over at them. I feel like the most exciting thing about that is knowing that they have the same pieces as you. Right? I think there's something about that has appeal. But other than that, I don't know. So, I mean, it's a critical moment to decide right now if I want to. Because if I make it all vertical, I think I'm not going to do the AI. All right, you know what? I'm just not going to do it. So we'll see. I can always change my mind. So let's make it, I'm going to make it, I wouldn't recommend going, well, it's just going to be kind of gigantic if I do 1080. If I do 1920, 1080 by 1920, it's gonna be awfully big. You know, it might be better to make it smaller and then scale it up. It's just like very large. The grid data will be I mean, there's so many challenges, right? I hate to model like ignoring an entire mechanic. But it's like one part of me is incredibly fascinated and intrigued by the AI thing. So like a part of me kind of wants to make like another mode that has the AI stuff. But like the game designer in me doesn't really want the AI in the game. So I don't know, I'm just kind of, yeah, there's definitely plenty of challenge there. And obviously you guys don't have to put the AI either. You know, if you're gunning for most like the original, yeah, you pretty much need the AI. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm doing this game jam for myself. Like, I want to make certain games. I want to learn how to make those certain games. But that doesn't mean that I want to always make it exactly identical. Design the base game node to be played by a player or AI, then have two games side by side. Nice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be the approach, right? That would be the approach. We'll see. Maybe I'll stretch goal do an AI. We'll see. I am streaming an extra day already, so we're ahead of schedule, so to speak. Okay, anyway, let's get this grid made. So I'm gonna want something that moves, obviously the Puyos. Right now, we're just gonna do a bunch of rectangles. So I'm just gonna add some Do I care if there's static bodies? I think we can do collision detection here. I think that's going to be fine. We don't have a ton of things, so I don't think it'll be that big a deal. So static body. Well, do we really want... We don't need the collision. Actually, I'm not going to use a static body. I don't think we need bodies, because there's no physics here. At least not in what I'm going to do. So I'm actually going to make it an area. And then let's add a mesh instance in there. And now I need to decide on the size. The Puyos are 1 grid size. So 2 linked together is going to be 2 grid size. So I'm going to try to keep all these numbers. This is something I picked up doing my Frogger-like. Keep all these numbers as mathematically correct to the grid as possible. Welcome back, Timeless. I've decided I need to start building this grid because trying to talk about it in abstractions, like drawing a freaking grid and build, it's just I'm not enjoying it. So I just want to actually like make the game, or at least the board, in a basic way. But welcome back. Good to have you here. I'm back too. I took a break to get a little snack. A delicious snack. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. So. I'm gonna need a ground. So if this is 1 unit high, and this is right in the center, where are we at? What's our transform position right now? 0. I'd love if the transform values could also match. That would be really nice. Again, it just helps make everything easier. So right now we're at the Y0 position. Let's turn on snapping. Maybe we could adjust the grid a bit. I'm not sure. I've never view grid. I don't actually know what this grid is about. Yeah, what is this grid that's overlaid on here? Honestly, I don't even understand what this grid is. Truth be told. Like, what is it doing? It's not helping me, so I'm gonna turn it off. I mean, it is kind of, like, in theory, it's helpful. Oh, because I see. It's doing, like, the center of the object. Okay, actually, it does make sense. Okay, I'll keep the grid. Okay, so this would be 1. That's going to be 0. I want the ground... Well, we don't really have a row 0, do we? So let's make 1 the bottom row. Okay. That way the numbers kind of all make sense. It's this month. It is. It just became this month. I timed my stream a little incorrectly, but other than that, it's all good. So let's actually call this area ground, and I'm gonna call this area piece. Actually, technically, yes. Technically, yes. There's a cat. So this game was originally released as Puyo Puyo in Japan. And then the localized versions in North America and the EU were called, or Europe at the time, in Europe and North America, they released it with Sega as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. With Nintendo in North America, so that's actually, let's see, do I have it open? I used to have it open here. I'll bring it up again. I probably have 3 versions of the game. In North America, Nintendo released it as Kirby's Avalanche. And then in Europe, it was released as Kirby's Ghost Trap. But they're all the same gameplay. Identical gameplay, nothing is different, completely the same games. Other than the voiceovers, the characters, the little vignettes. Other than that, the gameplay is identical. So all those versions are valid to do for this jam, but really it's still the same game. So it doesn't really matter. So there was that, and then the one you were talking about, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, literally all the same game, which is just kind of wild. I like the intro in this one. It's very fun. And this game has been bundled with like so many different Sonic games. This one wins the best intro. Hands down. They knew the game like Jam theme a bit early. They did. They did. Same game though. Got the little characters, we got the vignettes, and then at the end of the day, this one even has the same little character. That little bunny thing is still there. This has got the same background. Props to Nintendo for at least making it a little bit different. But for Sega's version, they were like, nah, who cares? Just swap out the characters. It doesn't matter. Same game though. And then there was this one, which was released on the computer, which is really out there. This really feels like a game-like game. Like, it's totally different. I don't know. I don't know that this one is like connected. Creator of Tetris? Wait, what? So a game that was inspired by Tetris had a clone of it made by the creator of Tetris, and he's got his face at the beginning? This is hilarious. That is game history right there. And this one's called Quirks. Wild. So weird. Genesis remaster. It's very scary. Anyway, so I'm just trying to lay out my like base grid for at least kind of understanding and explaining some of these movement concepts. I'm just itching to build. What can I say? Okay, so the ground needs to be... We still at 0? We're not. Okay, pull the ground down by 1 unit. The ground needs to be 6 wide. Not counting the walls. That's it? Really? You can only put 3 sets of Puyos down? Is that true? I don't know, like, it probably is. It's probably really obvious once I get into it. I'm still swimming in windows over here. Yeah, I guess that is correct. 15. That's a number. Yeah, you can only set 3 sets of Puyos down. Wow, okay. Alright, understood. Okay. It looks so much smaller. Oh, put the mesh down. We want to make sure we move the area up, not the mesh. Okay, now obviously my camera is gonna need to get a lot bigger here. Or at least further back. I'm gonna make it an orthogonal camera. which then we need to change the size. But the good thing about the orthogonal camera is we can make it match the grid. More or less. Okay, I'll adjust it momentarily. Okay, then we need a top level. We don't really need like a ceiling. We just need like a spawn point, technically. So I'm not even gonna make that an area. Technically, there's a couple different components to this. So I'm just gonna say this is not top row, but we'll just call it ceiling mesh. Ceiling. So that should be at 13. So right now it's at Y11. I need it up to 13. And then there's also the walls. So we're gonna say mesh wall left. Duplicate that to mesh wall right. I'm gonna make sure ceiling is unique from the walls, because we're gonna need to make those longer. Rotate them. Now we do actually need the walls to be areas, actually. Now that I think about it. So you know what, let's delete that. Add a new area, walls, and then I'll duplicate my ceiling mesh into there. We have another cat who's joined us. It's double cat time. So I'll make a mesh for wall left and a mesh for wall right. Make sure the ceiling is unique. Then I'll take these and rotate them. And we do want to move the meshes within here this time. And we want their height. Well, I guess that's their X length. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Oh, maybe I won't rotate them. I didn't even realize that that's... Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's not rotate them. Yeah, let's do them like this. That way, again, the values are just all consistent. So we'll say that it has a width of 1 and a height of 13. Ceiling is at Y13. So I guess we need to make... Oh, because it goes like below the ground, I guess. Okay, so a height of 14. What are those transform positions like? Excuse me, kitty cats. Transform's a little wacky on that, but that's okay, it doesn't matter. It's just the walls. Okay, pull that in. Great. I'll add some collision in here. Mostly so we can detect if something has hit the wall, and if it has, that's a problem. We'll need it to stop. I'm gonna add this world boundary collision in here, which is a little difficult to see where it's pointing in 3D. Oh, Okay. I think we want it like this. I think that's... We'll see. I'll have to fix that if it needs to be. I'm gonna call this collision left. Duplicate it. Spin it around. But I think if you spin it around, that's gonna spin the other one too. Oh no, it doesn't. Good. I guess that's only in 2D. We'll see. I might have to fix that later. Collision right. Okay, collision left, collision right on those. Now for the ceiling, I guess we do need it. We need to make sure that you can't move the piece. Yeah, honestly, I don't even think we need detection. If I'm being honest, we don't need it. The piece can just contain. Yeah, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna double down on that. Forget all that. Get those areas out of there. Because we can just say if the piece. Oh, look at them together. Oh, this is sweet. Oh my god. If the player tries to move onto a position, a transform of the piece that isn't supposed to be on the grid, then we just say you can't move anymore. We got so many cats, and look at the cats, kitty cats. That's so sweet. Poor Lila's head is cut off. That just ain't right. That just ain't right. I gotta deal with it. That's better. She deserves to be seen. Oh my god. They're almost spooning. Like, they're not, but like, kind of. Okay. You don't need the ground area either. Once again, no areas are needed. I don't add collisions if they don't need to be there. Mesh, ground, mesh ceiling, all of that. You could even just say, maybe make like a node 3D that just contains all of these. Box. That way we can kind of collapse it and get out of the way. For the piece, however, piece is going to be interesting because we're going to need to like instantiate that. I am going to use areas for that because I'm going to want to detect the other pieces. Although I probably could get away without using collisions, but it sounds like a lot more work. So I'm going to make it easier on myself. But I think it's reasonable to potentially do otherwise. Okay, let me get these set up good. Okay, great. I think also, Lise, it probably has to do with the distance. If you bring yourself, set it up right up against the camera, right up against it, well then you can't do that. Wow. Bam. So the size here is set to 14. So we got a nice even number there on the camera, set to 14. I have a feeling the transform is probably not perfect. 6.5, that's not bad. I can live with that. Beautiful. Okay, looks like a guillotine. get a flowchart on how the game worked? I began a flowchart on how the game worked, but I got a little bored of it. And so I stopped. Can I please clean up here, by the way? There's a lot going on that does not need to be going on. I'm done being trapped by tabs. For now. I'm sure I'll get trapped by tabs again later. But yes, I did begin the flowchart, but it just started to feel like a waste of time a little bit. And like I was gonna get more value out of just starting to build it. Okay, oh, there. Alright, there's this one. Alright, just close it all. You can keep the jam page open though. Yeah, you can keep the jam page open. Alright. So I began this flowchart. Yeah, I mean, look. Oh, the resource of how the game worked. I mean, look, like this has like so much. It has mostly what this has is the calculation. Hats off to Derek and Bart's for helping me do it. You know, we're keeping track of movement-based points, which I didn't even finish calculating, but we really should. I should make more of a flowchart for that. So there's like two different ways to score points. Movement, and then making matches and chains. And then we came up with this whole thing based on the wiki as well of how the points are calculated and the charts that are all relevant. So I will make sure that this is available in the community resources as well. And then whenever you complete a chain, it's going to decide how much garbage it sends over to the opponent based on your score divided by 70. That is to say, your score since the last clear. Score since last chain, unless it's the first chain. And then the remainder, so if that score divided by 70 has a remainder, that's going to be saved to be added on to the next chain. And then the garbage appears above the opponent's head and falls down. The objective is to force the opponent to place a piece at the spawn point, basically. And then this is that spawn point that if you place a piece here, you lose. So I started like sketching out what how the grid was built, and I was just like, this is boring. I'm just gonna make the grid. There's still a couple things, there's still a lot. I mean, this doesn't even include like the story, right, and how all that would work. But you know, I find with these documents, the most useful thing to sketch out is like the data points. Not so much for me. Not so much like every single thing that leads to every other single thing, but rather stuff that's like hard to remember, stuff that is complicated and not easy to just like slap down without much thought. And you know, getting into the grid, like, let's just build a grid. I'm not gonna talk about a grid, let's just build a grid. Now the area piece, it's gonna be interesting, right? Because, well, it's always two. Even if it rotates around, that's gonna be interesting. I guess we just like flip it. Can we change the, just for, this might be nice to change the snap rotate degrees, 90. That's essentially how the collision changes. It's not actually how the collision changes, though, because it doesn't pivot around the center. It pivots around, so actually, let's move, at least on this version of the game, it pivots like this. Kind of. Not exactly. Almost. That's a little difficult to replicate. I almost feel like splitting it into... What if we split it into two? I feel like that's gonna make this make more sense. Okay, let's say piece 1 or mesh piece 1. Now in other Puyo Puyo games, you can move clockwise or counterclockwise. You don't have to make yours only move clockwise. Even if you're going for most like the original, I think it's probably very acceptable to have it go either way. That's obviously up to you, but really that's just like an arcade thing that they had it. You can only move clockwise instead of both. I guess, although now I'm kind of curious. What about on the console version? I actually don't remember if you can do it on the console version. I assume?
Puyo Puyo.
Actually, sure. Oh no, you can move clockwise and count. Yeah, so that's just an arcade thing. You can do whatever you want. Also, this is hilarious. That look at that. You can like keep yourself afloat. Puyo Puyo. Keep yourself afloat. I've had Puyo Puyo stuck in my head for so long. Although this one's a lot cuter than the Americanized one, or the English one, I should say. Like, look at this, like, bouncing you can do. Eventually, there seems to be like a timer. Eventually, it forces you to put it down. It is cute. It's a cute game. The jiggling. It only lets you do that so many times. Anyway, I don't remember why we were even doing that. I'm sure we had a reason. Well, so we wanted to rotate around the main piece. Either way, whether you can go clockwise or counterclockwise. And which piece is that? The top or the bottom one? This is actually pretty important. The bottom. So it always rotates around the bottom piece. So we should call it a top and a bottom piece, not a 1 and a 2 piece. So we'll say piece top, piece bottom, and the bottom is what it rotates around. I think these kinds of things really make it Puyo Puyo-like, right? I don't think it's just competing against the AI. Obviously everybody has a different idea of what makes a game like Puyo Puyo. But personally, I don't think the AI competition necessarily makes it Puyo Puyo. I think what makes it Puyo Puyo are the way that you move your pieces around, the way the pieces interact with each other. the combos, the garbage. Because there are Puyo Puyo modes that don't include the AI competition, and we still call that Puyo Puyo. Okay. So I'm gonna make these be one width. Take the top piece, put it up here. So now I actually have two separate pieces. Now rotating it around isn't gonna be as simple as spinning something, right? It's gonna have to actually move around that piece. That's the only way that's gonna work. I don't think having like an anchor point is gonna help here, particularly. Look at all these like broken images since I upgraded to 4.4. That's hilarious. But then if I click on it, they appear correctly. It's really interesting. Okay, anyway, sort of interesting. I was hoping I'd be able to see the marker. Okay, no. Oh, there we go. Nice. I was just kind of curious, like if I... Well, it is at the center. Yeah, and so if I rotate this, even though we have that as a center, it's not gonna quite behave. Oh, it does quite behave. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh. Great. Whoa, 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 everybody. What happened? What was that? What's up, everybody? We had a little kitty cat spat. You see the camera get bumped? The whole camera shook. What? What happened? What happened, everybody? Who's to blame? Whose fault is it? I must know. Back. Alright, everybody's chilling. Everybody's chilling. Lila just like wakes up for a second. You're right, it is never the cat's fault. That's correct. But sometimes like Travi like invades her like bubble a little bit. The white cat invades the brown cat's bubble. And she warns him and he pushes past that anyway. And in that case, I would say it's quote unquote his fault. But right, he's just a cat. But sometimes it feels like Lila just like attacks like unprovoked. And I'm curious what the situation was. Okay. He got up, he's walking around. What's he doing? Oh, he's sneaking. Oh! He was sneaking around. He just wanted to get past her without upsetting her. Look at him going super slow. He's like, I'm just going over here, okay? I'm not doing anything. And she's like, no, you're not. You're not getting over here. Get out of here. She doesn't trust. It's like, to him, sneaking is going to protect him. But from her perspective, the sneaking is like very suspicious. Like, what are you doing? What are you planning? Oh, you poor boy. And then the whole camera shook because she bumped into it. Because that's my camera tripod. Spinning cubes adding to the chaos. It was the cubes! It was the cubes all along! I know, this is like turning into brain rot. Anyway. I have to know. When these things happen, I have to understand. Because when else in life do you get to rewind interactions between your pets? You know? A live stream, that's when. Caught in 4K. So that's definitely nobody's fault. Everyone tried their best, and it's the way it happened. Although, you know, it's hard to say. Was Travi up to something? I don't know. Maybe Lili detected something we can't. Alright, so these cubes actually spin perfectly, which is awesome. But if you think about it, it's not going to look right. If you imagine a face on here, the face is going to be rotating around, which isn't what happens. So it's not perfect, but at least for now, we can kind of visualize what these pieces moving around looks like, which is great. I will put an area on here. I guess each piece should have their own area. Right? Would kind of make sense. I'm even just gonna call it mesh top and mesh bottom. Since we have these nice clean sizes, it's just gonna fit perfectly right away. Put that one on top, this one on bottom, good to go. Okay. So now in theory, it can properly detect things. Now if I want these to actually be able to move around, right, and so my grid is gonna be by 0.5, except we don't want you to be able to move beyond that. All right, let's just code it, let's do it. Now, only one piece, so if we instantiate a bunch of pieces, you can only move one piece at a time, at least in original Puyo Puyo. So, that could be an interesting change, though, if you wanted to have a way to, like, click on a Puyo and move it. That could be interesting on a creative twist. But I guess I would want the controls accessible by any piece, right? Any piece is the player at any one time, or could be in control by the player. And then once it gets placed, it doesn't ever need, in theory, to be accessed by the player again. It only needs to be controlled during that short time. I wonder if I could use like a component to attach on. Like, if the piece has that component, then it's movable. If it doesn't have the component, it isn't movable. So just a movable, a control component or something. I kind of like that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And yeah, I'll make it a node 3D. We'll call it component movement. I'm gonna add a script to it, and it's just gonna look above it. It's always gonna look up. Let's say class name, component, movement, extends node 3D. We're gonna want input so we know when the movement is occurring. Also, they need to fall. Because really the movement is happening automatically. The player can't slow down the movement of the piece. So this is just something like, I can't sit in front of a document and sketch this out, right? I have to like try to start building it and then realize what's happening. So like if I press up, it doesn't stop moving. Actually, the up key doesn't seem to do anything. We actually seem to only, yeah, the up key does nothing. Down speeds you up. Oh, up does actually cancel. If I try to press up and down at the same time, I can't move down really fast. So it does kind of cancel downward speed. But again, these Puyos on the ground don't need to be moving. Well, actually they do need to be moving. If something gets cleared, then they'll move down again. I guess my question then is, do they move down by those half steps? Or do they move down by whole steps? Probably by half steps. But technically I don't know. So I'm gonna find out. Whoa! Oh, they move completely differently. They move by like this almost like exponential looking. It almost looks like it's easing down. Like there's a curve to it. It just goes shoop. So I would say that the movement that happens when it is a piece that the player can move is completely different than the movement otherwise. And I would even say the fastest that I can make this go down is faster than this. But I don't know if it's faster than that. Kind of another interesting thing is that whenever it hangs off the edge, that speed seems slower than when pieces collapse down. So there's a few different like speed amounts. That is probably the fastest that a piece can ever move, is when it has been ungrounded, right? Okay, I gotta write some of this down. Now it's time to write some stuff down. I don't know where, but I'm just gonna make like a table. Movement speeds. Piece movement speeds. Conditions. So, ungrounded. Ground or piece below it is cleared. Speed factor, I don't know, whatever, the highest. So the slowest, and I guess we could say like grid-like. No, to me it doesn't look grid-like at all. Like it's just doing its own thing. Falling without player influence, that's like the slowest. So we'll say it's a speed factor of 1. Grid-like, yes. Now when the player moves the piece, whoa, I'm trying to see the lightest that I can move it. Not very lightly. Wow. Oh, wow. Whoa, this is kind of difficult to quantify here? Might just be like kind of a touch and feel thing in terms of coding it in. Okay. I gotta rewind. I don't know what that was. I can't possibly like observe that personally. Okay, let's catch up. And then I'll slow it down as well. Did I press it at this point? I don't think I did. I think it was that first piece. Okay, there you can kind of see where the press. I should have the press on screen so I can see the moment that I actually clicked it. So right at this point, it's kind of hard to see. Let me actually make it full screen. How do I want to organize the grid? I guess like this is 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm at 7, at row 7 right now. And when I press it from row 7, it seems to have stopped at 1, 2, row 3. That was the lightest press that I believe I could have done. Like maybe I could have pressed it lighter. I don't know. But it seems like it does that maximum speed factor. And maybe it is still worth calling it grid-like. I don't know. It's kind of hard. It might be more helpful to like specify by how many grid. I'm just gonna say speed factor 3. I don't know that this grid. Let's just say grid amount. Varies. Falling without player influence, it's like 0.5. Grid amount here is like 4. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say, but that's just kind of what it feels like to me. And I would say maybe at that, I guess I might as well say a speed factor of 2. I don't know. Okay. So if I'm gonna have like a component for the movement, I want to consider, do I want like everything to have like a default possible movement? It obviously needs to know if it's moving or not. If it is moving, but what kind of moving? Is it moving because it became ungrounded? Or is it moving because the player can control it, but isn't controlling it? So there's player controlling it, player can control it, but isn't, and then ungrounded. There's another one too. And there is placed or partner grounded on place. Piece half half ungrounded on place. You know, like you place like a piece down here and then this one falls. So you got two pieces, they both fall. One gets grounded and then the other one falls after that. So I might even say that this has a speed factor of 3. That one's a little faster, but it's slower than this. And that doesn't seem to, I don't even know if that varies, but it doesn't seem, I don't even think it appears to have like a grid. And that's not really the grid amount. It's kind of confusing. Anyway, I don't really know how I'm going to do that yet. But I'm about to try to figure that out today. So I think it makes sense to have like these 3 different speeds that something can move and just have it all be by the grid by 0.5. And so, I mean, if we say 0.5 divided by 4, that's easy. People can do that in their heads, right? Like, people can do that in their heads. Wait. Yeah, 0.5 goes into 4 8 times. So then, if we say that has a speed factor of 8, and it's always moving by 0.5, just to like give it like a foundation, and we can just have that movement happen 8 times. See what that's like. I guess this would also be 0.5 then. Yeah, but you would want to do like multiplication, right? So if you did if it moves by 0.5 normally and you multiply that by 8, it would go 4. If you do 0.5 normally and you multiply it by 1, oh, that's 0.5. I knew that. I did. I just forgot that I knew it. Okay, so that's still a speed factor of 1. My bad. Right, because then it'd be 0.25 or something. Okay. I math good. Cool. So speed factor of 1, it's always going to be by 0.5. Everything always moves by a speed of 0.5. That's what I don't know if this is true, right? But this is just what I'm kind of going with on my grid anyway. Pieces move by 0.5 base speed, or a half of a grid step, or something like that. Speed factor of 8. And that would vary. That would vary. It would not vary for some of these other ones. Half ungrounded on place, that would also vary. So like, it's kind of arbitrary to be saying this is a speed factor of 4. Maybe I'll just like test it. See what feels good. Let me just look at it one more time. So that's the speed normally. Dude, it's definitely doing an easing function. Dude, it's completely behaving differently. It's totally different. It's like That is so different. It's just not looking at the grid whatsoever. So with that in mind, yeah, okay, so I would say there's actually two different kinds of movement, fundamentally, if I were to guess. If I were to guess, there's grid movement, and there's like smooth movement, I'll call it. Movement type. Smooth. 1.5 steps, 4 steps at a time. And that's just one press. So like if I hold it even longer, it's like a constant rate. So it's almost like if I'm still holding it, by the time it gets to 4, it'll keep going. So it's still smooth, I would even say. Smooth, unless not holding by the 4th step. So there's smooth movement, and then there's step movement. So I think that if it is movable, if it has the movable component on it, then it is going to just fall. It's going to have its transform on the y-axis decreased by 0.5 every, well, I don't know. It's a good question. Every so often? 1, 2, like half second? I don't know how to imagine a half second, though, if I'm being honest. Oops, wrong button. One. Yeah, it seems like every half second, if I were to guess. And then maybe we could say 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a little faster than a second. 1. I guess I should do what? 1,000ths? Is that what they say? 1/1002. I don't know. How the hell do you count milliseconds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess what I could do, I could time it for the whole time and then maybe get like an idea of how fast it is. This doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm always curious to like sloppily deduce it. Oh gosh, this is really hard to do. Oh, you can just quick restart? Oh, it's pause. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to start it as soon as that piece goes down. It sucks because the game is auto-pausing. But we need to be able to go straight down. Alright, let me restart it once again. Let's just do the normal one. This is impossible. Alright, I don't know how to time this. I have no idea how to time this. So we'll just say it's less than a second. Who cares? I'm bored with this. So I'm gonna rename this to component movable. I just like the sound of that better. Movable. No, call it movement because technically it is movable. I'm sorry. Movement. Let's go ahead and save this as main scene. Call this main scene. If it has this component, we want to make sure the parent I'm going to try get owner. Let's even make this a variable. Variable owner. Oh, we can't say owner. Variable object equals get owner. We don't really need this because this is like a process calculation, right? Really, we'd want like a timer. Almost makes me think the component itself could be a timer. Why not? So as soon as it begins, it can start the timer. Not every second, not quite every half second, maybe every third, 0.3 or something. And then we'll also want to say timeout, connect, on timeout, func on timeout, object position y minus equals 0.5. I don't think you want to get owner. I think that's a mistake. You want to get parent. Because get owner is going to be the top level, which is incorrect. Okay. So get parent, which is going to move this down. So if a piece spawns up here, now technically they kind of appear behind. So I guess we can do that. We'll see if that messes anything else up. Let's make sure that we have an environment in there so we can see stuff. I like to parent my son, or put the son as a child to the world environment. Let's see what I've got wrong so far. Yeah, see, this is the problem with testing it, is we can't actually really look at it. It has no parent? Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna make the size smaller. Let's do 1280 by 720. So I can actually like see everything, you know? Could be nice. Even that's a little large. Okay, so it's saying that the parent is a null instance. I guess I need to do onReady. Probably. Okay, there it goes. Now that seems a little fast to me. Let me see if I can actually get a preview. This is gonna be a little tricky. I think I need to make it even smaller. It's still not small enough. $1024,576. Let's try that. Nice. It like fits. Okay, but I think that's too fast. So let's put it at every half second. Even though that didn't quite seem like what I was counting it to. That feels correcter to me. So that's what I'm gonna go with. Now obviously we don't want it to go down too low, so it needs to check. Now this would just be any time it would need to check whether or not it's above or below a certain position. So this is gonna fundamentally need to be true on every single area, no matter what, on every single piece. Now something to think about is like garbage. Do I want these components to be able to function on garbage as well? Obviously I don't want to make the garbage movable unless I'm going for quite a creative twist, but in that case I don't think I am. However, I think I'm just gonna continue to use components. I really like this. I think it's a good thing. So for the collision component, it doesn't need to be a timer. Honestly, it could just be an area in and of itself. Like we could just attach an area. No, I don't think that's a good idea. I think the piece, no, I think that's just a piece. The problem is the garbage is only going to be one block, right? Whereas the pieces are 2 blocks. So like, I want to make sure that it's able to have that variability, whether it is a single piece or 2 pieces. Is all. I mean, if each piece individually collides, right? Maybe my mistake is looking at them as a unit of 2. And rather, this is 2 units that just happen to be moving together. That way I can use all the same code on... And that kind of makes sense, right? Because ultimately I'm gonna need them, for example, like I need the 2 yellows to recognize each other and connect with each other, or whatever. So they do think like independent pieces. And at least in this version of the game, in later ones, I feel like I've observed that 2 pieces like stack together, like merge into one while they're falling, but at least here they're 2 separate pieces still, so they don't actually know about each other being matching until they hit the ground. That is to say, they don't need to know about each other as they're falling, which yeah, makes me think I'm going about this in a bit of the wrong way. So a piece should not be 2, but rather 1. And namely the bottom. So I'm going to get rid of the top piece completely. And I'm just going to say mesh and collision. And that's it. We have these singular pieces. And what happens is there are just 2 pieces. Now, if they both have the movable component, that's not good. So I might want like a falling component. Although there's different kinds of falling. You know, do I want to have like, is using the node system and components here, does that really make the most sense? I don't know. Maybe an enum could be nice here as well. There's a lot of different ways to go about this. But I've been curious to experiment with this removing and adding nodes kind of thing. Because Godot has this node system. It's probably not very efficient to do it this way, I would think. Like, continually removing and adding nodes, I think is going to be performance-wise costly. As opposed just to like having the code accessible on every piece. Code is much more simple than an entire node. And so I have to have some way. I wonder if it has the movement component, like perhaps the top piece doesn't actually need the component. Only the one piece needs the component. And then that component itself can spawn a piece that is attached to it. So that piece would actually be within the main piece. This is hard. This is kind of tough because they also need to be like findable on a grid. I wonder, I kind of want to make a node that just represents the like grid or like the play area, the things in play. And then that's where all the pieces live. I think something else, I think for every piece, class name, piece. I think we can have a variable. Called isPlayer. That is a Boolean. And that gets set to true or false, depending on this or that. And so that would need to be on here as well. I'm even gonna say, here, let's get rid of that. This component, I'd want to get rid of that as well, because we'd want the code to assign it and spawn it right at the beginning. So let's make a main scene And I'm gonna say actually, let's do the ready function. I'm gonna take this piece, I'm gonna delete the component I've deleted. The piece I'm gonna save as a scene. I'm gonna say constant piece. I guess this would be a pack scene, maybe not. Equals preload area piece.tscn instantiate, which I guess then, oh, we can't instantiate that. Okay, whatever, make it a variable then. That's fine. And then make this an area 3D. Okay, so that's our piece. As soon as it begins, we'll say, well, let's also set up our grid. As soon as the game starts, spawn a piece. When it spawns the piece, I want to say grid, add child, piece. And the position that I want that piece to be at is 13. Well, we actually want to do its X and its Y position. So let's just do the whole thing. Let's actually design that as a variable. Variable spawn position. Make that a vector 3. I think that could be an export variable. It kind of doesn't really need to be though. Its X is not 0. Its X is gonna be... Oh, it is? No. Yeah, it's not... Oh. Wait a minute. I think my grid is messed up here. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, just kidding. Oh, I don't like that. So we're at negative 2.5 right now. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. No, 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 no. I'm gonna move everything over until that is not true anymore. Wait, why is that still at negative 2.5? If this was gonna be at... I would love for this X position right now to be 1. Not negative 1, just 1, 1. Like right there. Again, it's just gonna make everything easier if the numbers match my grid. So now my piece is at x1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're at position 13. Now we're at 12. I'm just looking down here in the bottom right at that X and Y. I want those to perfectly match the grid that I'm designing. It's gonna make everything easier. Okay, which means that this is our starting point. So we have 2 on the right and 3 on the left. That's the starting point. 313 is where that would be. 3, 13, -1. I don't even love that -1 all that much, but I don't plan on using that third dimension, you know, in terms of like the movement components. But you know what? It'd be kind of nice if that was 0 too. Maybe at some point I'll change my mind on that, but for right now, I'd rather that be clean numbers. Now my grid, I don't know what the heck this is at this point. I mean, it's at 0, 0, 0, 0, which is obviously not quite logical. So I think it might be good if the grid better matched this, or the center. I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing. This is sort of me not knowing what is the most logical choice. But just trying stuff. Oh man. Okay, that looks centered to me. Okay, but then those numbers don't make sense anymore. Well, they do if you move everything else. One, 2, not quite. One, 2. It's all about those pieces. Okay. Now it's at position 1 on the x-axis. Now it's at position 3, then it's at position 6. Okay. So it's a little weird, you know, that it's all kind of over, but, you know, this is kind of just trying to do 2D and 3D. Just the way it's gonna be. Alright, so now I have my grid actually, like... Wait. Yeah, I guess this makes sense. If we put this at the 0 position, then it's perfectly lined up in there. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that makes sense. Great. That's the starting spot. Now I have that. Instead of -1, that's 0. And so we'll say that the piece is gonna... its position is going to be set to the spawn position. I'm sure I've done something wrong here. So let's find out what I did wrong. Nothing spawns, apparently. Maybe something with my add child. I may need to actually set it. Maybe we'll say... I guess I'm curious what's going on over here in the remote. I'm no expert. Let that be known. It is there. Where? $313. Oh, it's behind. It's behind. I haven't put the movable component on it. That's important. So when a piece spawns, the player will be able to control it. But what does spawn piece mean? I mean, if you spawn a garbage, you wouldn't want the player to control that, right? So how does this main scene spawning know whether it's supposed to spawn garbage or a piece? Now, if I'm thinking about like an AI as well, I don't think there's much consideration here. Other than instead of having it be player, we might want is AI or something. All right. I guess, like, if it's garbage, that would happen after, like, you clear a chain, right? Or you get some kind of match. That's when it starts to decide, what kind of garbage should I send? In that case, it would come with a special flag that says, spawn garbage, as opposed to just spawn a piece. So in the ready function, we want to make sure it spawns a player, not garbage. So I would even say we could have... I would love to have an enum, so I think it's global's time. I think we're already making an auto load here. So I'm gonna make a global script called globals, and then in there I'm gonna create an enum called piece type. Psst, piece types. Wait, how do you set up an enum again? Apparently I forgot how enums are made. It seems to have slipped my mind. Oh, you don't do like the equals and stuff. You just say enum, name it, and then you start putting it. Okay, my bad. Enum piece types, player, garbage. I think those are the only two that it would need to spawn, probably. Now, something that I was thinking, so in the original Puyo Puyo, something that I'm interested in implementing that isn't present in this version that we're making for the jam, but I am interested in, is this like mission mode, which was in the original. And in this one, you'll start out with a bunch of pieces. Already placed. And then like your goal is to clear those pieces, right? And that's how you're doing it. I think this is really cool, and especially since I'm less interested in making the AI, I think this provides like a nice like alternative idea, which ends up being a bit of a creative twist in its own way. I guess you're supposed to clear a specific one, so I don't know if I'd want to do it quite like that, but you're only supposed to clear certain ones, something like that. So if that was the case, would I want to say that those pieces that are already there, are those spawned in and are their own type? Maybe. I can add an enum for it. No harm in that. We'll say preset. So then variable well, we only need that for the enum, really. I don't think that makes sense. I feel like you'd want this on the areas, right? On the pieces themselves. Export variable piece type, in which case you don't need this is player boolean. And then out here, whenever there's a piece, we can clarify what type it is. And in fact, when we spawn it, we could say that if it comes in without a type, make it a player by default. So it is going to be a player by default. It's already going to do that, right? Since that's the first in here. And then we can, for calling spawn piece otherwise, we can make sure that there is like a signal. So I guess I'll make signal bus instead. And on my signal bus, just for the sake of for now, spawn garbage. And then in theory here, we could say signal bus spawn garbage connect on spawn garbage that could run spawn piece. And then what we can do is we can fetch piece and say piece type is set to, well, I think you'd want to do piece types dot garbage. So that's what it would call with. I need to get my microphone out of the way. Piece type. In this case, it would be piece types player. Not only do we set the spawn position, but we would say dot piece type is set to, well, piece type. I'm gonna call it type to spawn. It just feels a little weird being the same thing. So set the position, and it'll tell us what the time is. I mean, technically, we might want that different, depending, if it's a preset, I wouldn't want that to be the position, you know? Technically. I'd probably want a match statement for... matching type to spawn, if that is piece types, player, then well, you would always want to set the piece to the type to spawn. We definitely want to do that. That's a given. And then depending on what type spawns, we might want different things to happen. Although honestly, we could just also set this. I don't know that we even need to do that. I don't even think we need that, right? Instead, I could put this on globals for a spawn position. If it's movable, that's probably the most, well, it could just be on itself. If the area exists, the garbage moves fast. I didn't even think about that. How fast does the garbage move? Pretty fast, I would think. Okay, let's watch. It's gonna happen right over here. Actually, I would say it's more akin to when something is ungrounded, when you have two pieces or a pair and you split a pair. That's probably the best way to describe it. Splitting a pair. When you split a pair, I think that speed seems pretty similar to when garbage falls. That looks very similar to me. So I'm actually going to update this a little bit. So let's say piece is split. Other half grounded. We'll add one below and just say garbage falling. And it does, I will say, the garbage seems to fall at like different rates as well. Right? It doesn't all fall in like one whole conglomerate. I'm sure the opponent will dump something on me momentarily. Obviously that was just one, so it doesn't really do much. Oh, I didn't do great here, did I? Oh, get the yellow. No, the yellow won't do it. Because the purple's in the way. Oh, geez. Okay, there we go. They kind of like stagger a little bit. I wonder if like the heavier they are, like if there's more... Dude, that was such a great chain. What? Am I getting like better at this game? I can't confirm, like how I still lost. I can't confirm, but I would guess that the more garbage is in a column, the faster it falls. I could be wrong about that. Joshua just finished making his blob sprites, and they're connecting sprites. Dang! Nice! So, like, what it looks like when it isn't connected and what it looks like when it is connected. Dang, you're flying. I haven't even started on the art yet. Because you're also, like, planning out. But you know what you're doing. You're gonna do the similar one. Picotron! Wow. So Picotron, that's the, like, operating system? Right? That is Pico 8, but has, like, a whole, like, unit unto itself. The upgrade to Pico 8. Alright. Pico 8 was so fun. Joshua made their last Game Like Jam entry in Pico 8. And it won most like the original. It's going from the NES to the GBA. Oh, so it has like more colors and stuff. Nice. What I'm trying to figure out is, do I want the pieces to know right, and in the memory? Gotcha. Yay, I'm so glad you're excited! I'm excited too. I think it's gonna be a fun game to make, and I think it's not gonna be as hard as it even seems. This game. I think we're gonna have a lot of room to get creative. Thank you, Roger. You know, I did just take a sip, but you know what? I'll take another. It can't hurt. Appreciate you for that, Roger. I guess I gotta give you a water check credit. I gotta do what I gotta do. It's only fair. I think hydration is all the way at the end. Oh, it's not even in here. Get it in there. Here, we'll put it up here. No, that one definitely goes at the end. Here, we'll put it here. Hydration. Done. My credits list, by the way, I finished a plugin. I started talking about it earlier, but I forgot to finish the thought. But I made a plugin for Godot that lets me take this exact spreadsheet that looks just like this, import it into Godot, and it will just pop out a credits list. And this is what it looks like. So it's literally all the same credits that you see on that list, except in an actual credit form. So now I can truly, easily, with like 3 clicks, add in a credits list to any of these games. No problem. So your credit will no longer go untruly credited. Actually, you'll probably be, you'll have your hydration credit, I bet, at the end of this too. The most annoying part of designing my game, the shadows rely on being smooth, and I can't do smooth shadows over large areas. Oh dear. That does sound frustrating. It's a scary face. It's a very scary face. There's a lot of credits. It looks like this game was made by like a giant studio. It wasn't. Well, it's the Hyper Game Dev Studio. There you are. You're gonna make you some ray trace stuff, and you don't want to? You want to. You don't have to do it. You're doing it because you want to. Come on now. Oh, I did see that you had joined the queue for the sharing stream. If you guys have things you want to share, by the way, this is true for anybody. Every other month, the week before the Game Like Jam starts. So we just did this last weekend. The week before the Game Like Jam starts, there's a secret live stream that happens, and it's a game feedback stream. It can be up to like 6 hours long, so we can hang out for a long time. We can play your games for a while. If you join this queue, link is in the chat, we will get to your thing during that stream. So just get a little form about your stuff. No big deal. And if you share your thing, we'll check it out. So if you have like a game you're working on, games ideally. Mostly I want to see games or work in progress games. We spent up to an hour on people's games last weekend. So I can actually play the whole things if you want. Well, up to an hour. So something to think about. And Roger has a cool project that we'll be checking out. That would be in June. I want to say June 26th, 27th? June 27th will be the next one. That's the week before the next Game Like Jam. So if a piece spawns set to be player, does it know? Well, no, well, I mean, as far as the component goes, I mean, really, what's the point of the enum? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm not fully sure. Well, I guess so other things can detect them, right? So the pieces that are next to each other can say, hey, what are you? You're garbage? Okay, good to know. Actually, we'd probably also want an enum, by the way, for piece color, right? Do garbage Puyos, like, stick to each other? I don't think they do. I think they just sit next to each other. But I realized I technically am not sure. But I would guess that they don't stick to each other. It doesn't. Okay. Well, I believe you. You play it competitively, you know. So with that in mind, we'll say piece colors, enum piece colors. Oh, by the way, something that I forgot to like put on here, but is like true. By the way, is the first piece, the first 4 colors will never all be different. Or I think the first 2 pairs will always have 3 colors. Is that true? So I think they do that so that way you don't get 4 different colors. So see, there's 3 different colors: blue, green, and yellow. I think it's probably faster if I just fail. What's happening at the best time? The latest Pikatron update allows you to swap color palettes officially, where before you have to poke memory addresses. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like less work. 3 colors: red, blue, and green. There's something so interesting about that, like having this like limited engine, and like the point of it that it's limited, but then also still coming up with new features to add to it, to like make it less limited at the same time. 3 colors: blue, red, green. Yeah, so I think it does that so that way you don't get all the same colors, but then also, if you were to get 4 of all different colors, then you couldn't start building like a combo right away. 3 colors. So that's something to think about when coding the game, is making sure that it always spawns 3 different colors at the start. Now, you can do yours however you want, obviously, but you might actually run into some balancing issues if you don't do that. At least on a competitive level, which do you really need to account for a competitive level? Yeah, I think it's safe to say it's always 3 different colors. I love the little character animations. Like, this guy's face is just so, like, unsure and, like, kind of stressed. And then he's just like, ah! So, I think that's really fun. I'm really excited to add that, like, personality into it. Okay, so I should, yeah. Okay, I wrote that down. Piece colors. I kind of would like to just have, like, garbage. Red, blue, yellow, green, purple. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, at least make it Roichi Biv. Red, orange, yellow, blue, purple. Okay. So we're gonna wanna, it's gonna wanna know what kind of color is near it. What kind of color is it? Is it stacking? Is it just random stacks? Or is it matching? Or is it not matching? I kind of am thinking that, like, in this spawning, I think a match statement is gonna be valuable here. I don't think I want to contain all that information on the piece. I think this brain of the game should make those decisions about what happens. So I'm gonna actually reinstate the match statement. So we're gonna say match type to spawn. If type to spawn is pieces, or piece, sorry, piece type player, then set its position to the spawn position, and we don't need to keep that globally. I wasn't sure. I had a moment of panic where I wasn't sure if I wanted to move that or not, but I think I don't want to move it for now. We'll see. Okay, so position equals spawn piece, or whoops, spawn pause. Piece position equals spawn pause. And then I also need to pick color. But I also want to assign movability to it, right? So I have my movement component. And I do want to instantiate that in. Oh, it's just a script. I didn't save it as a scene. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll save it as a scene. That feels a little unnecessary. I mean, I could just literally create a new timer. And then attach a script to it. Which I did learn how to do, but I forgot how to do it already. So I'm gonna remind myself. Gscript, attach script through code. Set script. Beautiful. Alright, cool. So then we don't even have to make that a timer. We just say that that's a script. And then I'll say piece add child timer new I don't even know how to do that. Hey, what's up, Christian? Welcome. Good to see you. I'm working on my Puyo Puyo like. It is the game that has been chosen for this other month's Game Like Jam, Puyo Puyo. You may recognize it as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which is what it was called in North America and the EU on Sega consoles. On Nintendo, it was known as Kirby's Avalanche in North America and Kirby's Ghost Trap in the EU, or in Europe, I should say. And we're specifically doing this. It's pretty much the original Japanese version, arcade style, but it's like an English translation. So that's the game. I'm very excited about it. And so I've been breaking it down today. The jam started today. I was supposed to stream tomorrow, but I accidentally streamed today. So I'm going to stream today and tomorrow. Jam page is here. Give it a join if you can, if you haven't yet. The more joins means it'll rank higher on itch.io, which brings more people to this community. A lot of folks have found this channel and this community through game jams. So go ahead and join it. Even if you don't think you're going to submit something, it helps a lot. It does mean you'll get alerts about the Game Like Jam, so keep that in mind. But other than that, it helps a lot. You remember this game? The like one of the other variants of it? Oh, let's see if I can get a combo. It's not going to be a great combo, but it'll be mine. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I messed it up. Oh no, you didn't. You just have to hit that green. I don't really know how to do big chains. I can do about 2 chains, and then every extra chain beyond that is just luck. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I think I had to get like the yellow like under that green right there. I actually have no idea. Anyway, I suck at this game. I don't want to play it anymore. But you get the idea. So you drop these pieces. You have to. You probably don't get the idea. You get a match. I don't think I even matched a single pair or set. So there's 4. When 4 match, that's a good thing. And it will send garbage to your opponent under certain circumstances. And then I suck. It's hard. And the way you like actually win and do a good job is by getting combos. So the more stacks that you get over and over again that are chained together, like combos, the more garbage you send over to your opponent, and that slows them down, which gives you an edge. And so you just kind of keep doing that process until the opponent is forced to place a piece at the 3rd column on the top row from the left. The 3rd column from the left on the top row. So I'll just go ahead and lose since I'm doing terribly anyway. So like I can place these all up on here at the top row and it's totally fine. But where you actually lose is if a piece gets placed right in that little spot right there. Oh, but not if it clears. So yeah, so if we put that piece in there, it's game over, and you lose. It's actually a very difficult game, but it's a lot of fun. And so, yeah, I started sketching it out, and I realized I wanted to just start building it, and so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, it's a cool game, and it has like a little story right in between the rounds. So you have like the characters, and then there's a story that happens, which is kind of nice. So see, there's like the character, and then when we play it, they have like some dialogue back and forth, just kind of like makes it a little fun. So like for the ones that we all make are imitations, we can like come up with any story we want, and it can just become really imaginative, which I'm excited about. They have the reactions, so yeah, it's got some fun elements, I think, and I'm really excited to get that together more. I don't actually like if I don't actually know. I mean, if you add, I don't even know how to access that timer. I guess if I create a variable. Maybe call it component script movement. I've never quite done a component system like this, so I'm just sort of winging it here. And then if I call this component movement, what do you mean it's not declared? Component, oh, movement. Like then can I say this? Set script. Component script. Call it component movement script. I'm gonna call it GD. No, I'll call it script. I don't know if this is gonna work. I have a feeling it isn't. But I'm curious like what happens if I do run this. Okay, nothing is happening. Let's see what's going on in the remote tab. We do have a piece. It does have a timer, but it did not get the script. So we're gonna have to refer to that script or that timer in a more intentional way. Yeah, maybe I'll just make it an instance. I was kind of curious if that would work. I don't think that works. So instead, I'll create a timer, call it component movement, add the component movement script, and I'll just save this as a scene. It was worth a shot. I should probably start organizing these things a little better. So I'm just gonna make a folder for components, and I'll put these both in there. Maybe I'll make a script for objects, put the area piece in there. Make one for globals, put the globals in there. Okay, now I gotta change all this stuff. So let's replace that. Instead of making this a script, we'll just make it the movement component, which will make a timer. We'll instantiate it, and then replace the path with the movement component. just add that as a child to the piece. In theory. I'm sorry I moved things around. Okay. And then make sure I don't have anything else. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Nice. So now the piece falls, spawns it, falls on down. Excellent. Oh, so I do need to add a, I forget what it's called. Warning ignore. Unused signal. Should clear that error. Oh, and then what was the other one? Standalone expression. The line may have no effect. That? This is a standalone expression that may have no effect? Right here? Oh, equals type to spawn. Not set to type is to spawn. Okay, great. There we go. Awesome. So now it spawns a piece right at the beginning. Now, I probably don't want that, right? We probably would want there to be like gameplay or something, like you choose the main menu, you start the game that way. I would like that. As much as I would like it almost as much as I like live streams. If you're watching this and you haven't, press that like button. Go ahead and do it. Hyper smash that thumbs up. I just figured I'd ask. It's my duty. Trying to build a community with the channel on YouTube. I gotta ask. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Get those likes up. Helps so much. Thanks if you're willing to do it. Turn that thumbs down upside down. That didn't make sense. Okay. So, cool, good. So, let's get it to stop at the bottom. No matter what kind of piece it is, it needs to have that gravity and it needs to hit the bottom. Every single piece is going to have to keep that in mind. So, I would think we'd want like a physics process or something. Even though it's not really physics, I feel like that's okay. Physics process runs less often, right? So I'll say probably shouldn't have physics if we don't have physics, right? That's like a weird question, but I'm kind of curious. It's okay to use physics process with no physics. Right, but the physics frames, I mean, it's not like I can turn off the physics frames. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll use it. I'll use process. I feel like I'm committing crimes by not using physics for physics. So what we want to check for, let's say check, well, we'll say if is on floor. This is my own special is on floor. Now, this is the thing. We need to override. If there's a movement component, right? If it's being constantly brought down, I need to say, you can't move anymore. Well, I would say every piece could have a moving on it. I wonder if we could do a signal here. If is on floor. So if I create a signal, grounded. Grounded, emit. Func is on floor. Returns a boolean. And what we want to check for is position Y is less than or equal to 1, I want to say. Right? Something like that. And if it is on the floor, we could say piece grounded, connect on grounded. We'll see if that works. I don't know if it's going to be able to access this signal from that class. I have a feeling this isn't going to work. So we can have a variable for falling, assuming this does even work. I guess it starts out true. If falling, do that. Otherwise, stop the timer. Actually, more than that, we'd want to remove the component entirely. If that piece gets grounded, the player can't move it. But that's not always quite true, is it? Because you can still kind of rotate your piece around once you hit the ground. So there's a bit of a delay in there. And it's not always going to be 0, right? It depends if it collides into something. So there's a lot of like extra conditions in there to think about, for sure. So it actually seems to start another timer that eventually means you actually truly can't place it anymore. So I don't particularly want to actually say the player can't control it anymore as soon as it hits the ground, technically. So we'll just say falling becomes false for now. Yeah, so it's not able to access that signal. What we could do is on its, we could just say object, although it's not gonna find it. we won't run into an issue until it becomes an issue. I mean, if it doesn't have a parent, it doesn't exist anymore. So obviously, if we attach that to something that doesn't have that signal, there'll be a problem. But it does have the signal, so it should be fine. I almost feel like it's falling a little slow. Hey, we got a ground. Let's go. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna speed up the fall just a little bit. And where are we defining? Oh, on the movement component. So yeah, let's do that. Let's say fall speed. I don't think we need that to be export, honestly, because it's not. It's something that's gonna get attached through code anyway. And we can make that a constant. Well, yeah, for this it would be no, well, not if the player starts moving, but then that's not falling. For falling, it's always gonna be the same. So fall speed, float. I'm gonna move it down to 0.4. It just feels like a little too slow, but 0.3 was a little too fast. Surprisingly, that also feels a bit too slow. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell. I think it's kind of okay. We'll see, it can always get changed. Whoa, it went too far that time. I think because I think you don't want it to be at 1. Because if you put it at 1, like the cell, maybe I want it at 1.5? Let me try and track where it's at here. 1.8. So I think it's that less than calculation. Wow. And it's not even quite precise. It's at 1.8. How did that happen? What happens if I put it at 1? Hey, Pressifier, welcome. Thanks for supporting the channel. Puyo Puyo. I just decided to start making it. I streamed a day early on accident. But that's okay. Oh, that goes way too far. But where is it? I was planning it out, so it never was set to that exact value. Wow, it's doing crazy stuff. I'm very surprised at this highly imprecise behavior. Approximate equals for float. Oh, floats. Right, I forgot it is a float. That's a great point. What the heck is approximate equals? What does that even mean? What's approximate equals? Is that like a real thing, or are you just like saying like in general the concept is equal approx? Oh no, it is a thing. is this? What are you teaching me? Are you teaching me things? Oh. Okay, so then I would say, instead of set to that, I would say, I mean, I would even love to try this, is equal approx. Returns a boolean. Return is equal to approx position y, and then like something like that. I still think I'm doing something wrong, but that's gonna get me there probably. Whoa. Okay, that worked. That worked that time. Nice. Okay, I'm not doing something wrong. Dungeon Martian. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, I wish it was going faster right now. Wow, today I learned. I mean, I knew that like floats are imprecise. What I didn't ever have to do was anything about it. Actually, it probably explains some of the bugs in my Frogger like. Huh. Floating point, man. So unfortunate. Unlike Travi, who is very fortunate. Actually, we are the fortunate ones to have Travi in our presence. Welcome, Travi. Thank you so much for joining us. I missed you. I'm sorry Light attacked you earlier. Wow, fantastic. Unless I specifically used math that has to equal some value, I assume floats will betray me. I need to make that assumption. That is an assumption that I should make. I have seen the light more than I think I ever could before. Now, is that a Godot consultancy or is it math? I feel like that's a coding consultation. Because that's just like true when you're coding like anything, right? So I think that would be coding consultant. So I could like define what the ground is. I mean, it will change. I mean, the ground will never change. So I would say instead of is on floor, there might be a function for, you know, is on piece of some kind, right? And I'll just return false for now. I don't know, it just feels kind of, you know, some magic numbers are okay, alright? Like, I'm gonna make a whole variable just for, like, ground position. It's never gonna change. The ground is the ground. Whatever, I guess I'm doing it. But know that I think it's ridiculous. Constant. Oh, it's a good idea. Good call. And that feels like that should be like global or something. But like, why? Again, I don't really know what is ever gonna need that, but actually I can kind of imagine what might need that now that I think about it. All right, fine. I'll put it in there. I still feel ridiculous. Okay. Good call, Cam. Coding consultant. All right, I'm sure that all works fine, but I want to see it again. It's nice. It's satisfying. It should be inside a class name class, so you can use class name ground. Oh yeah, already gotcha. Already one step ahead. One step ahead. Okay, and then let's add the actual ability to move it around. That just seems fun. Seems like a fun next thing. So we're also gonna want to check for input. I'm not sure how responsive it's gonna be to do it this way. Might not be good. If input is action, I guess, I don't know, can you hold? Probably you can hold. I mean, you can certainly hold down. Yeah, you can hold. It does like one at first, and then it slides it really fast. If input is action, just press. So I need to set up my buttons. Now, if I want this to work like on mobile, how you gonna do that? Like tap one side of the screen? I can set this up later. Input map. We're gonna say left, right, down, up. Doesn't really do anything probably. I'll make it, but probably not super necessary. Okay, left, right, S down, arrow down, W and up. Okay, we can add more things later. Now we'll need to know if it's like left or right. I guess we could do like an axis. That's a lot of axis stuff. A negative action, positive action. Get access input by specifying two actions, one negative and one positive. And it returns a float. Okay, cool. I guess negative for us will be left. Positive will be right. maybe? But wait, you want this to be... I don't really understand what I'm doing right now. This doesn't work. It's not just gonna work. It'll work? Seriously? I'm a little dubious. So I wouldn't even want an if then. I'd want to say that oh, we're on piece. Whoa, that's not supposed to be on piece. That's supposed to be on component movement. Whoops. That was close. Okay. I'd want to say object position x minus equals that. That's not gonna work. Oh, it works. Oh, wow. That totally works. Okay, alright. Now, I messed up my left and right, however. I did it! I know things! Just gotta use the old noggin. Wow. Wow. It even kind of holds. Like, on its own. I don't even need to implement that. What? Why was that the easiest thing? Okay, so we also need to do walls. A wall check, that is to say. So on a piece, we have is on floor. So I'm gonna say func is on wall, is against wall. Return is equal approx. I mean, technically I'd want an absolute value here. Well, not really. It needs to be 1 or 6. Oh, my keyboard's default key press settings. Oh. That's like okay, right? That's like fine. We'll see. I do plan on trying to build this for mobile and like test it on mobile and stuff like that. So we'll see how that changes. True. Oh, you're right. It is just like on my keyboard. You're right. Well, I don't think I want to interfere with that. Okay. All right, cool. Nice. I don't know what kind of credit I give you for that. So, tech support credit. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna call that moral support. I'm calling it moral support. So it could be either, right? If is equal approx position X. Well, you don't have to do that. You can just say, no, position X one or is equal approx position X 6. And then we could go do like the wall position, right? Constant wall position left or wall left position is 1 wall right pause float equals 6. It's a little verbose, isn't it? If is on floor. Now that's just the down movement. What we would want to say is if is on wall. Walled? I don't know. I kind of hate it, but like I don't know what else to say. I'm open to suggestions, but I can also just live with it. Object walled connect on walled on walled so this would be like, well, but this is tough, right? Because we only want to block left movement or right movement. So actually, I don't want this on here at all. This doesn't belong on here. Incorrect. Because this is just the movement. No, this is correct. Not incorrect. Not incorrect. This is the movement component, which is actually exactly where I would want this. Can move horizontally. True. To start with. You can move horizontally. If can move horizontally, then allow this. I don't know why. I thought I was this or there. Okay. Can move horizontally becomes false. However, that's not quite true, right? Because we want to be able to move the opposite way. So it actually matters if we're on a wall on the left or we're on a wall on the right. Walled left, walled right. That's very important. So I don't just want to know if we're on the wall. If we're on... I'm going to say match is on wall. And I'm going to have is on wall. Can you just clamp the object's horizontal global position? Oh. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm gonna do that. Yes, yes, of course. Why am I overcomplicating it? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna actually give a specific credit for this one. Let's say movement design. Oh, you're right. Ooh. Okay, very good. Never mind. Credit revoked. You've unearned that credit. To be fair, I wasn't planning on that. I didn't realize that I was going to want that for that. So I still give you credit for having a good idea. Not that I don't really know how to represent that credit, but in theory, from heart to heart, I give you that credit. So, you know, it's like, right, so there's is on piece. Is next to piece. And we'd still want to know left or right. Let's say has piece to left. Okay, well, let me think about this, because I don't quite want to do it that way. I'd love for it to be... throw it in the trash. Because it'd be nice if it was just like one function that like checks it. This is the object that the player controls when it falls. Will it just stay there and you spawn a new one for the player to control next? Yes. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, so we would say like on grounded, another one would start coming after a certain amount of time. Yes. Exactly. If is on floor, emit grounded. If it's so, okay. I was going to say match. I feel like we could do like a enum for this. So this is the piece. Here, let me move this out of the way. This is the piece right here. I think we could do an enum for that. Enum side detected. And there could be none left and right. You want both left and right. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's a good call. That's a great call. That's an excellent call. Okay. Very well then. Okay. All right. All right, then keep it in. All right. Let's say blocked, because it won't necessarily be a wall. But either way, its movement will be blocked. So blocked on the left or blocked on the right. Yeah, that's a really good point. This is an excellent point. So I'm gonna say check sides or something. If so there's a couple different things, right? There's the walls, and then there's pieces next to it. The piece itself needs to be able to look for stuff. So right now, the area that I have on here is not that useful, is it? Do things need to know if anything is above it? I don't think... Does anything ever need to know if something is above it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Okay, so here's what we're gonna say. Let me go back to the piece scene. And technically, I'd want its area to be 1, 2, 3, like that, right? Not quite. Almost. If the game always checks states top to bottom. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, because if something above it lands on top of it, right, and so then would we only need to check left to right? No, because no, maybe. I guess technically it doesn't have to look on every side, does it? It only needs to know if something sees it. So maybe we just check everything below and to the right. I gotta give you some kind of props here. I don't even know. Collision detection? It's an awfully specific one. So then I would only need to have the area like that. And even then, we have like kind of an extra one. I almost don't even need that. We could have 2 collisions. So we could say collision right and collision right and collision bottom. Oh, right. Make it unique. And even then, we don't need it to be on top of that. It could be like here. Like that. It's kind of hard to see. There. So they really are tetraminos after all. Look at that. And the great thing is then it wouldn't even accidentally detect the piece on top of it. I mean, it would once you rotate it around, but that doesn't actually matter. Neat. Wow. You just blew my mind with that. Thank you. Oh, the area doesn't like 2 collisions? The root node of a scene is recommended to not be transformed, since instances of the scene will usually override this. Reset the transform and reload the scene to remove this warning. What? Oh. Oh, did I rotated it? It's rotated? When did that happen? I don't know when that happened, but evidently it ever did. Can you just show me the collision shape debug just to like make sure this is doing it the way I want? I don't know what that was. That was so weird. Oh right. I have code that is in the middle of being coded, so it might not actually run. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm still making it. I'm sorry. Thank you, though. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, good. Great. Awesome. Wow. Neat. Alright, I think it's time for a GitHub commit. This is like coming together to some extent. It's like kind of becoming something like a game. So, yeah, new repository time. I'm gonna call this Puyo Puyo like for now. A game like Puyo Puyo. The folder that it's in is Puyo Puyo like. So it should already be good. Let's make it lowercase so it matches for sure. Okay. Make sure we're working on the same one. Just add something arbitrary in there. Yep. Grid and falling and horizontal movement. Oh, I forgot to change the name. That's okay, it doesn't matter. Alright. So we're doing checking sides. And we not only want to know if it's a wall on either side, but if it's a piece. Now, if there's no collision to the left, that means it would have to receive the information that something on the left saw it. So pieces need to be able to both communicate to other pieces and be communicated to by other pieces. But I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Let's just do the walls, and then we can start thinking about that. So let's do check walls here. If is walled, then so we'll have blocked left, block right, blocked right. Well, we need to know if it's walled, which kind of walled it is. So I think I'd still want to do match. And so I'd still want an enum. I think for this one we can get away with an enum. Walled state, neither left or right. I don't know if this is the best way that I want to do this, but it's what I'm doing right now. Match detected walled state to a walled state. If it's neither, I mean, then nothing happens. If it's left, then we'd want to emit blocked left. If it's right, emit blocked right. So instead of is on wall returning a bool, this is gonna return, I guess, a walled state. Whoa, that's awesome. I just created my own return. And then this is detected walled state if is equal approximate position X wall left position, then return walled state left. If is equal approx wall right position, returned walled state right. Would we use elif here? Is this like allowed? Am I doing things? I guess we could say else. Return walled state neither. Did I code? I wouldn't want elif. No, I don't think it could. I don't think you could detect both walls. So this is just for the walled. What I'm thinking is that there would be something separate. So there's check sides, which can look at the walled state, but then besides that, I'd want something else that checks for pieces. So that would be like some separate function. I don't know what it'd be called. Has piece nearby or something. I don't know. Something like that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Cuz I don't know if I've ever volunteered to use elif in my entire life. I feel like it's only been like recommended that I use it from you guys. So I might change what this function is, but for now, let's call it has neighbor. As neighbor. No. Let's say it has piece nearby. It's a little unclear. And you know, again, might change that at some point. So it'd be kind of similar, like match has piece nearby, and this would return. Now it could have multiple at a time, right? So it could be both. So we wouldn't want to do a match here. Really, we'd want to check has piece. Well, has piece nearby. I mean, we could make an enum of it. we would just have to make like another one that's like left, right, both. Neither left, right, both. Which feels a little ridiculous. But then again, is it that ridiculous? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to comment all that out, and then I'll just deal with that once we get to that part. For now, let's just check out the walls. Oh, wait. So we have block left, block right. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking I do want to do that. So, because if the pieces... What I need to figure out is how the pieces are going to see each other. If every piece... Let me connect these areas up. Every piece... Oh, it is an area. Right. So that means it's going to be able to receive the information. So whatever it sees, it could emit that one's signal. I mean, I think they all could have like a function. And the thing is piece nearby doesn't just have one implication that, oh, you can't move anymore. It also has the implication of, do we have a match? How many pieces are nearby in a row? How does it know that 4 pieces have matched? How does it know that 5 pieces are there? There has to be really, really clear ways to calculate that. Because that's, I mean, that's the nuts and bolts of the whole thing. I gotta think about that one. It's almost like it needs to keep track. I mean, to me, arrays seem obvious here, right? I feel like I might as well play the game while I think about it. Arrays feel like an obvious choice somehow. So like right now, there wouldn't be any nearby data that would need to be recorded. Let me move this. No nearby data would need to be recorded into an array. The pieces would, this yellow piece would know that it was next to another yellow piece. And the thing is, when would it know that? Like right now, the ones that are falling, if I rotate this around, right, does this currently selected piece bother even detecting the one next to it? I would say no. I would say it doesn't even bother detecting it until it lands. So there's different kinds of checks. There's not just the check for if it can move, and in fact, here, it can move right. So we wouldn't want it to detect that one next to it. Otherwise, it would get blocked in midair, which is ridiculous. And the other crazy thing is they have to move in tandem, right? So like if I move both of these pieces over to the far edge, it needs to behave as if the one on the outside bumped into it. Wait, what? Man, static bodies are starting to sound good right now. Because with a static body, I wouldn't even have to check for the walls. They would just do it. But there's something I don't like about that. So it would have to know if it's currently falling or not. Make it all rigid bodies with Jolt. It's Jolt. Jolt can do anything, right? Right? There's never been a buggy physics-based game with Jolt. This is kind of a toughie. I gotta think about this. Like, obviously, if it's in the falling state, we can make sure different things happen. But I think the key thing is there are different ones. No character body. No character body. Not true. Not in this case. I've decided to not do that. There's gonna be literally no physics in this game. So that's fun, right? So there's two different kinds of side checks. Not just side check, nearby checks. There's two different kinds of nearby checks, at least. There's checking when falling to decide if the player can still move around. And there's checking after it landed. Now, after it landed, it's a fundamentally different piece, right? So on the piece script, I mean, almost I would think that some of this checking, some of the checking code should be on the component, not on the piece. So the checking to decide if you're bumping into a wall or not, I think should be on the component, the movable component, the movement component. Whereas the checking for am I a match or not, or is there garbage near me, I think that should be potentially on the piece itself. It could be its own component maybe, but it could be. There could be a component for like a grounded piece, or like a piece that is no longer controllable ever again by the player. A fallen piece, if you will. So a fallen component. But I think trying to smush all of this into the piece doesn't really make as much sense. So I think all the walled stuff should be on the movement. Which also means that I would want a separate area or something. No, we don't even need an area. For the wall checks, you don't need an area. You do need it, however, for checking if you're bumping into a piece. We cannot, unless we keep an array of all of the positions of every piece, which is an option. I don't like that option, but it's an option. We could keep track of every piece's position and have it base it on that, but I don't enjoy that, so I don't want to do it. But so then I think I would want a separate area. Or we don't have a separate area, and the movement component is just reading the existing area that's already on the pieces. Clamp global position and factor in the rotation of the side piece. That's very interesting. That helps us with the walls, actually. Not so much with the pieces. That is to say, bumping into a nearby piece, but it does help us with bumping into the walls. This is crazy. I can't believe how hard this is. I can believe it, I can believe it, I can believe it. It's just, what I don't like about it is how many different things there are, right? Like, gotta check for... Gotta check for the area information when falling. Gotta check for the area information after fallen. Gotta check for the... floor and the walls. Okay, all right. I think it does make some sense. If you were gonna do this, you'd make a 2D array that holds the real positions of the game pieces. Yeah, and have the visuals just be a fancy version of that. I don't know why I'm avoiding that. It's not really that complicated. It's a grid. There's only so many places things can be. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be a pain. Because that position data is just completely represented by their positions. So, you know, there's kind of like this concept of like rounds a little bit, right? Where right now we're in the non-calculating phase. So once this hits, right, as soon as they connect, bam, now it calculated them. So it's like once they hit, that would be when it adds their real positions in. Now it adds their real positions. Now their real positions are in. Now their real positions are in. It like takes a second for that real position to be set. That would be the moment to say, you've joined in on the array. And then just every time that moment happens, every piece, it just rechecks all of the pieces and the positions that they're in. And then it can just say that if you try to move, and again, like you were saying, accounting for the rotation, changing that, it can just literally check to see if something is already in that spot. And if it is, I mean, I guess the hardest part is knowing, you know, which direction to not move in. So that gets a little chaotic. Leverage animatable body and static body so you can easily move the pieces, but you can still implement the exact movements you want. Collision detection is not a fun wheel to remake. Yeah, I mean, I did that in the balloons leg, and it was, yeah, it was painful. It was painful. I'm not sure I understand where animatable body comes in, but maybe it does. Also, I don't know that I agree that it's not a fun wheel to remake sometimes. I think that is sometimes true. I think it's fun to learn how to do it, and I like getting better at it. But I think that that's a decent fallback. I think I'm gonna stick with just the pieces communicating with each other. I think that still has a lot of validity to it. It was cool to make for your Vampire Survivors like, but you wouldn't do it for every project going forward. Yeah. I guess for me, I think that it's nice for these 3D games, or just for like grid-based stuff. I find it valuable, or something. Maybe not necessarily grid-based stuff. I don't know. I don't know what it's good for. Use physics to edit the board, but keep the board state in a variable. Right. These are all good ideas. These are some good ideas floating around. Doesn't mean I'm gonna do the good idea. Honestly, I'm feeling like just moving forward. Like, I think it's just like a bit of a brain twister at first. And I think once the system gets in place, it'll sort of make more sense. Maybe. Oh, that was a bad place. Oh dear. It can be unreliable to get mod X 5 position. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. Why? Why would that be true? I mean, yeah, if there's physics. If there's not physics, why would it be unreliable? I think it'd be exceedingly reliable. But maybe not. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. This fish really is as aggressive as he looks. He beats me every time. He's so good at this game. And I'm not. What? Yeah, I totally knew that would happen. That was my intention. Oops, that was not what I meant to do. Oh, he's gonna make a comeback. He'll make a comeback, I guarantee it. Look at that fist. It means business. Mistake. Oh no. Okay, do that. It's a fun game though, I'll be honest. Come on. Oh, he's gonna die. Oh, he's done for. Is he flipping me off? Is he seriously giving me the finger right now? This is actually the furthest I've ever gotten in this game. I have to say. Alright. So... the game does use something like physics for calculating the positions of the game pieces. I think you can keep a piece suspended for a long time / forever if you keep rotating it. Not forever. It actually has a timer, I've noticed. I'm not going to do it on that one because that's the furthest I've ever gotten. I will keep that up for the rest of my life. I'll take a screenshot, print it out, frame it on my wall. But you can actually test it and see. So I'm just spamming the rotate, and then eventually it stops me. So I'm spam, 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 and then it stops. So it seems to be like a timer, as far as I can tell. Or potentially a number of rotations. Does that hint physics? I don't know. Maybe. It does seem to be ignoring physics to some extent. So I'm not so sure. I'm not sure, did they have physics in these days? Like, yes, why not? You could just make your own physics. But yeah, that's the maximum amount of before touching the groundage you can do. So it's just like a few seconds that it lets you do it before it registers it. Or something like that. It doesn't have to be gravity and jumping. Moving on a grid can also be physics. Okay. Alright. It's not physics exactly, but you could model it with the physics system pretty easily. Yeah, like in my Frogger, like, I used a combination of grid and physics. And it was painful and unpredictable, if I'm being honest. You know, I had to make sure that, like, the grid-like movement didn't interfere with the physics, and vice versa. And that was very unpleasant. Whereas in theory, I could make this exactly the way that I need it. In theory. Okay, so I want to say that these pieces can talk to each other. The pieces right now are areas. So they can only detect currently on their bottoms and their rights. So if they're detecting things below them and to the right of them, then that means they need to say whether they see stuff. And who are they going to say it to? Other pieces. The areas are only going to detect other pieces. That's it. So if like a piece collision, I'm even just going to put these on layer 2 mask 2. And set up a ready function. And we're just gonna say print piece on right. Oh wait, not yet. First we want to connect it. Area entered, connect. On area entered. And then that is going to return an area. And we'll say, or it's going to call it an area. And we'll say, well, we know what the area is going to be. We would want to know, it's always going to be a piece. What we'd want to check is like what colors the pieces are and stuff. But actually it doesn't really matter at first. So I'd kind of want to set up, right, blocked left or blocked right. We'd also want to know if it's blocked below. We'd want to know that too. I'll say blocked down. That would also be important. So you can't keep pushing down. It'd have to stop. Which is very similar to being grounded. For sure. So if the area is entered, we would want to know, is it below it or is it above it? So I have two separate collisions right now, but how do I know which collision it is? Right? That is not clear at all. Well, I could have multiple areas, or I could say if the thing that it detects is to its right or beneath it. How do we know if it's to its right? So that's either going to be one, well, it could have both. It could have something, okay, so we'll say check or has piece, I guess we can just use that. Let's say has right neighbor. Let's say sees right neighbor. Because I guess I'd also want like seen by left, sees on right. Sees piece on right. Piece sees on right. Piece seen by left. Piece seen by top. I guess I'll say blocked bottom. We don't really need a blocked top. And the way it's going to check that is, so we'll say piece if piece sees on right, it's going to call it the area, do stuff, or admit or emit blocked left, but this is, or blocked right, but this is important because remember there's two different kinds of checking. There's the checking when it's falling, and there's the checking when it's landed. Two different kind of checks. I think I'd rather it be dynamic than keep track of all of the pieces, personally. If piece sees on right, yes, we want blocked right, but we also want to keep track so we can match things. I do think a fallen component is going to be really useful here. So it emits, if it's on the floor, it emits that it's grounded, but we're also going to want it to know if it's on top of another piece. So if it sees a piece below it, it kind of takes a second before it clicks in, right? So you can even tell, it's like flashing. like flashes a couple times. Flash, 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 boop, boop, and then it stops. See, it even interrupted the flash. So it seems like it waits like a second before it sits in. Alright, I'm thinking, it's hard because I gotta think ahead and think here at the same time. Think ahead in like 3 different directions. That's the fun part. Okay, so if it sees it on the right, how do we know if it sees it on the right? It sees it on the right if the area it calls with, if area is set to its own position X. That'd be plus or minus. I thought I knew, but then I messed it up earlier, so it's probably the opposite of whatever I think it is. Would be my guess. Okay, this piece is at X7 somehow. This piece is at X6. Wait, how does that make sense? Wait, what? No, that's wrong. Whoops. Oh, but it's supposed to be relative to the grid also. There you go. That's why. They have to be in the grid for this to make sense. My mistake. Okay, there we go. Now it's at X1. So yes, it has to be one higher than itself. Then it's on the right. If area position X is set to its own position X, oh, I guess we would want to say I don't even know how to use is equal here. It's a true or false Boolean. So I guess we would say if is equal approx area position X to its own position plus 1, right? Something like that. And that's what we'd actually want to return. Just return that. Func piece C's on bottom same thing, but this time if it's Y is 1 less in theory. So for now, let's just say print piece seen on right if piece C's on bottom, piece seen on bottom, piece C's on bottom. And, you know, we could specify what the piece is, but for now I don't care. So I'll just like have a piece already there, or some pieces already there, to maybe make this a little easier. So it's probably going to emit like multiple times, assuming it even works, which it very well may not work. Or I may have done something wrong. Area entered, not declared. Oh. Sorry, piece extends in area 3D. I was wondering why that didn't autocomplete earlier. Thank you. Okay. Oh, they're all seeing each other. Oh, that kind of makes sense. All right, start this over, or reset that. Oh yeah, that works. Piece seen on right. Nice. Now, it didn't necessarily fully see it on the right. So that's like another question. Do I need to move the position of that? Well, it does half steps, right? Yeah, I can't move to the right if it sees it on a half step. No movement allowed on the half step. As soon as it sees it, that's it. Even a little before that, as soon as it starts to move down, I can't move over. Great, so I think this is actually working quite well. Nice. Good. Now, since these pieces aren't falling, they wouldn't even need to do that check. Since those pieces have already fallen, it doesn't matter. So we definitely need to know if a piece has fallen or not. Now that's going to be different I mean, if it's preset, it definitely should already be fallen. But whatever, I don't know, we'll see. We'll deal with that later. Well, I mean, you aren't... Technically, I am making preset pieces. So I probably should account for that, right? Do I want to spawn them right at the beginning? Or do I want them to have that by default? I think they should have that by default. I think that should be built in. Maybe. Or... I mean, not really, because I'd want it to be like on a level by level basis. So if I have like a special mission where you have to get rid of pieces that already exist, I'd want to have like an array that sets up, or some kind of array, but somehow program in where those pieces should already be at the start. In which case I would want to put them in there. I think for now, we can just have this be an export variable. It's probably the easiest way to deal with this. And then later on, I can figure out all of that. So over here, I take all these pieces that are already in here, mark them as fallen, piece color garbage, sure, they're garbage for now, and then make them preset type. Okay. So then we don't even need to check. I don't even think we need to. We do need to connect on area entered, actually. So we want to say we have like different things that are going to happen. If piece sees on right, we would want to say something like if fallen check for match. Otherwise, well, then it must be in the act of falling. So if it's in the act of falling, I would then want to do blocked right emit. So the falling component can behave accordingly. If fallen, check for match. Otherwise, block bottom emit. Now I might have to change some of this, like timing wise, the check for match fallen stuff. But technically we don't have it getting set to fallen yet. So we can figure out when that happens. Okay, we'll say func check for match. I don't know what that does yet. Let's just pass it. Cool. So now, just because blocked right gets emitted doesn't mean anything's going to happen yet. So back on the movement component, we would want to connect those things. So object blocked, and we could do I think a static reference. No, actually that isn't useful here. No, I'm just kidding. Blocked, I thought it could be useful, but there's multiple of them, so it doesn't really make sense. Object blocked, pop on my knuckles, I apologize. It's just, it means I'm about to cook. Blocked right connect unblocked right. Oops. Object blocked left unblocked left. I kind of hate all these, but I think it's fine. I do and I don't. Object blocked bottom connect on blocked bottom. Did I set that up correctly over here? Yeah, okay. Can move horizontally. Yeah, we don't want to mess. That's not what we want to do. That's not what we want to do. So I mean, we have this get access, but we actually don't want the get access. It was fun and all, but I don't actually want it. I need to split those up. Unless there's some way I can split it up, but nah. So for now, let's just say func on blocked right on blocked left and on blocked bottom. Okay, good. And let's go ahead and split these up. Right is negative. Really? Are you quite sure? How is that possible? I'm so confused by that. Oh, because you have subtract. That's why. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, so that would be minus equals input is action pressed left is action pressed right, and that would be addition. Does that still like work? Oh, that's a Boolean, right. Can you just make it a float? Is that so wrong? Have I committed crimes? Nope. No crimes. I said what I said. Okay, good. So now it moves. And then we'll say so if it's blocked right, can move right equals false. Can move left equals false. Can move down equals false. Can move right, true. Can move left, also true. Can move down, true. Make a booleans. If can move left, allow it. If can move right, allow it. Let's see what happens. So that's only going to work for the pieces right now. So I'm just going to keep pressing right and see if it stops me. Right. Stop me. Now I can't move left either. Whoa. Wait, we don't ground on the pieces yet. That was interesting. Why did it block left as well? Oh, it is working on the walls. Oh, wait, why is it working on the walls? Did I do the walls? I guess I did the walls. Oh, I did do the walls. Did I? I did. Oh, okay. Great. All right, well then we need to make sure we set that it can become true again once it doesn't see it anymore. Otherwise, yeah, we're in danger. Now the walled state should be updating, but we don't have an unblocked emission. That's not good. We're gonna need that, aren't we? So it's checking the sides constantly. That can only be one or the other. It's a little painful. If I say unblocked, it'll just unblock it, right? It's a little chaotic. If it's neither, it would emit both. I know. You know, and sometimes just like getting a version of it down can often highlight what a better alternative would be. So I'm okay with this for now. You know, we could also... No, because no, it's just gonna be different. We'll see. Unblocked. Unblocked bottom. It's an interesting word. Or term. Unblocked bottom. And then... we're gonna create them. Every single one. On unblocked right. Unblocked left. It's not the worst thing. Like it's defining everything. How bad can it be? Right? What are the consequences that I don't yet foresee? Maybe none. Oh, can't move down. What is that like? So I'm just gonna try to move between the walls. Here, I should put the keyboard up here so you can see what I'm pressing. Oh, that didn't work. That very immediately did not work. That deeply didn't work. That incredibly didn't work. Let's see why. It might be kind of obvious why it didn't work. Once I look at this. Okay, hold on. Pause it. Whoops. It can move every way right now. That's true. That's accurate. It doesn't ever seem to be going false. So something is constantly emitting the signals to keep it true. Oh, whoops. That'll do it. That will do it right there. Okay. We have to make sure it unblocks the opposite. Okay. Nice. Great. So I can go between them now with no problem. It's phasing through the pieces, so we gotta get that right. But it sees the walls. That's good. So what's going on with the pieces? So when an area is entered, it checks to see if a piece is on the right. We already know that that works. If it's fallen, it checks for a match. If it isn't fallen, which they aren't fallen, it is then going to say that it's blocked on the right. But here's the thing, this is running in the process function, meaning that this is unblocking it right away. So we need a different kind of block. One that overrides this. So we do want walled. Or not. Which is kind of a lot. But I'm okay with it. Maybe there's an easier way. But this is what I'm doing. We're unwalling, and we're walling. I had a feeling walling was gonna return somehow. I didn't know how. I guess what I like about defining collisions manually is you just get, and again, this isn't totally manually, right? Because we still have the areas. But what I like about this is it just gives me total control over the results. And all I have is predictability. Instead of trying to fudge around with things that I don't understand. And I find that very comforting. In theory. Look at all those signals. That's a lot of signals. So we can also set this up. We could say connect signals. Sometimes I think that's a nice thing to do. I mean, then again, why not put it at the top? Who cares? Just put it at the top. It's fine. Okay. Object unwalled right. Walled right. Oh wait, did I do walled on the bottom? We don't need that. Unnecessary. Did you change it everywhere? I don't think you did. Wouldn't be the first time. Oh. Click them good. Okay. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Is it comes down to the can move. I would even say I don't know that I necessarily even need to do this. I think we can have the signals call with something, right? Here, forget this. I don't need to do all this. I don't think I need to do that. Get rid of those. Sometimes I just gotta like try it and then realize there's a more optimal way to do it. Here, get rid of all that. What we can do is have them call with specific things. So I could say that unblocked left, it's either going to call with, is it a wall or is it a piece? And then we'll have that information that we can then utilize in a different way. So I'm gonna say is wall, and that's a Boolean. is wall or blocked by wall, blocked by wall. We could even say walled. Let's say walled. Is walled. How about that? And then when we emit these, now I don't remember how do you type signals again? Oh, okay. Oh, right, I got rid of those, duh. I was like, what's going on? Okay, we did type the signals. We just need to rename these back to blocked. There we go. But we have to clarify. In this case, it's true. All of these are walls. In these cases, it's false. Oh, we don't actually need to do that for bottom. Only for a piece seen on right. Okay. Then, back over here, we just make sure that these have the is walled check. Right? So I'm going to change this to has piece on right, has piece on left, has piece below. Well, let's say on down. By default, those would all be false. If it doesn't have a piece on left, then you can move. If it doesn't have a piece on right, then you can move. And then we just have to flip all of these around. And then these as well. I do got it. Did I give Camwin credit earlier? I feel like you helped talk me through a lot of that collision stuff. So credit where credit's due there, by the way. It's just I just realized. Okay. Good, good, good. Now, for the wall is a different check. Has wall on right. Has wall on left. Very different. So actually, first, I would want to check if it doesn't have a wall on the left. Now check to see if it has a piece. Right? Is my brain doing this right? Possibly not. So this is obviously a little crazy because you have a ton of booleans going on and off, which in my experience can be messy and go badly. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay, it did not work for the pieces. The walls are fine though, but not the pieces. Well, yeah, but because you would want it the other way around. You would want it the other way around. I think you're still gonna have a problem. I just have a feeling that I have not fixed this. I feel like you would want like both, right? I'm definitely missing out on some logic right now. I know I am. This is not gonna work as such. I already know it isn't. But I'm determined to find that out the tactile way, to see what the result is, and then realize what the solution will be. Okay, so we do have wall collision there. But we still just pass right through those pieces. Now, my question is, if I don't ever see a wall in the first place... Well, but remember, the walls are checking all the time. All the dang time. The walls are checking. Yeah, there's just nothing happening there. So let me see what's happening under the hood so I can further get my tactile information. So actually, it doesn't even know that it has a piece. Oh wait, it did know. Oh, I hooked it up wrong. It's only seeing the piece. It's not even seeing the wall stuff. Oh. Oh, dude, I'm not even checking the walled or not. Okay, well then, in that case, I'm gonna put it back to the way I had it. That's funny. Love it. Okay, I love an easy fix. Okay, so if is walled, we would then want to say that it has a wall on the right. Otherwise, it has a piece on the right. Oh wait, but that's unblocked. So if it's unblocked on the right, it's false. Got it. So over here, it's the same thing, except both of these are true. In this case, it's the same thing, except it's left. In this case, left and true. Okay. Now let's see where my logic is flawed. All right, the wall's detected. I can't move down yet. I can only fall. So I gotta wait until we get down there. We bump! Oh, but now I can't move to the right at all. It's not getting unset. You just have to trust me. I forgot to put the keyboard up there. So it still thinks there's a piece on the right, even though there isn't. So that's not getting set for some reason. What you got, debugger? Unblock bottom is declared but never used. Oh, we'll get there. Thank you, though. Okay, what did I do wrong? Unblocked right, has wall on right false, has piece on right false, but that's not happening. So, let's see what I did wrong. Unblocked right, that's connected. Let's go back to the piece. Unblocked right. Oh, we don't ever say when it doesn't see the piece anymore. We have on area entered, but we do not have on area exited. All right. Pipe it in. We wouldn't need to check for the match anymore at that point. We don't, well, yeah, I guess we'd want to say it's unblocked on the bottom. But I don't know, do we need that? I guess so. Like, maybe for, like, that circling kind of thing. And we might want to even, like, do it similar to the walls. Or have it have some kind of connection to the is on floor. So I'll do unblocked, but I don't know how useful it's really gonna be. But for now, I'll put it in there. So obviously we haven't done anything with left yet, right? So that's gonna be because other pieces are detecting it instead of the piece detecting itself, which is kind of chaotic, actually. And maybe it shouldn't be that way. Ooh, it's still not getting unblocked. I couldn't move to the right. So I can move over here, no problem. Hit that wall. I can run into that, but then I can never move back again. So it doesn't seem to be detecting on exited. I think you didn't connect it, Lise. I think that would be it. If I had to guess, you gotta connect it. Just something to think about. Might be useful. It's up to you. Okay. Kind of would be nice to see that. Whatever. Alright. No! It's still getting blocked on the right for some reason. Okay. And I did connect it. Area exited. On area exited. On area exited. Yeah, but this is, you can't just do PCs on right. That's incorrect. Right? Because it's no longer on the right. So this would actually need to be nothing. Right? So it would need to return false. If not piece C's on right. Which is also kind of weird, but probably fine. Okay. Maybe fine. We'll find out one day. Okay, moving to the right. Yes, and we can move back and forth. Nice. We're walled, baby. We're blocked in. See, that wasn't so bad so far. Now, it isn't going to block pieces that are on the left of us. That is not going to happen. So we're going to pass right through that piece with no issue. Because based on the way that this is set up, it needs to be told that something is on its left. Now we have to ask ourselves, why do this? The reason why I'm doing that is so that way they don't both detect at the same time. That way there's never any overlapping detection. Well, there is on the bottom. But which is interesting to think about. There isn't on the bottom, no, because the collisions don't look for each other. No, so things will never be detected twice. I think that's fine. Okay, so that means that if a piece is fallen, which all those on the ground already are fallen, on area entered, if fallen, all it's doing is checking for a match. But we actually want to do more than check for a match. We need to see if the area is also fallen or not, right? If fallen, we could say check for player. We could say if it has this component on it. Well, just if it isn't fallen. That doesn't seem right. I think we need something else. Oh, piece type. Piece type. That's what that's for. We could say if area piece type is set to piece types player, then when it sees it on the right, then we want to let the area know. We'd actually want to emit the areas blocked left, and it is not a wall, right? In theory, same thing on the bottom. I don't think we need to do the bottom. I could be wrong, but I don't know that I need that. Maybe, I don't know. I'll worry about that later. Okay, but we do need to check on exited, because it needs to decide to unblock it. So if it doesn't see a piece on the right anymore, because something exited it, and it's fallen, then on that area, we let it know that it's unblocked on the left. I don't know if I did this right. I may not have. Okay, so I'm trying to wedge in here. Hey! Nice. Now, I'd like to make sure I can get out of that. So let's... add some more pieces in. Some more presets. Duplicate these. Let me sure that's fine. Oh, yeah, we marked them as fallen because they already had that. Okay. It seems like it goes a little fast, a little too soon if you ask me, but that's okay. So we want to make sure we can bounce between these. No. Wait. No. Something's not working right there. Uh-oh. We got problems. I knew something had to be wrong. I was like, surely I didn't get that right first try. Indeed I did not. Okay, let me pause it. Pop this open. That's the player piece. Find its movable component. And then study its moving. Okay. Has piece on left. Has piece on right. I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. Okay. So when, and let's zoom out a little more even. When it enters on the right, when it enters the area, it's going to check to see if it even sees a piece on the right, whenever that area enters. If it does see a piece on the right, it is then going to say, am I a fallen piece? If I am a fallen piece, I'm going to see if the thing that I see is the player. If the thing that I see is the player, then I'm going to have that player be known, or I'm going to have that player let its movement component know that it's blocked on the left and that it's not a wall that's blocking it. I don't think we actually want to check for a match. I feel like I mean, this is just to be technical. Technically, I'd want to say, and it wouldn't be a player anymore by that point. We would want to see if it's fallen, though. So we have this player garbage and preset. I actually need another type. I need a placed type, like a placed piece, technically. So at that point, we could even do like a match. And say if it's a player, and do that. If it's a placed, then check for a match. And we can figure out what all that means later. If it's anything else, whatever, just keep going. Okay. So if it sees something on the right, if that thing, if it has fallen itself, it is going to let, well, it's going to check to see what kind of piece type is it. If that piece type is a player, it is then going to let the player know to let its movement component know that it's blocked on the left and it's not a wall. If it's placed, and is then going to check to see if it's a match. Now, if it isn't fallen, it's going to let its own movement, that means it must be a player, it's going to let, which I'm starting to wonder if I need the fallen or not. It's going to let its own movement component know that it's blocked on the right. I'm not going to worry about the bottom stuff right now. Okay. Now, when the area exits, so I kind of want to do the same sort of thing, actually. Except this time, it's going to be right instead of left. And, well, no, it's going to be left, sorry. But it's going to be unblocked. I wonder if it's exiting multiple areas, and that's why we're able to go through it. Because if you think about it, when you pass by multiple pieces, that would change. Honestly, I don't know if it makes as much sense to only check on the right and the bottom. I feel like it should just check all around it. I think it's gonna be simpler. I feel like this adds in this abstraction that like isn't really necessary, you know? That's what I think. So if the piece no longer sees something, it's going to check to see if that piece is not on the right anymore. Right, but what if something else is on the right? It's going to check to see if it itself is fallen. I even wonder, does it need to do the check of if something's on the right? I don't know. If it's fallen, it's gonna make sure that the thing that left it is the player. Can we get, let me get a print here. Print player unblocked on left. Player blocked on right, or on left. Let me just see what's going on here. Yeah, I feel like there's some kind of strange things going on with the movement. So the player is getting blocked and unblocked simultaneously, it would seem. Somehow. So now I'm blocked on the left with no problem. Somehow I got unblocked on the left. Oh. Is that... I need to get the down movement, like, stat. blocked on left, blocked on left, blocked on left, and then as soon as it sees something on the right, it's when it sees something on the right, it unblocks it on the left. What? Because it sees something on the right. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because we exit one of the lefts above it. So there's like a left over here. It goes past there. It has now exited that left. But then when it sees something on the right, at that moment of exiting this one, it also sees something on the right. And it says, oh, if I don't see something on the right, and I'm fallen, at the moment that the player leaves my area, I should let it know that it's unblocked on the left. That's crazy. That's chaos. That is pure chaos. That is a logical quagmire. Okay, I gotta think about that. Well, it would be nice if it checked, not just if it sees a piece on the right, but it needs to check, is that the same piece that it's seeing on the right? It can't just look for any old thing. So in that sense, I think you would want to move this around a little bit. And say that it checks this in here. Right? At least? Blocked on left, blocked on left, blocked on left. Oh, it still unblocks. That didn't do anything. That had no effect whatsoever. Well, because it's still not checking. This doesn't matter. It's still not checking if that's the same area. So in fact, you'd want to move that somewhere else still. If that's the player that it doesn't see anymore. Right? Blocked on left, blocked on left, blocked on left, unblocked on left. I don't actually understand how that's happening. I'm confused. So, can we get some more information? Print name says that I would even love to say, no, we could do name. Yeah, let's do name. Name says, it's gonna be easier. Name says that name is unblocked on the left. Oops. Chaos. Area piece 5 says that area piece 5 is unblocked. Oh, that's itself. So the player is detecting itself as being unblocked. So that's no good. Lot of conditions in here. It's chaos. You know it. I know it. I think that it needs to make sure because what's surprising is that's only if it's fallen. Wait, what is area 5? Area piece 5? Area piece 5 is not the player detecting itself. That's incorrect. That doesn't make any sense, because a player can't be fallen. Area piece 5 is this one. That one. But that didn't happen until we were down here. Can I try something real fast? I want to get rid of the background. Okay, but I would like to be able to see the collisions a little better. It would be nice against that. Oh, it's not gonna show up in the editor? Okay, cool. What does that one have to do with anything? Area piece 5. This one. What in the world? Area piece 5 is detecting that itself is unblocked on the left. All the way down there? What if I delete that piece? What does that do? Explain that one to me. Dude, I've done something horrible. I've made terrible mistakes. Or not. Then it doesn't unblock. And I can't move to the left. Okay. What if I add some other piece there? Called piece 5, sure. Why not? I mean, I guess it makes some sense. At an error when I deleted that piece, so maybe something funky happened. It's still happening. I thought that that error was because I was doing it while the runtime was up. How strange. Why would it wait all the way down to there? I'm gonna need some more information or something. If I go to remote and we look at these, let's see, look at piece 5 and piece 6. They look the same by all accounts. All right, they're both marked as fallen. They're both piece type 2. Okay, so what happens if I put another one on top of it? This will be piece 11. How does that behave? I could try to reproduce that error for whatever that's worth. Blocked on left, correct, correct, correct. 11 and 5 now are unblocking it. It seems like it has something to do with the collision underneath. It makes me wonder if I have an unblocked on the bottom somewhere it's not supposed to be or something. I guess it'd be also helpful to say unblocked on left at, and then, because that means that it's going to make sure that we didn't see a piece on the right. That means that, well, to be fair, this is highly vague. Actually, that's probably where part of the issue is, right? We're just saying it didn't see something to the right, but that could mean a lot of things. Just because it didn't see it to the right doesn't mean it saw it to the left in the first place. Or wait, you know what I mean? Like it's not saying that I no longer see it on the right. It's saying I at least don't see it on the right. Maybe I don't see it below me too. Maybe I don't see it this way or that way. I just didn't see it. And yeah, so I feel like that's where there's an issue here. That this if not piece sees on right doesn't actually tell us that it's unblocked on the left. Because I think what's happening is those pieces, like here's the player, and then the corner of the player on the right even, right? So it has, so the player is here, but the player's collision is there. And so when it connects or stops connecting with 511 over here, that says, oh yeah, it exited, and I don't see anything on my right. Oh yeah, I don't see anything on my right. So therefore, this must not have something on its left. So it needs to not even be looking for it in the first place over there, if truth be told. So I think it kind of comes back to having one area where there's one on the right and one on the bottom, instead of only looking at the ones that are on the right. Although even then, I could still see there potentially being issues. Maybe. This is kind of crazy. So like what I really need is some way to differentiate between the collision on the bottom and the collision on the right. But right now there is no way for it to know the difference unless I were to make two separate areas, which right now I only have one area. I mean, I don't think there's like any secret signal I've never known about on area. Area shape entered. Emitted when a shape 3D of the received area enters a shape of this area. I don't know what that means. I think I do know what that means. First of all, I didn't know it could detect those. But secondly, that's not relevant. There is this collision object, but that's only for input mouse entered and mouse exited. That's useless. So really, I don't think there's any way to determine if I have these two collisions in one area. I think the only way that I'm going to be able to differentiate between those two different collisions is if there are two different areas, which does abstract the code a little bit more, although it will keep the piece script from being quite so doomy, because that would mean that the area checks will all be separated from the piece a little bit, and we could put that. We don't have to separate it from the piece, but it could be nice, an opportunity to put them on the areas of the pieces themselves, so that way it isn't all on one script, potentially. I think that's the only way around this problem. Certainly better than having 4. You know, unless there's some way to also say, nah, I think anything else is actually too convoluted. Which then it's like, well, I guess the player isn't an area. The piece isn't an area anymore. And the piece is just gonna be a node. Here, before you do all that, commit it. Pieces are areas, and it's a problem. I'm just keeping it real. Okay. I'm gonna change this type to a node. It's gonna be a bit of detangling to get this right. This needs to extend a node 3D now. Now all these are going to be misnamed, and I have to decide if I care to rename them. Surely I don't. Oh, they don't even have the right types anymore. Oh, because I didn't change it on the instance? Oh, I just didn't save it. Okay, there we go. Apparently I do care to rename them, and I can't stop me. I can't allow it. What, am I gonna place them all again? I'd rather just rename them than place them. It's hard for me to mess up renaming. It's easier for me to like overshoot the placement and have to do it again. And all right. And then let's see what else. The connections, right? Oh, I need to also make them have areas as children. So there's an area for collision right. So we'll just say area right. And I'll call this collision. And we'll just call it what it is. Collision shape. I mean, whatever, call it collision, okay. And add a new area. Put that collision in here, call this area bottom. Change that to collision. I want the area position to actually be down here. Reset the position of that collision. Move the area over there. Reset the collision position. Okay. I'll make them unique names. I mean, it probably would be the easiest if I did it on the same. You know what? I'm gonna give them. No, I don't want to give them their own script. I'm gonna make them accessible as a unique name. I'd rather have the Doom script. Give me the Doom script. So then what I can say is area right, or percent area right dot, and percent area bottom dot. So that's what those do. They are separate. That's not how that works, by the way. You have to duplicate this, and you gotta connect it many more times. Here, do it like this. Make that right. So now we have to say on right area entered, on right area exited, on bottom area exited, or on, yeah, oh, whoa. Okay, here, we'll fix that in a second. That's confusing. On bottom area entered, on right area exited, on right, on bottom area exited. It's confusing. Okay, move this here, move that there. Okay, right entered, right exited, bottom entered, bottom exited, bottom exited. Already coded with multiple areas, but you could also do it with a single area, but multiple shapes. Areas can report with shape collide. Right, but like, so, okay. A shape. Right? No, I can go back. I saw that. Now, if I remember correctly, the shapes are those things that you create in code. I actually don't, like, know if I know what a shape is. So a shape, and you were telling me about this on the balloon slag, and I ended up using those for the collision checking. Collision shapes are what you're using? Like the boxes? Wait, really? Wait, are you serious? But it's... What? Okay, well, we're gonna undo all of this. I'm taking this, okay? I'm putting it in the trash. This never happened. Alright? I didn't know that's what shape meant. I didn't know that's what shape meant. I did not know that's what shape meant. I thought shape was like something else. Dude, I don't know what I thought. What did I think it was? It might be about the foreign shape that is colliding with you. Okay, so here, just to be on the safe side, alright, I'll commit this, and we'll just revert it. So, converting to multiple areas. I'll commit this. And then I'm just gonna I guess we have to push it. Push it. And then I'm going to revert changes. And then reload it. You need to close Godot for this. Oh, I never saved it. Come on. I don't know. Just, you know what? We're just gonna close it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it's fixed. Godot, you scare me sometimes. I haven't been paying the closest attention. Could you also use the collision normal to determine the collision direction? I don't know. Could I? Is that a thing? Are collision normals a thing that we can check in Godot? I don't know if I can. Maybe. Maybe I can. In character body, physics stuff, there's normals. That's collision object. I don't know. Okay. So we're back to the way it was now. Before I start to split them out. Normal collision is perpendicular to the face of those. Right, I kind of get that, but what I don't know is if Godot can detect that stuff. But are you saying, like, don't rely on Godot to detect that or something? I don't know what you mean. I hear you, but I don't understand. Okay, so I don't think there are normals. I feel like it's a physics, if anything. Like, obviously, like, objects do have normals in theoretical senses, or like if we were to pull out a mesh in Blender, they'd have normals, but I don't know. I mean, there is like the AABB thing, but that's on like a mesh. I just don't know. I don't know if that exists. It might, but I don't really understand. Okay, so I feel like that's not as simple as this is. Alright, but anyway. It was available in functions that later access special object below collision info. Let me see if we can access. Yeah, you can check it out. I'm gonna move on with the shape thing, which might be all that I need. But yeah, let us know. Oh, I gotta give credit where credit's due here. Collision detection, props to Cameron. Okay. Area shape entered. So it gives you an RID. Wait, but that's for an area. Local shape index. Oh yeah, Dungeon, you were saying that. Alright, let's give you credit there too, I guess. Oh wow, it even says, example, get the collision shape 3D. What shape are the shapes? I would use 4 segment shapes to kind of raycast in 4 directions. Yeah, it's a box. It's a box. This is 3D also. Body shape find owner. Body shape node. Body shape owner get owner. What a function. So I don't even have to just do the index. We could get the node itself. Dude, that's awesome. Body shape owner get owner. But also, I'm confused. Body. But that says body. But that says body. Oh, we gotta go up here. Whew. Okay, same thing. Area shape owner get owner. Got it. Yeah. Okay. In 3D, I guess separation ray shape 3D would be the equivalent. Okay. I'm not doing that. But honestly, interesting. I'm intimidated by that, and this I'm not intimidated by. So I go there. Shape lets you check which shape, but I love like kind of having an idea of where else we can go, especially if this doesn't work. Shape lets you check which shape on the body it was. Yeah, I got that. I think I get that. To use shapes, you need to break your cube into multiple shapes that will only collide in a certain side. Ah, stop! I hate it. I hate it. 6 planes! No! Kill it! Set it on fire. Throw the ashes into another fire. Okay. What I'm gonna do is not that. Instead, we're gonna double check what's going on. I also have to ask myself how much some of this matters. Like, all of these checks, like, does it really need to check this? I mean, yeah, it kind of does. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna leave that there. But what I'm gonna add in is well, I guess it'd be PCs on right down here, right? So if area, okay, now I gotta go look at what the heck that all was. Shape owner get owner. If area shape owner get owner. Now I need to actually match it to certain things. So I guess I'm going to, I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna make these both have unique names. It might not work. Say if it's set to the one on the right, then bother returning it. Otherwise, don't. Otherwise, false. Wait, why does it not return? Area 3D is 6 separation rotating along the axis can report the shape and therefore no direction that trigger the collision. I might need this. I have a feeling I might need what you're saying. I do have a feeling that I might need what you're saying. Return false, no else. Oh, just like outside of it. It is interesting to think about. And I kind of have a feeling like I do need it somehow. Okay, I gotta give you a coding consultant for that one. Is that a Godot consultant? I guess we're gonna say coding consultant. You are right. I'll give you a coding consultant credit for the interesting to think about. Because you are providing me with potential alternatives, right? Right, so if this doesn't... It's interesting. Really, can I... Oh, so I can do the else. Okay, I'll do it like that. Else return false. Okay, actually, maybe that'll be fine. But you said no else. But... I can do that. Area, shape, owner, get owner, set to collision bottom. Okay, so I feel like we still have problems. But I'm curious. I don't even know if... Yeah, that's a problem. You don't need to have else because the function will end on the return if the condition is true, otherwise it'll be false. Okay. Can I leave it though for fun? I feel like this is more readable in something that's already so unreadable. But that's also like really interesting and like important. Like from a logical standpoint to understand that it'll end on the return if the condition is true. Right, so it never gets there in the first place. All right, you know what? You know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. Because I think this, I would rather learn to anticipate that than to leave it in and coddle myself. Invalid call to function, shape get owner, and base area piece. Expected one argument. Oh, what is shape owner? What is it one again? Might be more readable, but might trigger the warning, not all control paths return a value. It didn't trigger it, but you're right. Good to leave, return at the end. Alright, I mean, it allowed it either way. But I hear what you're saying, maybe this is like better from like a coding hygiene perspective. That's fair. Other shape owner. Other shape owner. Okay, I don't understand. Shape owner. Get owner. What do you want? Oops. Returns the parent object of the given shape owner. Oh, so this would actually go, I think, this would actually go in here. This, maybe, would go in here. Although this has to be an ID. How the hell do I get that? What's an owner ID? Is there a difference between owner ID and RID? I guess I could do that. Get ID. What do you think about that? And so then the owner has to be set to self? This is kind of crazy. They are pieces. Wait, what? No, I don't think it would be self. Because it's not about it detecting the collision on itself. It's trying to detect the area that we're looking at? I don't know anymore. So we're just gonna see what happens. Okay. Oh, get ID is not real. Okay, cool. Get ID. Oh god. Get owner. Get our ID. Is that what you want? What do you think of get our ID? Is that the same as the owner ID? Oh dear God. I am very confused by this. I'm gonna need some help with this one. I gotta turn to the internet on this one. I have no idea. Okay, 2 years ago. Area shape entered. Yeah, okay, but I already know what the documentation is and I find it confusing. Area RID, the RID of the other area's collision. Area shape index. I have no idea how to fill this out. I just don't understand. Okay, so the piece, okay. So a piece that's already fallen on the board is looking for the player. That piece has two shapes on it. That one and that one. One on the right, one on the bottom. I want to say, when you go to check, if you see the player on the right, make sure that the thing that has, so it is when area entered, we want to check to make sure itself. I'm still really confused about how I'm supposed to fill out the ID. I don't understand the ID thing at all. Owner ID means nothing to me. Like, what is that? Like, that isn't an RID? There isn't an easy way to convert the owner ID into which collision shape node has the node. If I have an array of 3 shapes added with IDs 0, 1, 2, at first it's trivial to find, oh. So it would probably be 0 then. Dungeon said that before, but I didn't quite understand. So, like, I guess I'm not really sure. Yeah, where do you even find that information? How would I even assume? Like, is the right one 0 and the bottom one 1? Or is this one 1 and this one 0? I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. So I would want to make sure, not if area is that, but if its own shape owner that detected it. No. I mean, yeah, I guess. It, but then that would have to come from the other piece, right? Yeah, 0. Because I'm not trying to check the player's shape owner ID. I'm trying to check one's own shape owner ID. Maybe it has that. Maybe that's just already here. I don't know. So if its own, but obviously it has that. Because you can detect the area that you're looking for, but that doesn't mean I can detect the area that is looking. Unless that's coming from the other one. Which, to be fair, they both aren't going to be detecting each other, though. This is actually crazy. This is way too stressful. I feel like I have to do something else. Something ain't right here. Something's really wrong here. Because it's not like I can get data about it. Like, is it the one that's detecting something? Or not? I don't think this actually solves my problem. Unfortunately. I think I needed 2 separate areas. Because... yeah, I think I need 2 separate areas. I don't think this works. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. So, I'm gonna not save that. And I'm gonna go back to doing separate areas. Because... okay. Okay. Forget it. Put in the trash. Revert the revert. You just need 2 checks in your function, what the area is and what the shape is. Huh? Yeah, but how does it, no, I don't think that makes sense. I just don't think it makes sense. Because I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. Okay, so here's a player. Okay, player. Here's a placed piece. Placed piece. Here's the collision on the right. There's the collision on the bottom. If this is looking for the player, okay, at this moment, when the player leaves there and the exited fires, okay, so the player passes by here, exited fires, at that moment is when I need to know whether or not this shape was the thing that saw the player, or this shape was the thing that saw the player. it's entering the shape because the player, because the player, you have to also realize, has its own, I should be clear, detections, its own areas. They share the same logic. So this piece is right up against that, right? And so as soon as that disconnects, but there are no bodies. There's only areas. I don't understand what you're talking about. So here, this connection right here. I hear what you're I hear what you're saying potentially, but I don't think it makes sense. Okay, right here, this connection is a problem. When the player exits that area, at that moment, this placed piece needs to know, am I the one that saw the player, or am I the one that saw the player leave, right? Did I see the player leave? Or did I see the player leave? Or did I see the player leave? Now the problem that I'm seeing is that this is what has the area entered on it, or the area exited on it. So this one's area entered, or area exited, is gonna call with an area. Right? And that is going to be the player's area. Player's area. That's what it sees at that moment, is this. Now, at that moment, I need to check which collision shape, as far as I can tell, and I could be wrong, but as far as I can tell, the only shape that is the one that's colliding in that moment that I can check, and I could be wrong, is the player's shape. I don't see a way, and I could be wrong, to at that same moment also check on area exited which shape collided, because that's not, I don't need to know that. I need to know which shape collided on the placed piece. I guess I should make that gray, now that I think about it, if I'm gonna be consistent. So on area exited, I need to know if it was its own shape or not that collided, not the areas or the players. So like this, I don't need to know that. I need to know this. And that's on something quite a bit different, right? I don't know. I don't know if I can get that information at that moment. I could be really wrong. Whoa. Area shape entered. Area RAD, area 2D, area shape index, local shape index. You're looking for the body and the area shape index. Okay, but I don't really understand. For me, it was trying to, oh, okay. Oh, hey, what's up, Scott? Welcome. Good to see. Thanks for coming through. What would be the best way to learn GTScript? I've tried watching tutorials, but I find I'm mindlessly following them without actually learning. That's fair. For Dungeon, it was trying to follow a tutorial that was really out of date. I was converting 3.x tutorial to 4.2, and I had to learn to read the docs. I mean, for me, just doing stuff and experimenting. Just like make things and look up stuff along the way. You know, like, what do you want to make? Obviously, you don't want it to be too complicated. So find something simple. If it's a game that you want to make a simple game. Snake is a simple game. Something really simple. And every step of the way, just start looking things up. Ask for help. That's what I do. And then that's how I grow. Speaking for myself. Is just muddling through trying to solve problems. Cam says, look around in different objects in the inspector. If you find a fun setting, try to change it in code to make a cool effect. Oh yeah, that's good too. The other thing you could also try is reverse engineering. So like find something that someone else has made and try to study it and take it apart. But it's different. Everybody learns differently. It's a lot of repetition. So what we can do is just explain like what we've done. It's a lot of repetition and brute forcing originally, then going back to optimizing. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you gotta just make mistakes. You gotta try stuff. The tutorial is gonna show you everything. It's gonna show you how to do stuff. You have to figure out how not to do stuff. You know, and speaking for myself again, I never thought of it as something that I like got discouraged by. It's just like, I don't know things and I have to figure them out. I have to learn them somehow. The only way I'm gonna learn them is if I try stuff and experiment and make mistakes and find out how to solve those mistakes. Welcome to Godot and GDScript though. It's exciting. I love it. This was the first coding language I really learned. Like, I knew some HTML, but GDScript was really like the first one that I truly tried to learn. And I love it. I'm never looking back. I say I'm never looking back because I used to do like visual scripting. That's what I'm not looking back to. Alright, so I'm gonna stay in this reverted. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know that it's possible, and I don't really understand how it's possible, but I do understand how it's possible if I do it this other way. Building a state machine for rotating the pieces. Nice. Nice. Ugh, I want to get to rotating the pieces. Oh, Godot crashed. Oh, I closed it. Yeah, I think I'm going to use two areas. I think it's going to make more sense. Thank you. I just thought whilst I got made redundant, may as well learn a new skill. I love that. Yeah, learn a new skill. Wait, you got made redundant? You oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, you lost your job? That sucks. That's bullcrap. You deserve your job. Did I revert it? I closed it, but I forgot to revert it. Oh no, I did. I reverted it. I love that. Like, using that as an opportunity. That's such a classic thing. I quit my job. I got fired. And I learned game dev. You got this. It's a lot of fun. Don't expect to make any money with it. But having the power to, like, have an idea and create something, oh, it's the best feeling. I live for it. Lost your job, but now it gives you time to learn something new after years of being a scientist. Try something different. Let's go. That seems like a very different like mode of thinking. I mean, depending on like what kind of science you were doing. What kind of science were you doing? So if the area enters, something needs to happen. If it exits, something else needs to. Oh, we need to do it differently. Because now we have two different areas. We have an area on the right, an area on the bottom. So I want to say, I started filling it out and then I burned it to the ground. Percent area right. Percent area right. Biochemistry. Okay, very different. Very different. Nice thing about this is, you know, you can always know what the result's gonna be. It's whatever you tell the computer to do. Although I guess there's some of that probably in biochemistry. I don't know anything about biochemistry. I think that's really cool. Okay, so I have these different on-entered, on-exiteds now. Wait, did I say left? Why would I do that? It's supposed to be bottom. I know why I would do that. Because it's like logical, like, oh yeah, you check the left, you check the right. That's what you do, left and then right. But sometimes it's bottom. So basically we're just separating these out. So on, wait, did I do it before or after area? Okay. Can you not do it that way though? Because that's very confusing. Can you say on area right instead of right area? Area bottom. Okay. Area right entered. Beverage time. Cheers. That's a hydration credit. It is what it is. Thank you. So I don't even think I need to do this if C's check. Probably. I probably don't even need it. It's probably completely unnecessary at this point. Which is awesome, by the way. Okay. I should have done this from the get-go. Oh, this is bottom entered. This isn't even checking the area. At some point it might though. I mean, if you're gonna check for a match, you definitely would want that to call with the area. So you should probably put that in there. Okay, right entered, bottom entered, and then we'll say right exited. Don't think we need that anymore. Being able to create something is always fun, so I like the challenge of GD scripts. Nice. I think it is fun. I love solving these problems. There's probably a lot of problem solving gotta do in biochem too. Whoa, I feel like I just said like a class. Biochem 2. Okay. I love that. Oh, it's a pleasure to have you here. I love folks who enjoy creating things and solving problems. Those are my people. On area right exited. Okay, then the bottom. We don't need to check any of this anymore. Func on area bottom exited. Okay, cool. I'm sure there's other things I'm gonna want to do, but this will do for now. Okay, and then I'm gonna bundle these together more closely. And bundle these together more closely. And see what I forgot that doesn't make sense. I'm sure something potentially doesn't make sense here. Node 3D to an area 3D. Oh yeah, the piece is a node 3D now. We changed that. Designing a game where the main rule is I am explicitly not allowed to explain why X is happening. Why is your house massive? Why are there puzzles? Why can you wall jump now? The player questions it. The character questions it. I'm not saying anything. I think that's a really cool way to make something. Make games to make something. I like that. Good. As you were. Capital B. My bottom has a capital B. Thank you very much. I love that, Roger. That's a great limitation. Piece type area 3D. Oh yeah, it's not an area 3D anymore. Wait. So this this has to look up. So we have to say area get parent piece type. Get parent piece type. It's probably going to be a few places we have to do that. Pretty much anywhere we check an area. One cutscene, you trip over the slam text of opening your door. There's like, that's very artistic. I love that. What am I creating? Yeah, so I am making an entry for the Game Like Jam. The Game Like Jam is a jam that I started. Here's a link in the chat if you'd like to join. Actually, even you just coming through and hitting join will help it grow. So thank you for willing to do that. It does mean you'll get alerts about the jam, but maybe that's not such a bad thing. Who knows? Maybe you'll be making games soon. We do this every other month. So this is the third one. This Game Like Jam challenges you to make games like other games. So the first one, or the last one we did, was Bloons Tower Defense. So we made games like Bloons. Some really awesome games came out of it. We had this one that is quite different from Bloons. It's just like a tower defense game. And this one puts like a musical twist on it with mice. So again, it's not just about directly copying the original game, but doing it with a bit of a twist. And making it just like it if you want. Because part of the idea is, before I gave you the advice to make a game like Snake, in this case, we're saying make a game like XYZ, or whatever, to help us learn without having to worry about scope. So that's kind of the main concept. Before the Bloons Jam, we did Frogger. We also had some awesome games in there. Again, they range from super similar to the original to quite different from the original. This one is Picofroge, and it is very similar to Frogger, but still a little different. Even though it's similar, it has its own like flavor to it, which is really fun. And yeah, so this time we're doing Puyo Puyo, known as Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine in North America and Europe, also known as Kirby's Avalanche / Kirby's Ghost Trap in North America and Europe, respectively. And this game is about like matching pieces together 4 in a row and then trying to match combos so you can send garbage to an opponent and hopefully win the game and avoid getting garbage sent to you as well. So yeah, so I'm working on this. I make an entry. I don't submit my entry for ranking, but I do like to make games. So yeah, I just started playing it out today and just figuring out what are the different components of the game, and now I am getting started on actually building it. Now, I do not have a version to show you yet because I broke it trying to get it to work, which will happen. Sometimes you gotta take it apart to put it back together again, and I'm currently in that taking it apart to put it back together again state. That's alright, that's okay, no problem, all good. But hopefully momentarily I'll be able to show you where it's at, maybe. I'm certainly going to need to make sure all of these areas are specifically looking for the parent, which is new information that I don't love. But it just has to be okay. Area, get parent. We don't actually do the match checking yet. So I'm specifically setting up the movement and the collisions. I'm doing it kind of manually, the collisions, because I'm stubborn and want to. Okay, let's see if I've eliminated errors, or that error anyway. Alright, the piece falls. I'm not able to move to the right, so we have some issue, that's for sure. Oh, get parent. Yep, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. Really, just I should look at anywhere that has area that isn't wrapped in parenthesis. I just had to end up changing a lot of this stuff, and so I gotta find out where I need to apply those changes. It's a little annoying, but it'll work better. Probably. Okay, let's try it again. It wasn't unblocking it. Actually, I can't move to the right at all whatsoever. Wait, why not? I wonder if it's getting blocked on the right immediately. I feel like it's not checking. Oh. Wait, I actually am not sure I understand. We have some new problems. I'm not sure what's happening, if I'm being honest. I'm very confused. So right away I can't move to the right. Areas never used, never used. That's okay for now. So I'm gonna look at the remote tab to see what is going on here. It says it has a piece on the right. Why would you think that? And it thinks it has a piece below. So clearly, it's detecting itself to some extent. Oh, because these 2 points are detecting each other. Those are detecting each other. So it's blocked on the bottom and the right away. Now that they're 2 separate areas, they see each other. But we have to say, no, you can't see yourself. So we have to make sure that they don't share the same parent, basically. Which is pretty annoying. I could, but you know what I hate about that? I feel like that leads to all kinds of jank all over the place. I can't stand it. If not itself. If not itself. It's pretty brutal. But it's where we're at today. I'm definitely gonna look for a way to make this less chaotic. Area owner equals owner? What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna put that in a function, but I guess we don't have to. I guess we could just say if... I wouldn't say owner, I would say if area get paid. Yeah, I just would rather put that in a function myself. But yeah, basically, essentially, more or less. I kinda hate it a little bit. So we don't need any of this anymore. Itself. Thing to check against. Oh man. It's late. I've been going 10, 11 hours. I gotta do what I gotta do. This is actually gonna return a Boolean. So here's the thing though. It's not an area anymore. If thing to check against get parent is set to area right or area bottom, then return it is itself. Otherwise, return false. Okay, I can move left and right. Good, good. Now, do we get blocked? We shouldn't get blocked. We don't get blocked when we should get blocked either. But we're not getting blocked when we shouldn't. So that's good. At least there's that. But now it actually isn't. It's letting me pass right through them on the left and the right, which is not good. So we have other problems. Oh my god. Okay, so if on area entered, if it's not colliding with itself, it's gonna make sure that it is fallen. If it is fallen, so can we at least see that? Player hit a fallen. Can we just observe that? It might just pump out a bunch of them. Okay, it didn't. Like, are we all seeing each other here? Oh dear. I wonder if... Are these areas set to layer in mask 2? I don't know if that actually matters. Oh god, I need to put these higher. Or get the down pressing getting in there. Okay, no, there's nothing. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, this is emitting, right? Why 3D nodes? It's a 2D game. I like the appearance of 3D, and so I like using 3 dimensions, and then conveying it in a 2D way, like having 2D mechanics with a 3D world, because I like to benefit from like the shadows and 3D models and things like that. So that's why I do that. It's like a style choice. And I just have pretty much only learned 3D, so I just like enjoy it. It is not itself. Let's see if it's passing that check. I don't think it's passing that check, because it would have already been seeing these down here if it was passing that check. So I think the problem is my itself. If thing to check against, get parent. I wonder if this is still working. Like maybe I need to say like self, right or bottom? Oh, it doesn't like that. Like I feel like these unique names, you're asking if the parent is a child right now. I'm asking if the parent is a child. Can you be more specific as to what I'm doing wrong? Because we know it's something. She's doing something wrong. What is she doing wrong? I don't know. I'm asking if the parent is a child. If the parent of the thing to check against You're right. You're so right. You are so right about that. I'm gonna give you an eagle brain for that one. That's straight up eagle brain credit, if I've ever seen it. It's able to like spot and detangle when I'm like, I like can't brain around. Okay, thank you. That makes a lot of sense. Right. Okay, I'm concerned that it's not printing something. Oh dear. We still have problems. If thing to check against has the same parent, we should call it area to check against. If the area to check against has the same parent as the current node's areas, then it's true and it is itself. Otherwise, it's false. Couldn't I just put self? Yes. Yes. Is that good? Oh man, I gotta go to bed, you guys. It's blocked! Okay, but it's also getting blocked on the right, which is wrong. But at least it's blocked. Oh man. No sleep, no sleep. Okay. We have other problems, but at least the detection is working. That's something. I'll take that. There's lots of other issues. Player hit a fallen. Player hit a fallen. That's not true. Player did not hit a fallen. Oh yeah. That's okay though. Okay. Player blocked on left. I would love to see if player is blocked on right as well. When do we put that one out there? On area right entered, if not itself, if not fallen, and an area is entered, it then should try to block the player on the right. You said, nah, no sleep. Okay. We're falling. Those blue things are just collisions. It moves way too fast. Blocked on left, that's right. Blocked on right, that's incorrect. You know why? Because it's seeing the bottoms. So it needs to ignore the bottom. But this is exactly what we wanted to fix. Or in part what we wanted to fix. So we need to say that for checking, if it's blocked on the right, it needs to make sure that what it's seeing is not a bottom. So there needs to be some kind of fundamental difference that says this is a bottom. Which I have a pretty silly idea for that. So if in that moment, if area name is set to, I want to make this, okay, tomorrow I will come back and I will make this better. But I just want to make it work. If area name is set to area right, then check it. Okay, I know this is crazy town, but it just might work for now. So I want to make sure that it's not going to get blocked on the right. It is not blocked on the right, but it is also getting unblocked. Wait, this is the same problem we had before. That it was getting unblocked too soon. Will it say that it's blocked on the right here? It will not. Oh, we got problems. Oh, I got problems for days, y'all. I got problems all over the place. Oh my god. I can't. I don't think I can finish this. I think I've made such a mess of this. Like, I've built this without knowing there were going to be two separate areas. And it's just like, it's like I'm trying to like retrofit it. Like, I feel like what I need to do is throw this in the garbage and do it again, knowing now that there's two areas, you know, like redesign it with that in mind. I think that's the only way this is gonna work elegantly. So on that note, I think I'm just gonna call it for now. I think I have to call it for now. I think it's the only way that I'm able to come back tomorrow and keep it together. But look. It's a good start, all right? The pieces move. I've started to experiment with the component system. I think I just have to throw it in and write better ones. Because here's the thing, is it's nice to experiment with it. It's hard. It's hard to, like, at least for me especially, to imagine the right way to put everything together the first time, you know? And especially with component systems, right? Because I don't know if it's a component system, but to use components, I feel like it does require that experimentation. Look, it's blocked on the left sometimes. Not always. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's part of the process. But I got a lot figured out about what the game mechanics are supposed to be. I started building a grid. It certainly bumps into walls. I can't walk past those walls. I can clip through the pieces, but that's okay. I'm gonna fix that tomorrow. I'm gonna be back right here, 2 p.m. Eastern time, working on this some more. I wasn't supposed to stream twice this week, but I accidentally streamed today, so I'm streaming twice. So I look forward to building more of this and getting it to be something. If you haven't, walls done. Hey, walls are done. If you guys haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button yet, I hope you'll do it. Like the stream, it helps so very much. Thank you for doing it. I really appreciate it. The Game Like Jam is live. That's my keyboard. The Game Like Jam is live. It's happening. I'm really excited to make these games with you guys. I think it's gonna go great with a little bit of practice. We'll get it together. We still got time. Look at that, 29 days. That's a lifetime. I got ADHD. That's a lifetime. All right. We're gonna get this game done. So yeah, I'm super excited to keep working on it with you. It's been a pleasure to check in. I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. It's pretty much the most important thing that you might do all day. It really might be. It's just like a thought. One day left. I gotta do the whole game still. Well, that's how it sometimes happens. That's true. I'm sure it'll be fine. No, that won't be me. Not this time. This time is gonna be different. This time will be different. I am so confident that this time it'll be different. You'll see. I'll see. We'll see.